We have that on time at least. Of course, as soon as I tried to call anybody else onto the Skype went white screen, and we're going to have to wait a few minutes to see if that recovers. Let's see if we can do that. Otherwise, we're fucked and have to start again. Since I already started the stream, I don't want to start Skype. How the fuck do I get out of Skype? I know. Check the Control-Alt-Delete and end task again. See if we can Skype up there at all. Seems like Skype is over or already ended. So, okay. What a fucking predicament, as always. It never fails. It's just the same shit every goddamn time I start the fucking show. Okay, so I don't know what to do. We might have to end the show before we even start. And then delete that. How do I get rid of Skype? Click on that. Quit Skype. There we are. Quit Skype. There. And then somebody decides to call. Of course. Who are these people? Brendan Zoget. Okay. So let's see if he's got this. Give me a second here. Push that up. And see if we can answer him. It doesn't work. My phone doesn't work. Of course not. Fucking pick up! It's, okay, it's the same shit. Maybe he hung up. Alright, so let's see if we can start Skype again. And it's 9/11 day, of course. So Skype's finally starting again. We'll start it from here, one person at a time. We're going to start with Aristides, since he's the engineer. Or Brendan Zoget. One of the... No, we have to anchor it with Aristides. He's the safest bet. Okay, let's anchor the call with Aristides. And, welcome everybody. Let's see if we're connecting at all. Okay, Aristides, we're going to anchor the call to you. I had to end Skype because it went white screen as soon as I tried to add a second person. Let's see if we go into the live stream. T-Tank Berry says, Goddess bless these genuine enemy transmissions. Thank you so much, T-Tank Berry. Goddess bless you. And 9/11 day, of course, so it's just not a happy holiday, but it's a... we're live streaming, of course, just so you know. And I'm just trying to get my bearings after another rocky start. And... Alright, so let's bring everybody else on. That one at a time. We're going to start with the most technically minded people first. This is a necessity, so let's hit Brendan Zoget next. Okay, so that doesn't take us to white screen, thank God. So Brendan, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, so you just tried to call me. Is that because you heard what happened? The white screen and all that with the Skype?
Yeah, partially. And also Peter sounded pretty pissed. I hope we didn't go too far last time.
No, he's fine. He's fine. And Peter's just... he just doesn't want to talk about 9/11. So let's bring Peter on.
Okay.
And what was the other thing before we do that? So hopefully this doesn't take us to white screen. He was concerned about Heather Holman, who he felt had disappeared. And I explained to him she's going through these withdrawals. And she stopped everything at once. So
yeah, alcohol withdrawal is not easy.
Yeah, and not to mention she stopped her antidepressants, and I
know that because she was saying I want to kill myself every 5 seconds.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, not in a good space. She's not in a good space.
When she said everything, she meant everything.
Yeah, and poor dear. Hopefully she's still alive and still with us. All right, now let's see if we can get Peter on with us. I'm just...
Pete was just like, Douglas is out of control.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I thought he got pissed.
Oh, no. Where else are we? Okay, I gotta press that add button again, because this is... You can't even trust the Skype anymore. It's just, there's no words. Everything is just set up in such a way it just doesn't work, and it turns us into a sausage fest, of course, because we can't call the ladies. Okay, Peter's with us. Okay, thank you so much for joining us. So I called the two technical-minded people first. Aristides to anchor the call because he's with us throughout the night. Brendan Zoget second because he's the technical expert on these issues. And then I called yourself. Just this way, okay, we got everybody on without it going widescreen on me. But there's just the fact that it did that is so annoying that it makes you just want to quit. But of course, I'm not in the space that Heather Holman is in, who decided she was going to stop 3 things. Oh yes, it wasn't just the alcohol she stopped. She also stopped her prescription antidepressants, and she decided to refrain from sex. So it's like, which must make her partner Vinny really happy. Uh, and so it's like, so she said multiple times, she came on after Pete left, and said, I want to die repeatedly. Yeah, well, I don't know what to say to that. If Brendan has any recommendations, personally, I would recommend, you know what? Just start drinking, fucking, and get back on your antidepressants, and then quit one at a time, maybe selectively. And the antidepressants, don't do that without consulting your MD, your psychiatrist first, please, Heather. If you're listening, if I didn't get that message across last time, it was because I was dealing with my own issues concerning the surgery and all that. I am feeling better, but of course, everybody knows the general situation. I still have stitches and staples inside of my nose. Not exactly fun. And beyond that, to remind everyone, I am checking out on Friday the 13th. I will be back Sunday to host transmission, but other than that, I'm gone until Wednesday the 18th, when on the way home, I swing by and drop in with my head and neck surgeon again, potentially to remove the staples if they have not dissolved at that point, because they're supposed to be made of a material that does that, or the stitches if they have not, unraveled at that point or melded into my flesh or whatever. So all of that being said, I do want to emphasize I ran into something outside my door that is rather alarming. So we have signs outside my door now that say that the city tree surgeons are coming to rip up the entire sidewalk and do something with the roots of the various trees in front of my house only. So there's some trees in front of my house that they're going to disassemble, uproot, and replant, quote unquote. So that's going to be on Friday the 13th, the day that I check out. So God knows what mischief they're planning.
It's good that they're paying such attention to the environment while crime is at an all-time rampant high.
No shit. Thank you, Peter. I mean, it's just there's no words. It's like if I were home, it says that construction's going to start at 6 a.m. in the morning to literally remove the sidewalk. I mean, because these trees, the roots are extensive. These are large trees. So they're going to remove a large part of the sidewalk to uproot the tree, do something to clean off its roots and replant. It's the craziest shit I've ever heard. Only in front of my house that this will be done on Friday the 13th, starting at 6 a.m. in the morning. And it's supposed to last all the way through Saturday the next morning at 6 a.m. Or they're going to start again at Saturday 6 a.m. So this is going to take at least 2 days for them to do this. I would imagine that just like the time they did it with the power line, it's just gonna, this will be far more than they're gonna bite off far more than they can chew. It's just gonna wipe out half the neighborhood or something, just like they did last time when they knocked out the power for effectively at least the equivalent of what was almost 2 days. And it turned into like I don't know, Hezbollah land here or something. So it's just, why do they do this? Anyhow, there we have that. And other than that, everyone maintained Victoria in thought and prayer. She had an emotional hit recently. I'm not going to share her private business, but other than that, and I hope to talk to her soon. So Victoria, if you're listening, shout out. I'll try and give you a call sometime soon, later this week. And as for the other thing that comes to my mind is, of course, Samuel Romero. Everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. Again, no specific details here, but just some things going on. I'll share them with Peter Moon in private. And just a lot going on. George Knight, of course, checked in with us the other day, and he seems to be doing okay. So just to catch everybody up on Team Dietrich before I check into the chat and then turn it over to Aristides for a few moments, and then we turn over to Peter. And again, for those who are wondering about
entering the excuse me, the eclipse corridor as well.
Thank you.
So there's some eclipses coming up end of this month into October.
So bring us, at least now that you've said that, please give us some detail on your own impression of the harvest moon, because obviously the reason I'm checking out this weekend is because of that. It's the Harvest Moon Festival, but this is a very particular harvest moon. There's something going on this harvest moon, and then you're talking about this lunar eclipse as well, right? So is that both happening?
Yeah, that is partially why it's so emphasized. It's also a supermoon, which is just means it's at its apogee. It's just like closest. So there's a few things happening.
So it's a harvest supermoon with a lunar eclipse.
Yes.
Holy shit! So, and what do you make of this astrologically?
I mean, they're always portals.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. So, in regards to the lunar nodes, Rahu Ketu, they're going to be in Pisces and Virgo, respectively. So, in that case, it affects things that are ocean-bound travel, such as goods and service, things over the ocean, which to us, the important thing would be goods and, warships and all that stuff. And then also Virgo would be like the financial markets, the food, the production. So those things could be disturbed even more than they were with the previous eclipse. So, we're in this kind of, which is why they, it's actually bringing in this change to alter our supply chains, which we've seen and you've revealed as far as like the India, the Garuda complex.
Combine, yes, thank you. Go on.
Combine, excuse me. Yeah, and then also things out here also changing, and also into a positive direction. Like things are getting more organic, more. I noticed a lot more regenerative agriculture, like used in, like, while it is marketing, there is like an effort to get more of this type of agriculture where the farmland can actually sustain itself over time. Like for example, there's a rice farm here in Central California that they introduced like 10,000 ducks into the rice farm. So the ducks protect from pests, but also it fertilizes the field. And then eventually, within a few years, and they've already done tests of this, where the rice field will become self-sustaining, where they don't have to run artificial fertilizer into it ever again if this program is continued forward. And then the rice coming out is high quality. It's being sold for more money. So it helps everyone in the end if agriculture is changed for the better. So that's the good news. Yeah.
That is good news. Thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate that profoundly. And with the wisdom of Brendan Zoget having been shared in that regard, I want to emphasize that a shout out again to T. Tank Berry, whose water is like gold. He bought these little plastic water bottles called 365 spring water. And at this point, that's going to become a necessity the rest of my life, because this is going to be part of what goes into my little plastic bottle that I replace every 3 months, which is now replacing my steroidal nasal spray. I actually pour liquid steroids directly into that bottle. And I can't use the tap water because the tap water is not potable water. It actually instructs you not to use tap water to stick up your nose anyway, which is where this goes. This goes into my sinus cavities. But the interesting thing is that in most places that would be a necessity because they don't have potable water. In San Francisco, we have the most potable water in the world, except on Green Street, Russian Hill, where we have homes built on top of cemeteries, old cemeteries that are now, covered by residences. And so we have cadaver water. I suffer the fate of the Bronte sisters. For those of you who don't know, Emily Bronte and all the Bronte sisters all died because their well water was contaminated with runoff from the local cemetery. So they were drinking cadaver water, and they all died very early. They all lived unhealthy lives and died early and in miserable health. So trying to avoid that fate myself, I am drinking only bottled water and sticking the spring water up my nose. And these are perfect. The little 365 spring water purchased by our friend T. Tank Berry lasts me through 2 uses. Basically, I'm supposed to use this bottle twice a day, sticking steroids up my nose. The liquid steroid that I pour directly into the water in this little plastic bottle that I replace every 3 months, and it's very potent. More potent than the nasal sprays I was using, and I'm not even nebulizing it. The doctor said, don't even nebulize it, just pour it directly into the water and then snort it up your nose and swing your head around so it swirls inside your nasal cavities. So that, combined with this bromide and saline solution, I pour this bromide salt solution in it as well that she also prescribed, just so people don't think I'm experimenting on myself here. And all of this really, I'm finally beginning to feel the benefits of the surgery. So I do want people to know I'm actually finally beginning to feel better than I did before the surgery. So hey, at least there's that. And but so for those of you who are wondering about the somber nature of the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream, it is 9/11. So this is a somber photograph in memory of 9/11. The candles are lit in memory of that, including photographs of some people that I knew who died in the towers, which I've never shared that story of, and perhaps never will. That, you never know. It might come out at some point, but sad. So, all that being said, we are going to turn this over to Aristides at the moment, then he'll turn it over to Peter. So, Aristides, give them the usual, yeah, thank you.
All right. As soon as you show up here with us, please hit the upvote, the little thumbs up sign. It's very important to get those in right away. Check that you're subscribed. There should be a very prominent subscribe or subscribed button. And you can turn on the notification bell to make sure that you get a little notification about the transmission. Hopefully they're always on time. Sometimes they have to restart. And you can also, with being that you're logged in somehow, most likely, to do the upvote with the YouTube, or even I think it's the same as the Google account, you can go under the account settings, create sub channels under the same account without any additional password or anything. You can have multiple channels under your account, but the neat thing is all of them can upvote separately. So you can make different channels for whatever else you like, or just use them to upvote the program. It's important to get as many as possible because although you can't see them, there are certain bad actors that put downvotes, and perhaps a lot of automated downvotes, and that affects the algorithm and the searchability and popularity of the program. So we need those right away. So if you could do that, that would be great.
Bless you. That was wonderful as always, Aristides. I do want to remind people that Brendan Soget, Aristides, T-Tank Barry, all of these gentlemen, including Peter Moon, actually, all have a moderator's wrench. And all of them have the power and will use it to delete sus expressions, to keep spamming out of the chat. So we'll begin to emphasize that. Don't forget to, as Aristides said, but yeah, just to say it again, subscribe. Again, just to show everyone, I'm going to do a screen share here. And everybody do take a look. I'm going to be going through the usual motions, going into the studio. And just once again to emphasize how things have changed recently, we have very close to 3,400 current subscribers, but YouTube will unsubscribe you without telling you. So do make certain you hit that notification bell to prevent that. We had 359 in the last 28 days, which is another way of saying 360 in the last 30 days. We had 360 plus subscriptions in the last 30 days, and we're near 3,400 subscriptions. That's the best way to round these figures. So just showing everybody that on the screen share, who's part of Team Dietrich on the call right now, to let people know that for whatever reason we had a skyrocket in subscriptions. Let's hope that that continues, so spread the word so that it does. And in interim, we thank all of our new subscribers. Our numbers are high, and with high numbers, we're going to turn it over to Peter to get the opening hours rolling. And Peter Moon, it's yours. And I feel that we're at a plateau now of accomplishment, and whatever you're willing to share about Peter and I spoke over the last few days about the book, and I think we're at a new level now where we're entering the publication phase of the book. I'll continue purging my toxic magical memories till the next time I see Victoria Alexandria Epstein, my head and neck surgeon, at least, and get those out of my mind while all of the walls are down. And the walls were brought down by the surgical trauma. I mean, I guess when they were drilling around inside of my head with that jackhammer, it broke through some of these psychological walls that my psychiatrist stuck into. Yeah. Physically they did something. There's got to be something to that, as well as, of course, the question you had asked about the demiurge of Edom. But all that being said, back to Peter. Take over, and I'm right here with you.
Okay, well, what I've been doing while you've been talking is I've been working on the cover. As of right now, I'm going to be able to get a bonded leather cover, it looks like.
Wow.
And with a gold foil stamp for the title. It's going to look nice. I'm going to have color photographs in there. Color photographs, the Vox Arca. Some other color stuff. And this is for the collector's edition. It's not necessarily going to be that for the non-collector's edition. And as of now, the collector's edition is not going to be any less in price than when we do the print-on-demand version, which will be probably perfect bound, meaning like the Sky Books books. Possible I could hardbound it, but I don't know that I will. So anyway, we will be making an offering soon. I'm going to get a fast turnaround. I'm going to be able to see a copy of the book first before I okay the printing. So it will be up to standard. And I'm very excited.
Yeah.
The title page, the title page, for those of you who don't know, is where it would say the Montauk Project, Experiments in Time. It would list the authors, Sky Books. And the title page, that's what I'm messing around with now. That's just the inside of the book. It's going to look like color leather. It's going to be leather with gold letters saying the Vox Arca and the Latin name. And that, on the opposite of the title page, will be the same leather-esque look. This is not real leather. This is, of course, color, and it'll say special edition, and then it'll say number blank of 200. And whatever blank it is, it'll say, written in by my hand, it'll say 1, number 2, number 3, whatever. So it'll be one of a kind collector's edition.
Yes.
So,
wow.
This is, and I was musing over this because I waited till Mercury went out of retrograde before I started engaging any vendors. And I found some people I'm pretty happy with so far. They're going to send me a sample. As I say, I'm not going to get the guy who's going to give me real goatskin leather and it'll take him 2 years.
Holy shit.
I'd really like to. I'm sure he does incredible work, but it makes you want to do another book like this.
Yeah.
Joe Matheny Joe Matheny knew some of the most unusual, people, and one of the guys, I forget his name, he was married to the girl in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the one who is drinking the Siberian Huskies under the table.
Yeah, it is. That's.
Nepalese Huskies. The Nepalese Huskies.
I don't remember exactly. Was that the original first film? The original film?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think her name Karen.
The main actress, then. The main actress, right?
Yeah. He was married to her, and we're gonna do these. Like, he does these incredible leather-bound books. I think he does them in Italy, and they tend to be, occult or And we were gonna do something with this guy, but he was too dedicated to his wife to get his head into the project, which it felt kind of like he felt kind of limited, but whatever. There's a lot of so in other words, there's a lot of, I guess, strange books in the world, and one of my favorite movies, and Dennis Marshall and I used to talk about it a lot, was the movie The Ninth Gate, starring Johnny Depp, with Frank Langella as his adversary. And Frank Langella is this guy who has this huge library in New York City. It's all dedicated to the devil.
Jesus Christ.
All the books on the devil, and Johnny Depp is a rare book collector, and he pays Johnny Depp money to go find this book. There's 3 copies of it or something. It's a great drama. And of course, it's done by Roman Polanski. And Roman Polanski, of course, is the guy who did Rosemary's Baby.
Of course.
And his wife, Sharon Tate, suffered her baby was killed.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of correspondences with him. He does occult movies. And of course, he had trouble because he was accused of taking money for the production costs. And while I don't agree with this, it's standard fare for the producer to steal. It's kind of like an inalienable right. You just steal.
Yeah.
And I remember this I have a tale to tell of the Scientology ship, the Apollo. And in its day, it was a legend. It was magical. But what would happen is the purser or whoever was the purchaser on the ship would deal with the chandler from the guy who would bring we're talking about food here. And they would always give him the purchaser, they give him $100 or the equivalent thereof in the foreign currency. And of course the person doing the buying would always turn it into treasury. He wasn't going to take a bribe. It was considered what Scientologists would call out ethics. It just wasn't going to be done. But he'd say, and now I remember talking to an ordinary sea captain, and he'd say, he'd always get $100 under his pillow, or under, it would be sent, they'd give $100 to the purchaser or the purser, and then $100 for the captain. It was just like, thank you for doing business with us. It's a kickback. It's custom. And this is just the way business is done. It's sort of an unwritten law. And they also, people in positions with, money don't expect you to be honest. If you're trading money, and if you are honest, you stand out like a sore thumb. And this would routinely happen. And my favorite of all the people we dealt with was on the port of Tangier. Tangier was once an international city. It's now part of Morocco. And it had a very unique harbor, always very windy. And you could see Gibraltar. It was right across the Strait of Gibraltar, and you could see Gibraltar.
Wow.
And it was scenic. But there was the guy who used to bring us our food was Mr. Tricky. And Mr. Tricky was an old Nazi. There's no question about it. And he walked like he'd been tortured by the Nazis or something. He had a bad gait, like he'd suffered polio or something.
Mm-hmm.
But he could walk, but he walked very awkwardly. And he'd come into the galley, and they'd have this Folgers instant coffee, and he had just delivered it. He just sold it to us, and then he'd take some and put it in his pocket, steal it. Not really hiding. It was like just obligatory stealing.
Skimming.
So anyway,
it's called skimming.
Yeah, skimming. And so what I'm saying in the movie business, it's everybody's a thief. It's just like, what disgusting.
What a disgusting
behavior.
industry.
So Roman Polanski made this movie, The Ninth Gate, which is, I've watched it several times. It's an entertaining movie. It's an occult movie. But the whole idea was it's about a book, and it's based on a novel. The novel doesn't necessarily, the movie doesn't follow the novel, but the movie's good. And I've never read the novel. But it's a book about, acquiring power. Now, this book that I'm doing with Douglas is closest I've done to something like that, but it's not like that. Before that, it would be my book, The Seventh Seal, which was an occult book. Well, first off, I'm going to tell a story from the Apollo. I said in the email I sent out, I said two things.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing I said was that I'm going to tell them a miraculous healing cure.
Right.
Which I'm bringing it up. I probably mentioned before.
Right. Could you do me a favor? I need to take care of something for just a minute. I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes at the longest. But I want you to hold the Apollo story till I get back so I can hear it. But I do want to bring up something that I just forwarded to you and to Aristides and to Brendan Zogit, to Team Dietrich. I just want you all to know somebody's broken into this TikTok account that was not set up by myself. It was either established by Lena Shea / Lena Crane or Selena Khan, but I just got a confirmation number for somebody breaking into my TikTok account. So just want people to know that I don't know what's going to be published on TikTok about me, if anything, but I do want to know that somebody's doing something with my TikTok account right now. It's rather disturbing, and so just letting everybody know to keep an eye out on my TikTok account, quote unquote, and we'll see what happens with that.
I didn't know you had a TikTok account.
I did not make it. It was made either by Lena Shea / Lena Crane, in which they would just relay stuff that I had published on Facebook onto the TikTok account, or it was made by Selena Khan to do the same thing, one or the other. And they had also opened up an what used to be a Twitter account that later became X. And this is what was so silly, was that one woman who Peter Moon knows about that I've been dating. We're not going to name her. But Peter Moon knows who she is. And she was suggesting, oh, you should go on X, and I'm like, they fucking blocked me on X. And she just doesn't get it. There's no such thing as free speech. She thought X would be like a free speech, utopia or something. It's just the opposite. It's just X is just like 4chan now, or Reddit, or 4chan more than Reddit, really. It's just a right wing, cesspit, just like you've got left wing cesspits. But the Ninth Gate, of course, is about a book written by the devil himself, if I remember. And but anyhow, I'll be right back. And when I get back, at least we have this to. I don't know if Brendan Zogan can make any sense of this attempt to break into this TikTok account, which I have no control over because it was established by someone who is not myself, Selena Khan or Lena Shea / Lena Crane. I have no control over that account anyway. So it's simply under my name and used to like relay posts that I put up on a different forum, which I'm no longer allowed on and have no intention to try and reestablish myself on. But the fact that somebody's trying to break into it now and do something with it is disturbing. And again, just keep an eye out. If anybody has any news to report in that front, let me know. Yeah. So Aristides.
Any way to link it to us so we can keep an eye on it? Because I don't even know how to find it.
I guess just look up Doug Dietrich on TikTok.
I don't have an account, so it's harder when you don't have one.
Do you have a password for it, Douglas?
Oh, of course not. I never established it. That's why I have no control over it. Yeah, I'm not the one who made the account. I have no control over it. It's simply something in my name. This is why people would set up, accounts like where they say, I'm the real, Jordan Maxwell. I'm the real Michael Cremo. I mean, in Jordan Maxwell's case, poor bastard was just ripped off so many times. He had to do that because people actually took his name and they copyrighted it. But with Michael Cremo, who I personally have nothing against, I don't understand why he's got a real Michael Cremo. I mean, who the fuck wants to pretend they're Michael Cremo? I mean, the guy's just does forbidden archaeology from a Vedic perspective. It's not like he's saying anything particularly, who the hell's going to, say, oh, I'm the one who's putting out, Vedic archaeology. It's just bizarre that he would feel the need to do that. Okay, so I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute for a few moments, and Peter's got this, and when I come back, I'll just let you know, and then we'll go into the Apollo story, because I, want to be there when Peter starts. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, well, there's go ahead. There's a little more than a handful of Douglas Dietrichs. None of them look like Douglas. Or pretending to be Douglas. So there's one with 0 followers, which might be the account, but it doesn't look like it amounts to anything. So that's okay. What I will make a comment, while I using filler time here, is that I did see much of the debate last night, 2 nights ago, whatever it was, last night. And I didn't really hear anything new from Trump, but Kamala Harris surprised me. I thought she was a complete idiot. And last night she demonstrated to me that she was not a complete idiot. I'm not saying she was telling the truth. I think she was lying her ass off, but she was doing it with quote unquote dignity and charisma. So I thought she was a complete utter idiot. I was expecting her to make a complete ass out of herself. And she didn't do that. So did you see any of it, Aristides?
I did, unfortunately, Sam, but wasn't really surprised by anything, and I didn't expect to be.
Yeah, because they have so much of the footage of her as cackling or doing her word salads, which she did do. I mean, right. Well, they're gonna go ahead.
Now they're gonna make sure she's in top form for something like that. It's not just some casual, kind of offhand, thing. That's high visibility, but I just don't know. What I was wondering was like how many people out there really are like, I'm going to tune into the, I'm not quite sure who's going to be best to lead our country. Let me tune into the debate and help me decide. It's like that's got to be such a small minority of people at this point, because it's just been so polarized. Especially with Trump. Most people made up their mind, so I don't know. but they
Well,
have
they
to go.
like to pander to the, the 10 or 15% they say haven't made up their minds. And
Yeah.
and of course, it seems like both, whether it's CNN or Fox, they just repeat the same talking points. It's like,
Yeah.
they're only reinforcing and comforting the voters on their side.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like, it's just kind of like, there's no dialogue or debate. It's like throwing javelins at each other.
Right.
And meanwhile, the country, well, I was surprised she didn't mention Trump University. I think she missed a point there because she prosecuted Trump University. So got it and beat them, which wouldn't have been hard to do. But anyway, so I thought she missed a point there. But so
that.
Pardon me?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, I had heard her mention that in something else, but she didn't follow it up or mention it because it would have been hard for him to say anything about that. And of course, when you really get to the core of the
You there? Is anybody there? Peter, you're on mute. Did you go on mute purposely?
How
or?
long have I been on mute?
Oh.
I must have just hit the space bar.
No, like 10 seconds. All right.
Okay, so I must have hit the space bar, which will put me on mute. Yeah, so this as they say, life just goes on, and the election will happen. As I said, this astrologer I follow, Lori Lothian, has she sees problems for whoever wins. It's like they're not going to have support, which you can imagine if Trump won. Regardless of what the Congress did, went with the Democrats or Republicans, you could see this, rebellion against him, and vice versa. If Kamala wins, there might even be a greater insurgency because of just the outrage. And for those of you who have seen The Lion King, who have children and seen The Lion King, she's reminiscent of Scar taking over the pride of lion. So there could be a lot of outrage either way, no matter who wins. And
yeah,
it's hard to see a happy outcome because for all the Trumpsters out there, they're going to be happy with, Trump getting back in the saddle. It's like, well, what is that? What is the antithesis of that? All the people who hate Trump, they'll be spouting venom and fire. And I see no difference if Harris wins. But then Lori Lothian does not see Trump actually participating in the election, like he's going to drop out for some reason. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. That's just what she saw. And another astrologer who's very academic, Rick Levine, he sees the election being delayed. He's not the only one, but he says, it's just like it's inevitable. The election will be delayed, whether that means a long count, a recount, or for some reason even saying, okay, there's an attack on the United States, so we're going to delay voting for 2 weeks or something like that.
Well, I mean, it is amazing because it used to be years ago. I remember when I was much younger, there'd be an election, and by the next morning, you knew who win. But now with the advanced technology we have these days, it takes 2 weeks.
Yeah, with the advanced technology.
No, it's the quote unquote mail-in stuff. I think that's the complication. If you had to just show up, show your ID, God forbid, and vote, and that could all be counted, by the next day. It's this mail-in business, which
but what was reported, and it wasn't the Trump camp reporting it. It was the news media. Like Trump went to bed thinking he won the election. And then, these truckloads of ballots come in that were mail-in ballots.
Mm-hmm.
They say, well, they're all for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
I got 300,000 votes for Biden. They're all mail-in ballots.
Mm-hmm.
It smacked of.
Well, yeah, that was during
that thread. I never saw that thread followed up by Sidney Powell or Rudy Giuliani or anybody.
Right.
They followed different threads.
Yeah, of course. It's all water under the bridge now. Nobody's really bringing that all out. But yeah, well, I mean, that is suspicious. But you could also argue that the people who were, that was during the height of the COVID stuff, right?
Okay, I'm back. Just letting everyone I'm back. So continue. Well, what was this about? What's suspicious about COVID?
Well, we're talking about the votes in the last election, but I had said that while you were gone, I was just using filler. I said I watched the debate last night, and Kamala Harris changed my mind. I said I thought she was a complete utter idiot, and she showed me last night she's not a complete idiot. She may be an idiot, but she's not a complete idiot.
Okay.
In other words, she composed herself. I think she lied her ass off. I think she was phony as hell, but she had poise.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was nice to see them shake hands. That was a cute moment.
I think it's completely phony and insincere.
Well, of course. Well, that goes without saying. But still, I mean, just that it happens at all was a cute moment.
But anyway, we'll move on with the real part of the show. So I was going to share an anecdote from the Apollo. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I have a friend, and she was, ill.
Mm-hmm.
Had suffered a respiratory, couldn't really breathe well.
Mm-hmm.
So I told her, I gave her some visualization to do, but I told her to, and this was a remedy for colds or flu that the medical officer on the Apollo used. And it was quite successful. I used to watch him do it when I worked in the galley.
Wow.
And I, did it myself. I've done it for years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like you take a saucepan, fill it with water, and you boil 3 or 4 lemons in it, depending on the size of the lemons.
Mm-hmm.
And you put a lid on it, and you boil those lemons. You get all the elements from the skin of the lemon off into the water until those lemons are soggy. And then you hold the lemon with a pair of tongs, and then you cut it with a serrated knife, and you squeeze that lemon juice into the hot water, and then you put honey in it. And you drink it while it's still hot. You put the remainder in the fridge and drink it later. And I told her to do this, and she called me today and says, "You healed me.
Wow.
I'm all better." She was out kayaking.
Cool.
So I said, "Wow, that's good." So I said, "I'll tell that story." Now, I used to give it to my daughter, and she'd say, "Yeah, this is good. The stuff Mom gives me doesn't do anything." Whatever she was giving her, and her mother wouldn't have given her regular medicine. She would have given her something holistic. But this was it's a very effective thing, and it makes you feel better. So I would recommend that. It's basically boiling lemons, getting all the elements from the skin into the water, and then putting the lemon juice into the water, and then putting honey, whatever amount of honey you're comfortable with. It's very medicinal. So that's the miracle healing cure.
Wow. Okay.
One
Thank
of
you.
One of the good things I learned in Scientology, and what I learned was always taught to get a result.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get a result, you don't do it. And that's how I was educated. Results.
Yeah.
Very important. And you'll see a lot of people in Scientology who get bad results.
Right.
In fact, it's all turned into a bad result. It's definitively a bad result. And as time goes by, I can only evaluate Scientology as the magic wand of a magician, an occult magician who operated at a very high level of the occult, and Scientology was his familiar, his instrument, his wand of magic, and he wielded it. And as with anything in the magical world, it can be positive or negative. And you can even look at the diabolical stuff Aquino was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, there's some good that's coming out of it because we're learning via Douglas. And Douglas turned the tables on it. So not that what Aquino was doing was good, but we're finding some enlightenment. I can't help but think that the creation of the art elect, which wasn't his whole thing, but he was involved in it, has had a positive effect on humanity.
Yes.
So that's that. But what I also said in the email is that the writing of this book with Douglas, the collaboration, has triggered a lot of memories in him.
Yes.
And it's very deep. And of course, we were talking the other day, and I want to hear what Douglas has to say about some of these things in a context that he feels like expressing. But one of the things that, because so much of what he's coming up with are going into depth about invocation and evocation. And this is like, okay, well, who's going to want to read this stuff? I mean, now, of course, the book as it's written is written as general interest. It's not teaching you how to invoke or evoke, although there are some very cogent points of reference, just like if you read Aleister Crowley's book. But then, when the magician takes the wand in his hand and starts to invoke and evoke, good luck.
Yes.
Good luck,
Yes.
You're inviting X factors into your life at best.
Yes.
And so, it's comical to me, as I said, if we broke all this stuff down and put it in very coherent instruction, put it on a silver platter, and then offered a course in invocation and evocation, who would be the students? Who would come to class, so to speak?
Well, no one you'd want to personally know.
Yeah. Now, I could say from, Qigong students, watching people come to Qigong, they're just regular human beings, but they're, most of them are suspects, because they're going to find reasons not to study. They're going to know it all, and they're not real candidates for study. So in other words, there's a sifting out process. Who's there to learn and who's there not to learn. I'm just so used to that. I can see people are not there to learn. They're there because they're curious or this, that, or the other thing. But I'm thinking, like, they're not there to, unleash magic on the world, or to figure out how to raise $1 million
Right.
overnight or in 2 weeks, so on and so forth. So Douglas, if you could address this generally speaking, general context, could you talk as if you were sort of making an introduction? What has been triggered inside of you since, doing this book? What is, generally speaking, what has been triggered?
I would say that what happened was people who were listening to me a long time ago on Revolution Radio would remember that there was a period in my life when I was dealing with what people probably took to be night terrors, or these were obviously typical of complex post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms. CPTSD would be the acronym, and for those of you who don't know, CPTSD is disambiguated from normal PTSD. PTSD, of course, is not necessarily normal in and of itself, but there is a generalized PTSD that is in and of itself to be disambiguated from mental illness. Just so people understand, mental illness is something that I myself tried to destigmatize, and I realized, of course, there was just no point. Unfortunately, the people who we dealt with on this program, Transmission, fairly recently, only a few years ago at most, were the overwhelming majority of them were mentally ill, but they were not sympathetic characters, and not someone to destigmatize. I came to the personal conclusion that mental illness does have a stigma for a reason. So, but such being said, to disambiguate from mental illness, PTSD is psychological scarring. And the psychological scarification is so intensive that it impacts a person physiologically by literally changing the shape of their brain. That is something that is psychiatrically proven. So it's a physiological, medical, psychiatrically proven phenomenon. It's not something that's made up so that people can get benefits. Unfortunately, it is exploited by the overwhelming majority of people who are involved with the Veterans Administration system so that they can get benefits. It's a little tangent there that I do need to go into. It's inescapable. It's one of these things that I do want people to understand. If you ever heard me or listened to me, obviously I'm not a baseline human being, so I'm not the person to judge standards by. But nevertheless, you might notice that one thing I do not do is cry and ask for pity based on my PTSD or CPTSD. I just have been very blunt and open and honest about it. But you take a look at your average baseline human veteran, and they spend the rest of their lives as fucking pissant drama queens. They're just prima donnas who just cry and weep and moan and say you'll never understand. But the reality is that they're all full of shit, because if they had any real intention of trying to deal with any real issues, if they really existed, they would be trying to re-socialize. But they don't. They do everything to stick among themselves and say you'll never understand because they're part of this cult that you can never be a part of. But the reality is they're all liars, because your average person suffers far more from PTSD than your average veteran, because your average person, especially if you're a female, will suffer far more violence than any veteran ever will. Statistically. I can go over in the details of that another time, and have done so in the past. But all that being said, because I had to get that out there, as someone who does suffer from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, apparently, or what was apparent to most people, or what they, and the word apparent has to be taken pointedly here. People were interpreting what they could with what information they had. So they thought it was my CPTSD that was producing night terrors. And I would describe how I would wake up screaming at the top of my lungs, etc. And the reality is these were memories of literally supernatural events that I had suffered in my liaison with Michael Aquino under professional circumstances. Just so people understand, because this is the kind of shit that people can take and run with if they're ignorant or malevolent. Like, say, for instance, Anthony J. Hilder, who was just a human piece of shit, who had no purpose in life other than to make people look as stupid as possible who were investigating conspiracy theories. Poor bastard. He was someone who basically would get up there and say that, oh God, what was his trip? When it came to myself, he would just basically approach me and say, for instance, how long were you a member of the Church of Satan? And that, of course, I was never a member of the Church of Satan. So it's just, this is the kind of asshole we're talking about. It's not somebody even worth bringing up, except to make that point. People will take this kind of magical experience kind of phenomenon and say that, well, see, Douglas Dietrich has these experiences because he was working with Michael Aquino, but it wasn't voluntary, it was professional. I was working under orders. So that having been established, and hopefully the message is carried across and people understand it and carry it on to others when they try to relate my story, these experiences were intensive enough where they impacted me with psychological scarring, to the point where my shape of my brain literally changed. Scannings prove that I suffered the symptoms that are unmistakably CPTSD oriented, which are a shriveling of the frontal lobe. And the shriveling of the frontal lobe of the brain, that comes, it's like the equivalent of, as if I had lost limbs in combat. It's the psychological equivalent thereof. But of course, it's no longer psychological, it's physiological, which means it enters the realm of the psychiatric, because psychiatric takes into account the physiological as well as the psychological. So all that being said, it took a psychiatrist to deal with it. And in the case of my psychiatrist, it was Dr. Tao Tran. Dr. Tao Tran was terribly scarred by American napalm bombing in Vietnam as a child. You could tell she's Vietnamese by her name. She might have been brought over to the United States with the help of Michael Aquino. She ultimately wound up working with the federal government, at least on some contract level. And she, of course, helped instill in myself a alter personality. This was at a time when I thought I wanted to become a field agent, a spy for military intelligence. And the United States military had wanted to penetrate Vietnam after the war. We're talking about, at this point, we're talking about the 80s. The Vietnam War had been lost to the Americans around 1975 with the fall of Saigon. So we're talking about 1989, 87, 89 period. So we're talking about over 10 years later. Vietnam, once united, was the third largest military in the world. They had some of the most modern weaponry in the world that the Americans had left behind. They had the third largest communist population on Earth when both Vietnams were forcibly reunited. The first largest communist population on Earth was communist China. The second was the Soviet Union at that time, and the third was Vietnam. So the Americans were desperate to penetrate them, and I was given an altered personality as a field agent, complete with a dossier that had this altered personality's history. And this altered personality was a Kit Carson scout, as the term they used in Vietnam for communists who had defected to the Americans, and then the Americans would use them to penetrate behind communist lines because they were so familiar with the enemy that they went behind enemy lines and could pass. They were familiar with the territory. So the Americans called them Kit Carson scouts. This was more of a reconnaissance sense than an espionage sense. But I was given this persona so that I could penetrate Vietnam in an espionage sense. Now, this never came about. I was never deployed as a field agent. And the concern was that because Michael Aquino was given the keys to this altered personality, and Christine Joanna Hart, who was raped by Michael Aquino as a child, there's no other word for it, her earliest memories, as she related on record on my own show, was essentially riding up and down on Michael Aquino's penis. This was something that, for some reason at some point, well, she herself was a field agent of Michael Aquino and was exploited by British intelligence to bring down the head of the IRA, whose child that she bore, as a matter of fact, in seducing him and then leading him into a trap where he was imprisoned. At any rate, she had been exposed to this dossier of mine, this altar of mine. So she was convinced that I was 10 years older than I was and that I had served with Michael Aquino in Vietnam, because that's what the dossier had said. And this shows you how intensely linked I was with Michael Aquino professionally in terms of altered personalities that were created. Since the personality had been downloaded by Dr. Tao Tran, she helped me to ultimately blockade it, so that Michael Aquino couldn't jack my body by using the code words that would trigger the altar into taking over. Is that coherent, by the way, so far?
Very coherent.
Okay,
Very coherent.
Thank you. So in doing that, Dr. Tao Tran also created a number of mental blocks, walls, in which he walled off various traumatic memories that effectively cured my night terrors. So just so people understand, how did all this come about where you met her again? Understand I had met her when I was working with the Department of Defense, the initial time that I met her. And my memories of her were very vague because, of course, she was a person downloading an altered personality into myself. But as well as doing that, she also made certain that I would not remember her by blockading my memories of her. So I didn't consciously really remember her the next time that I met her. I did remember the porcelain mask. Just so that people understand, this is a very important part of Dr. Tao Tran's persona, or her method of comportment, her method of carrying herself, her method of self-presentation. She was so scarred by napalm that her bones are literally showing through her flesh. There's parts of her flesh where the bone shows through, and this is on her arms, her body, not just her face. Her face is surprisingly symmetrical, though terribly scarred. Your average person, of course, would be shocked by her face. So in order to prevent traumatizing her own patients, she appears everywhere in a porcelain mask. Your typical Asian porcelain mask, except she wears a different kind of porcelain mask depending on her mood. This is very similar to the presentation in classical Chinese theater or Vietnamese theater, which is, of course, very Sinitic, very Sinified, very Chinese. The Vietnamese will be celebrating this Harvest Moon celebration along with the Chinese this coming weekend. But if you ever see the theater masks, there's different kinds of Chinese or Vietnamese theater masks that are made of porcelain. Very similar to the Japanese No masks, N-O-H, it's spelled N-O-H, but very different at the same time, far more colorful, though in her case she always wore those that were much more aesthetic. Not necessarily very colorful, but usually just to hide her face. But she'd wear a different one depending on her mood. So she would never appear in public without her porcelain mask. And by that I mean just in a professional setting, in order to prevent traumatization of her patients. I remembered the porcelain masks. So when I ran into her, it was through the time my mother died, and I was borderline homeless, and I had to get on social programs, and I went into the Chinatown Mental Health Clinic so I could verify my PTSD, because I had been awarded Social Security over a decade before, but the Social Security was awarded for my mechanical injuries from the Gulf War, my multiple lung collapses. Again, this is to go into the public record, just so people understand. I am assailed constantly by your United States military, because they're gang stalkers from your U.S. military, which I was a part of, to my shame and disgrace. That, to my embarrassment, I served in the U.S. military. There's nothing honorable about it. The big joke is they claim I've stolen valor. They can take all their valor and shove it up their fucking ass. There's no fucking valor affiliated with the goddamn U.S. military. So they're a bunch of baby raping Satanists. Get that through your fucking heads. The real special forces are not John Wayne. It's Michael Aquino, who was U.S. Army Special Forces, and Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez, the man who was the uncle of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. These are the motherfuckers who are your Special Forces Green Berets. And it only goes downhill from there. So just anybody who's a member of the military, just, keep your children away from them, turn around and walk away. They're just a bunch of drama queens and piss ants claiming they got PTSD so they can get unlimited benefits and your tax dollars pay for it, to the point where their Veterans Administration is the largest healthcare administration in the world. The entire healthcare system of Asian India with over 1 billion people, Communist China with over 1 billion people, neither one of their healthcare systems is as large as the Veterans Administration. All your tax dollars go into taking care of these motherfuckers for no goddamn good reason. They've never worked a day in their goddamn lives, and they aren't worth a pile of shit to spit on. They're just shit. And all these people, they get unlimited drugs, unlimited prescription drugs. So the whole point is, in order to deal with the injuries I got but had no benefits for because I was dishonorably discharged, I went to Social Security after the Gulf War and got myself awarded Social Security because of those multiple lung collapses from exposure to cycloserine nerve gas, which is on my medical records. So any of these motherfuckers come up to you and say Douglas Dietrich didn't serve in the Gulf War. My lungs collapsed several times because I was exposed to toxic nerve gas in the Gulf War. And all you military men on all your benefits, suck my dick. I don't care what rank you are, general or private, kiss my fucking ass and eat my shit. Fuck you. So I served, and they deny my service because of my dishonorable discharge, and I get no benefits. And we need to stop all theirs. If they got real injuries, like what I had, they could just go through the civilian system like I did and get awarded Social Security for it. Now, of course, because I went to take care of my parents for 10 years, they cut that benefit off because I was considered employed, being the care provider for my parents, and had to sacrifice that benefit in order to get back on a program where I would get some supplemental income, which after 3 careers, working for the U.S. government for 10 years with the Department of Defense Research Librarian, my 10 years in mercenary works and contracts, in which I was involved with several civilian security enforcement agencies that were actually legally recognized. Then I got the benefits for that in terms of all the money I put into SSDI and FICA and these various taxes that I paid all those years, plus the work I did as providing care for my parents. Even though I was never paid for that, all that money went to the state. Technically, I was paid for it, even though I never got a dime for it. It went back into the system. Nevertheless, I was also putting into all the insurance, FICA, SSDI, and all the rest that I paid for 30 years. That's where I get my SSDI from now, but the only way I could get that was through proving I was psychiatrically post-traumatically stress disordered. And Dr. Tao Tran helped me do that by getting the images taken, the scans taken of my brain, which proved my frontal lobe had shriveled because of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So that is what got me the benefits the second time around, because I could no longer get them for my mechanical injuries, my lung collapses, because I had sacrificed that privilege, when I became a care provider for my parents. So while she was helping me do that, she helped me take care of the symptoms by deep hypnotic regression. I was put on antidepressants and various other psychotropics for a few years. When it was proven I could not tolerate them, then she placed me under this hypnotic program, which was highly experimental, and that way she could get my alter personality compartmentalized, while compartmentalizing various toxic memories of what I had gone through with Michael Aquino. So that was how a lot of that remained hidden for a long time, and I would bring it up, but never really go into detail. So what happened recently was a lot of those walls came tumbling down with a provocative question from Peter Moon about the demiurge of the Kings of Edom, and about the surgery that came about recently that traumatized me to such an extent. They went inside of my sinus cavities with a jackhammer because my body was very resistant to invasiveness. And the blood coagulated so fast, they really couldn't contend with it in a conventional manner. So they had to keep the passages permanently open by prying open my nasal passages in such a manner that was unconventional, that they wound up breaking my nose. So this is one of the reasons I'm not complaining about it. Kaiser is going to cover the reconstructive surgery. At the same time, miraculously, per normal standards, my body is healed to such a degree most people, unless they were physically intimate me, would not know that my nose had been broken. This is the gift I have with the nanoplasma of my vampiroid genes. I'm not a baseline human being. This doesn't mean I enjoy being injured so traumatically or would ever go through it voluntarily. No one wants to go through that. So, such being said, with the recent invasiveness physiologically into my skull, working in the area as they did right behind my eyeballs and right beneath my brain, barriers were broken in such a degree that I began to cascade memories that I had repressed for a long time and am now putting them to paper, concerning many supernatural, quote-unquote, magical incidents that I experienced while in liaison with Michael Aquino. So I'm putting them all to paper now, and they will be in a separate grimoire, those we haven't already integrated into the book Peter Moon is publishing. We'll just put them aside for something else very, in the near future. And that's pretty much, other than going into detail about what I'm writing about, Peter Moon's seen it. Were you able to scan what I had said about Lorien and Fenton? Peter.
I didn't see that. Share it now.
Sure. Though, for what it's worth, Peter, what you can do is, of course, use your Control F and look up Lorien and Fenton, or Laurie Fenton. Just look up Fenton in the latest essay that I sent you, and you'll find it. But in the meantime, like you said, I'll be happy to share it, because this is something that I hadn't thought of in a long time, and it goes back to the insanity that these people have, their need to impress others, and the risk that they put themselves at in trying to impress others. By the way, our dear man Brendan Zoget just entered a series of masks that are used by the Chinese, ceramic opera masks, and these, of course, are very colorful. Tao Tran would wear nothing like that. They were all usually generally white or black or red themes that would be a more solid color, with only maybe gold gilt or black gilt, or the kind of trace lines. It would usually be a two-color kind of thematic with a base color of red, black, or white, or blue. And but it would be a light azure blue, something like hyaline or cerulean, as opposed to a dark blue. These are, of course, very, very dark primary colors that you see on these masks. Her colors would always be very much more diffuse or much more suggestive, and very much more. They wouldn't look like this at all. They'd be much more elegant. Let's just put it that.
I just did the find.
Yeah.
She doesn't come up in here.
Really?
She's in the headlines, but she's not in the text.
That's interesting. She's certainly in the. Maybe it's not the most recent text that I sent you. Is it the most recent one?
It says Lori Ann Fenton.
Yeah.
And I've searched in the email, and I copied it out of the email, and there's no Fenton.
Interesting. So I'll show you where it is on screen share, just so that you know it's there. This is definitely. So I'm doing a screen share, and I'll just show Peter Moon right here. It should be around page 45, but though of course there's no page numbers you're going to get in an email. Matter of fact, what we'll do is I'll just go over to the email that I sent. So if I go over to the email that I sent, the only reason I'm doing this is because we're going to relate the story to all of you listening. But let's take a look at what I related to, Peter Moon lately. Here we are, the story. Here we are. This is the one. And then
66 pages.
Yeah, and then
Lori
if you.
Ann
Oh, right. You need to expand. First thing you need to do is expand the whole text. That's probably the issue.
It's
So if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll notice it says "View entire message." You need to open the text. That's the issue.
show original message.
Yeah. You need to.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's what's going on. So then, if you enter the Fenton at that point, it should show up twice. Yeah, there it goes. See? Then you scroll down, then you'll find it.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the that's the issue that we had last time with the vampire book, was you never opened or it didn't even hold that much. It didn't even hold the text. It was too much text for the email to hold with the vampire book. Peter and I will be working on the vampire book next. So, but just so people understand, what happened was that Lori Ann Fenton is the biological sister of the psychiatric doctress Lynn Fenton, the chieftainess of physical medicine for the United States Air Force Reserve, who was herself assigned as the handler of the American civilian medical student and mass murderer James Egan Holmes, who was held responsible in her place for the 2012 Aurora Theater massacre, in which he killed 12 people and injured 70 others. So that's,
I do remember you talking about that many years ago.
Yeah. 62 were injured directly, 8 indirectly. This was on site a Century 16 movie theater on the 20th day in July of 2012. And to this day, his psychiatrist, who is a military psychiatrist, and therefore legally should never have been responsible for a civilian, yet somehow a civilian medical student was placed under her care, all of which exposes this as a handled situation. She now profits from her published revision of the incident, whereas he's in prison the rest of his life. But make no mistake about who's responsible. And so Lori Ann Fenton, that's her sister, and Dr. Lynn Fenton of the United States United States Air Force Reserve, used to be United States Army Air Forces or Air Corps back in World War II. But at any rate, this individual, Lori Ann Fenton herself, she had served the Yama King, Kasaika Thuga, and I go into great depth about the Japanese roots of that name. So there's a point to be made about the Cthulhu. Most people are not familiar with this entity or haven't heard of it, but when you think about the term ignis oxivore, that's Latin for fire vampire. Basically, scientifically, it means thermic air eater. This is a comet rider. It was known to the ancients that the comets were considered messengers of the divine, usually with bad messages. They foretold the death of kings, or the coming of plague, or earthquakes. Comets were not something to look forward to in terms of seeing, but the comets, unknown to most modern people, were viewed by the ancients to have riders, meaning that they had parasites. The comets carried their own fire vampires, or rather leeches, parasites that rode the comets. and that sometimes these leeches would break forth from the comet when they were near Earth and scourge the Earth with firestorms. These creatures, of course, are intelligent flames, as they were viewed by the ancients. Ignes oxivore, air eaters, thermic air eaters. The creatures, they're profligate in terms of their love of destruction. Their shamans have what's known as a gyas, meaning a power, a kind of attachment to them, and they feed off each other. They would always try to keep fire around them, candles or the like at some point, fireplaces, etc. But they would take any excuse to burn or at least destroy precious things. That's what Lorianne Ann Fenton was all about. And she would burn people's money. And that's exactly what she did with myself. She was bound by a religious need to consume, to use things up. And therefore, you can tell a shaman of the Cthulhu cult, the cult of the Atom God, because they're enormously obese. They're needlessly addicted to substances. They're unable to not expend their resources. Their magic is not only that of fire, but of any kind of all-consuming entropic lifestyle. And that's what Lorianne Ann Fenton was proud to manifest. I don't think I need to go into what she did with Max Spears. That's a story I've gone into in the past. But understand that she was Max Spears' handler. And she took full advantage of that to sexually exploit him. Usually by opening one of his many altars that was a child and basically exploiting him as a mental, emotional child. Now, when it comes to her god, her anti-god that she worshipped, Cthulhu himself, there's a full name, Kazi Cthulhu, King of the Comet Riders, from Dimension 444. That's the East Asian cultural equivalent of 666. So in modern Japanese, Nihongo, the language of Japanese, if you're talking about a controlled fire, you would use the term hai. But if it's out of control fire, they usually use the term kaji, which is my name. My mother named me Hazube, which in the Chinese characters is Yiping. But when you foreshorten it in the Japanese to the diminutive, it comes out kazi, or firestorm. That's a forbidden word in Japanese. Nobody speaks it. When people would call me by that name, it's as if they were calling me the devil himself. Only my mother and those who truly knew me, who were of Japanese culture, which was damn few people on earth, would call me by that name. But Kazi, if you take a look at a book written titled The Languages of Japan, published in 1990, that was published by the professor of Kobe University, who also was made professor emeritus of a university in Texas, Rice University. For those of you who don't know, it was originally the Rice Institute, named after the murder of William Marsh Rice, its namesake. Once he was murdered, they decided to name the institute after him. And at any rate, affiliated with both Rice University and Kobe University is this incredible individual, the Japanese professor. I'm trying to recall his name exactly. I remember his book, of course, distinctively. Masayoshi. Shibatani Masayoshi. In America, they just call him Matt. Anyhow, Matt Masayoshi. He wrote the book, The Languages of Japan, in which he specifically uses the forbidden term, kazi, which, if you see it romanized or written in Roman letter system from the Japanese, in any other book, they will never use that term. They'll use the term kaji, K-A-J-I, which is a mistaken term. It's actually a mistransliteration. But they use that to avoid naming the anti-god. So the term kazi is used in that book, and it's important to point that out because he's one of the most respected linguists on both sides of the Pacific. And he says that's the original term. And he points out no one in Japan will use it because it's a forbidden term. So there you have it. Another term that's misspelled is kamikaze. And of course, it's misspelled the way you say firestorm. Because it means divine storm, but the Japanese will romanize it as K-A-Z-E. So whenever you see Japanese romanize kamikaze, kami, K-A-M-I, and then kaze, K-A-Z-E, divine storm, they do that to avoid saying kamikaze, which would be kami would mean God, K-A-M-I, and then kazi, K-A-Z-I, the way you spell the diminutive of my own name, would mean divine firestorm. And they don't use that because that calls the anti-god. And so that was what Lorian Ann Fenton was screaming at the top of her lungs when she was calling down her anti-god, Kazi Kaduga. So she had to get herself narcotized with incense while I started a great bonfire for her so she could summon her anti-god. And she did this to prove that she was an Aquino acolyte, to prove to me why she was assigned as my handler. And so she spent an hour chanting out phrases to her mighty lord. Kamikaze! Kamikaze! While I kept the fire burning. And finally, he was summoned. Now, I bring that up in the email I sent Peter Moon, but essentially I got to witness what is known as the Holocaust Fury, Furor Holocaustus, in the Greco-Latin, the Holocaust Fury of the Atman Atomica, the avatar of the atom gods. And, of course, I kept my sanity. She was able to maintain whatever passed for sanity on her part. And this was an experience that I had repressed. So this is one of those experiences that has been brought forth from my memory. There's really not much to express about that experience other than the fact that I saw the anti-god. In fact, that's the only anti-god I've ever seen in my entire life. I've never seen another face-to-face. And that was through Lorian Ann Fenton. Maybe the other anti-gods that I might have seen avatars of, or various, shall we say, servitors of, that's different from seeing the anti-god themselves, was through Aquino and my liaison with him under professional responsibilities. But I bring this up in the section on gnosis to show that we both had to enter gnosis in order for this to happen, meaning a state of knowing, a state of mindedness, mindfulness, where, and also a state of kind of, in the Zen sense, mindlessness, where you enter the state where you're not going to be burdened by distracted thoughts. That's the point I'm making when I brought this experience up in the section on invocation. So that's pretty much what exemplary. It's exemplary of what Peter has asked me to speak about. The fact that a lot of these memories that had been repressed for quite some time are now with us again, because I'm putting them to paper while I can, while I'm blessed with the grace of being able to maintain my emotional stability while relating them to text. This is the time when I'll be doing that and just get that out there, then move directly into the Vampire Book with Peter. But this is something that is what's been going on lately with me, so I want everyone to bear with me and be patient with me while I do this, because this is something that most of my emotional and intellectual energy has been invested in. I was working on a different book, which I said was very much wanted to get out before November. That's no longer the paramount imperative to me. Now the imperative is to get this out. And then this I can realistically have out before November. No sweat. And then we'll decide what to do with it. but this is something that is kind of the more technical companion to the historical aspect or the biographical aspect of the book Pete is publishing. And so that's what comes to my mind right now with Peter's question. Back to Peter.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much for that. What I found the most interesting part of what you said, not to minimize the other parts, was when you, in the beginning, you talked about these experiences you had by reason of being associated with Aquino. You were in a hypnagogic state by reason of being subjected to his magical machinations, and it's really quite intriguing, interesting, and complicated, because you also have this background with your Chinese heritage and your Japanese heritage, which made you prone to being able to experience this stuff. If I think of some of the people that were employed with you there, I can't dismiss the prospect that some of this didn't rub off on them, but it probably only rubbed off on them in a very much vaguer way. And they say, oh yeah, I had nightmares, but it might not have gone beyond that in terms of their recollections. But so yeah, this is it's a whole arena of experience that you endured, encountered, lived through. There's not necessarily in the physical realm, in the linear realm as we would know it. Nevertheless, it's just as real, if not more real. Do I make sense?
Oh, of course. Though, again, just to reemphasize to everyone listening, certainly the way that I would relate it to all of you is that all of this is real, happened chronologically. Peter saying what he said is, of course, to be taken seriously and to be taken as a, shall we say, a qualifier. It's what's called a qualifier. And it's used to qualify my experiences so that we always have the option of people retaining their own paradigm while reading what we write, which is an important option to give people. But understand that in terms of my experiences, when I needed to get back on benefits, when my mother died, when I was borderline homeless, when I had nothing because I hadn't been paid anything by the state. Not only, just to put this into perspective for people, because it's profoundly important, because many people just don't understand the context without a explanation. Briefly, just so people understand, when I cared for my parents for over a decade, 11 years altogether, I was recognized as their care provider, which made myself employed. I paid taxes that entire time, but I received not a penny that entire time. All of it went back through what was called share of cost to the state so that I could be recognized as their care provider, and this eliminated the state from having to pay to put them into a rest home that was a state-sponsored rest home. The important thing to remember is that in order to become their care provider, I had to be legally recognized as a member of the local 250 SEIU, a very large healthcare workers union, and therefore had to pay union dues. But no member of the union could ever provide me with relief time for a vacation. So for 11 years, I had not a single day off. I was recognized for caring for both parents 24 hours a day, which meant I was working 48 hours a day every day for 11 years. During that period of time, I never had a single moment off. And I barely slept except for minutes at a time in cat naps when I could catch them during the day. I spent every single holiday, birthday, in hospitals, emergency rooms. Not just hospitals, but emergency rooms. And as for the horror of the union, no one could relieve me because it would mean that they would have to pay my share of cost, which was 100% of all their earnings. Obviously, no one was going to sacrifice that. And the greater horror was that because I was making so much money in paper, I was getting paid 48 hours a day, every hour of the day. I was making more money than the President of the United States with his officially recognized salary. So after my parents died, I was hit by the need to pay all those back taxes because I couldn't pay the taxes while I was working because I had no money to pay them with. The state took it all. But the feds came for their cut. So I was facing federal prison for tax evasion. So I had to hire a Jewish attorney, a tax attorney, and he got me free at the cost of 30,000 United States dollars. So a lot of that money had to go to the IRS. The rest went to him. So that was to keep me out of federal prison. So after my parents died and I paid $30,000, I was left almost on the streets. It was at that time I had to get on some kind of benefit. And that's when I approached Dr. Tao Tran, founder at the Chinatown Mental Health Clinic, which is no longer open. It's no longer there. And I went in, and at the Chinatown Mental Health Clinic, when I ran into her again, she agreed to help me, and we made an arrangement. And that was how I was recognized for my complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and then wound up on the SSDI, which I am required through the program that I was entered in through that program into the 250% working disabled program. I'm required to work this show, and this is my job, because SSDI is simply supplemental insurance. It's insurance I put into all my life that I paid for that is now going back to me incrementally. But in order to maintain that and keep myself insured, I have to work this show. That's why when people ask me, I'm getting the emails now, why were your parents, why was it worth it for the state to use, etc. There's various questions, but basically it comes down to this so people understand. My parents were not insured because they closed the Presidio military base, which my father had access to at the Letterman Army Medical Center for all our free medical care. In other words, my father was a veteran of 3 wars, plus the pre-war combat experience of the the Chinese riverboat patrols in mainland China. What they made the movie about, The Sand Pebbles, is exemplary of his experience. Though it wasn't made about my father, it was made about men like him. My father served in that same theater of conflict that was the precursor, the prelude to World War II. Just like the Spanish Civil War was the prelude to World War II in Europe. The Chinese Civil War was the prelude to World War II in Asia. And my father, participating in those river gunboat patrols and working with the Japanese at that time, developed a deep respect for them. That was part of his combat experience. Then there was World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, which he experienced all of those. And he was still in service during the Vietnam War when I was born. That's why I'm a United States citizen. I'm a naturalized United States citizen, even though I was born in Taipei, Taiwan, because he was an active duty serviceman. Understand, if my father, you see my gang stalkers of the U.S. military, of the Marine Corps and the Navy and the U.S. Army, God damn you all. And if you're out there and you're a serviceman, go fuck yourself up the ass with a spiked dildo till it bleeds and then suck it dry, motherfucker. My father, of course, who served in all those 4 wars, more than any of you motherfuckers, and myself, what happened is that because he served in all those wars and because he was still an active duty serviceman when I was born, otherwise I would not be a United States citizen, motherfuckers. That's why I'm a naturalized United States citizen. They say my dad was retired before I was born because they're trying to deny my citizenship so they can have me deported. That's their fantasy. That's your military. That's why if you're in the military, suck cock and take it up the ass, motherfucker, and I hope you fucking die. Alone, afraid, and in terrible pain, like you deserve. So understand that all our service is for nothing. It's not only for nothing, you're working for the enemy, the anti-gods. So when it comes to my dad's service, I was born while he was active duty serviceman. That's why I'm a U.S. citizen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be. And he served in all those wars for no goddamn good reason. Because when I exposed the human child trafficking at the Presidio military base, and they closed it down, there was no place for us to go for his medical care. The closest place was Travis Air Force Base, where we could have gone for free treatment days away by driving, as far as we're concerned. And so they closed the medical enlistment processing station in Oakland MEPS, the Coast Guard Naval Dispensary at Treasure Island, the Coast Guard station in the Presidio military base was closed. That went to the Gorbachev think tank. He occupied that building. It just goes on and on. All the local military facilities were closed. There was Hunters Point Bayview Naval Base. They closed that. With no medical facilities that were military for my father to take my mother to. My mother had not been transferred into the VA system, which I got my father transferred into, so he could get treated at Fort Miley, San Francisco Veterans Administration in San Francisco, but my mother could not go there because she hadn't been processed into the system before the age of 65. If I, of course, had processed her into that before the age of 65, none of this would have happened, but none of it would have happened if I hadn't gotten the military base closed down by exposing the human child trafficking ring. So all of this led to my parents getting no free medical care that they had access to theoretically, so I had to get her insured. And I said, well, I can get her insured if she divorces him, but they wouldn't get divorced, so I had to get them both on civilian insurance through their being care recipients. I was the care provider of the state of California. It was their getting recognized as care recipients by the state of California that got them medically insured, so they could both go to both the civilian and the VA. My dad could go to the VA. My mother went to UCSF, the civilians that provide the doctors for the VA. There's no such thing as a VA doctor, just so you know. They're all doctors from the local medical universities. In this case, San Francisco is University of California at San Francisco. So that's why I had to go through what I did to get them insured. Took care of them for 11 years, and then now I have to take care of myself. So hopefully all that puts it into some coherent. It doesn't make any sense in a human sense, but in a bureaucratic sense, hopefully that explains why I had to do what I had to do. The amazing thing is, I'll explain it to people who work for the government, and they still don't fucking get it. Say, for instance, V, the woman who's my cosmetologist, worked for the VA, and because she's hot garbage juice and a fucking douchebag, she doesn't get how crazy the government fucking is, even now. Because when I told her, when my dad died, then my dad had been awarded concurrent receipt. They cut that off from my mother when he died, and the only way they would award it back to her was for me to get her remarried. Just so people understand this, concurrent receipt is better than the Congressional Medal of Honor. If you win the Congressional Medal of Honor, you are exempt from paying income taxes the rest of your life. But it takes a congressional act to also get you concurrent receipt, which means you get both your disability benefits from the VA and your military pension. For those of you who do not know, if you're in the VA system, you are on a civilian welfare state and you're no longer part of the military and you don't get a military pension. And if you get them both, that's called double dipping. It's completely illegal. And that's what my gang stalkers were proven to do. One of them was a guy named John Victor Lillier, Master Sergeant of U.S. Army Special fucking Forces. They're special forces in the sense that they're Special Olympics. They're a bunch of gimps, cowards. And if you're American Special Forces, again, you're a faggot, you're a cocksucker, and you take it up the ass. Go fuck yourself and die in the gutter where you fucking belong, you piece of shit. So he was U.S. Army Special Forces, and he set up a whole website attacking myself. And I proved he was double dipping, which was meant he got his retirement and he got VA benefits, which is totally illegal. My father got that because he got a congressional award, which means it's the equivalent, in fact better, than the Congressional Medal of fucking Honor. And when my mom died, they took it away and said, we will re-award it if she gets married again. That's simply the rules, because the rules are insane. And V couldn't understand that, even though she worked for the government. Your government's just fucked. Nothing they do is sensible or makes any sense. They're just a bunch of crazies who are just working your taxpayer money and fucking you over every way they can. So there you go with that. Enough of the bitterness and saltiness for now, but yeah, so back to Pete. Take it over for the next hour. I'll just be here along for the ride. That's think I've expressed enough in that regard.
Well, thank you for sharing all of that. It's certainly, the entanglements are so complicated. You're put under a program with Dr. Troutan. It's basically a keynote, but she ends up helping you.
Yes.
Genuinely, it's such a complex and convoluted set of circumstances. So be it. It's what it is, and it's interesting. In other words, what it tells me, for all of Aquino's power, he was living in a network that he didn't have control of.
Yeah.
He had tremendous influence, but she ended up serving you.
Yes.
Because you helped her on a human level as well, as we know. So it's, you lived, you have and are living a very dramatic life. One of the great rages on Broadway, which I have not seen, the show called Hamilton. You've heard of the show Hamilton?
Oh, yeah. I thought you went to see that with Paula.
No.
You went to see Cats. You went to see Cats.
Couldn't even get tickets for it. You can't even get tickets. I mean, I don't know. You couldn't even get tickets for it.
Okay.
I don't know what the wait is now, but it was like years.
Wow. Holy shit.
And one of the Yankee announcers got tickets. He paid over $300-something only to find out they were counterfeit tickets. And this is a guy who grew up in the Bronx, so he's not like street dumb. But this is the new street dumb, because you're dealing with StubHub and ticket resellers, and it's a new there's new ways to scam people. So he paid, and I'm sure he paid for 2 tickets, probably one for his wife. He wanted to see it so bad.
Right. Well, they all did. It's like mandatory. After a while, when something gets popular, it becomes socially obligatory that you become part of the shared experience, like using a certain kind of drug in a tribe. Go on, Peter.
Well, I thought I was ahead of the coin back in, it was in the 80s when my wife said, we'll go see Phantom of the Opera. It was like, we paid like $100 per ticket, which was a lot of money then, to get.
This is your first wife.
Your first. It was like a year away.
Right.
We had to wait a year.
This was your first wife. You saw it.
My first wife, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what you saw that I remember. You went to see the Phantom of the Opera with your first wife. Okay.
Yeah, and it's a good show. It's a good show. But. And I don't like, I'm all for, uncovering the true history of Moorish people in the United States, but it seems to me like all the characters in Hamilton are black. And I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what's going on. I would like an explanation.
Bunch of shit. That's going on.
I don't know. Like, what I mean.
Well, if we had Troy Bellamy with us, Troy would tell us, well, you see, he really was black. And they're finally respecting that fact. But of course, according to many of people of Troy Bellamy's school of thought, pretty much anybody who's historically significant is going to be interpreted as black. That they all have black blood in them. Like Beethoven was black, Yamamoto was black, Cleopatra was black, Christ was black. Look, it's not that I am arguing with this per se. I'm just saying that that's where Hamilton's school of thought comes from, is that there's the other school of thought, part of what they call wokeism, where it's just basically, it doesn't matter what color the person was historically. What they're trying to convey is the essence of that individual, and they feel that this particular black actor conveys it better than a white actor could. And in other words, it's like affirmative action, but it's for history. And then they'll like blackify people. By the way, I want people to know I grew up with certain comic book characters, say for instance with Marvel Comics, and like one of them was Nick Fury, who was, I always appreciated because he was just a baseline human being as opposed to one of these mutated superheroes. But then they blackified him and they made him black. And it was just like, why? And then Captain America, they retconned him. It's called retconning, retroactively reconstructing the character, where they said the original Captain America was really black. And said there was some black guy who they experimented on first with the super soldier formula, but he never got his credit because, you know, Mighty Whitey came along and just stole all the credit. It's like, why? It doesn't help. None of this helps race relations. It's just bullshit. So, yeah.
I think, you know, there's certainly a lot of issues that they don't bring up, and this doesn't help bring up the correct issues. But I think one of the reasons for that is that the white people have lied so vehemently and so passionately about the true history that it's an act of defiance. Like, okay, what does it matter? You say, you know, you've written historical inaccuracies for 200 years. Okay, well, we're going to write what we want. I think that's kind of where it's at. Mm-hmm. In other words, you're spouting bullshit, we'll spout it too.
Yeah. I mean, my own counter, how would I say it? My own validation of what Peter is saying would be that the Americans, I personally believe, landed on the moon, but with all the crap that they've pulled concerning hiding the Axis and their accomplishments in space, they deserve the conspiracy theories that ultimately have many people believing the Americans never landed on the moon. So there's karmic justice in this happening. It's kind of like we, at this point, all agree the Vikings, the Viking, they came to America before Columbus. That it's generally understood, no one's really going to argue unless they're a complete idiot, that the Viking came here to America before Columbus, even though we all know the natives were here first. Yes, without disrespecting the native indigenous presence before the Viking definitely came to interact with them before Columbus did. And at some point, people will forget more and more about Columbus, the Jewish son of a bitch who came in, launched the greatest genocide, the greatest Holocaust in history. People are going to forget him and think more of the Viking as like the first, New World contact with the Old World. And the same will happen with the Americans. People, thanks to the fact that more and more people are not believing the Americans landed, at some point it'll be understood the Axis got there first. And we're in a transitional period where people haven't acknowledged that yet, but that's one of the things Peter and I are working on with the next book. Or the book after that, when we deal with the Nazis or the Third Reich. But back to Peter with that. Thank you.
Well, yeah, history is such a complicated lie.
Yes.
On the upside, it's interesting. As I say, I've been plowing away at this book for 2 years. Mm-hmm. Maybe 3.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe 3. I don't know. But it's been a long time.
Yeah.
I was watching a video today on how mountain goats, which is the sign of Capricorn, which I'm born under, will go up this steep cliff. It doesn't look possible to go up the cliff. I mean, it's straight up. And they'll go up this cliff with their cloven feet. So their soles are like rubber, and they can go up this cliff. And why do they go up? Because there's this salt top of the cliff that they can lick, and it's for nutritional purposes.
Cool.
But that's kind of what I felt like. I'm going up this cliff. I'm not being paid for it. I'm being sustained by past sales with, in other words, wind at my back. And I'm thinking, why am I doing this? This is a new business plan that I invented. It's a new business plan that will help you more than if I was using the past successful business plans of printing 3,000 books and selling the book at $20, now $30 because of inflation. And this marketing plan is going to work. I can see it's going to work.
Okay.
And it's gonna piss off our enemies.
Of course.
Or our adversaries, or our rivals. Because they're going to say, how can I charge this much for a book and get away with it? So they'll want to do it too, you see?
Of course.
But they'll steal the content but they can't steal the content. I mean, can you imagine David Woodcock coming out and talking about H.P. Lovecraft and Harry Houdini? You can't do it.
Yeah, they can.
He might as well come out and admit that he's gay.
Yes. Well, that would be more believable for him in his case.
But what I'm saying is, it's like he can't. Nobody wants to hear that anyway. In other words, I remember him coming out once and saying, he was a spokesman for this secret society in Asia.
He did?
Oh, yeah. That was a long time ago. And I think they asked David Icke about it, and David Icke says he was full of shit. They asked Wilcock how he felt about that. He says his feelings were hurt. I don't know. It's stupid. But I'm saying is, Wilcock has been known to take my material and talk about it, but not give me credit.
Well, he's not the only one.
Pardon?
He's not the only one to do that.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's big. I don't pay enough attention to him to give a complete critique, but it's like this is information that's very hard for them to co-opt. And it's hard for them to deal with. But it doesn't matter. It's gonna work. It's gonna happen. And then we're gonna push it through. It's like, I guess it's like a midwife giving birth to a baby.
Yeah.
Or facilitating the birth of a baby.
Right.
The midwife isn't giving birth, it's facilitating it. And I would say, when I did the Montauk Project, and we published it in 1992, it was a great effort. It was a great team effort by me and my wife. And here we were. I mean, we did, we had like mechanical storyboards for every page of the book. You know, it's this, not storyboards, but like, what do you call them? I don't even remember what we call them.
Well, storyboards would be what's used for graphic novels, for film scripts.
Yeah, but we had like boards
Yeah.
with, I mean, like now I send an electronic file.
Right.
But we had, I forget what they call those boards. We used to do them all the time.
Huh.
But they were like, we'd have printed out, because we had a typesetter we used. And he'd print it out on, this, what do you call that paper? Slick paper? I forget what they call it.
Gloss.
Yeah.
Yeah, glosses.
It would be printed out. I was able to send an electronic file to him, but it still had to go through a typesetting process, a typesetting machine. And he typeset it for us. And then each one of those had to be put on a mechanical board along with the artwork. It was all, I mean, that was a complicated process. And we're sending out some huge package to Kansas. I mean, it's like a bundle. Most of my books, the first 15 years, were sent out with a copy of the book, what it was supposed to look like, and printed out form, what it would look like, and then we send the actual mechanicals, which they would photograph and make metal plates out of, and then send it off in a big package. And of course, then it would get into a slugfest with the idiocy of the people that would do things wrong.
Of course, always.
And my salesperson, who I really liked, defending, he's a very nice young man. I said, he's not a nice young man. He's an
idiot.
he's incompetent. He's a fool.
Yeah.
And this needs to be corrected. And of course, in certain areas of the country, you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And of course, we want a product, is it that hard? And this isn't after just one air. It's like repeated.
Of course, no. Yeah. They're you can't get anything done. There's nothing that you can get done.
Well, we did get it done. There were many rejections, many corrections, but in the end, we had a beautiful book. And it really sold. It really looked, polished beyond, what you typically find in a book. She went to, 9th degree to 10th degree to really get a beautiful artistic book, and it was really good. It really helped the book sell. People just look at the art and they go, wow. This would later cause her to claim in the divorce that she was responsible for Sky Books,
Wow.
She deserved plenty of credit, but even her attorney said they figured, her contributions were minimal. Not present, but minimal. So anyway, she didn't get to keep the company, but which she would have completely destroyed.
Of course.
Had she gotten it, but that's beside the point. She did a very good job, and we did a very good job, and it felt like we'd gone through the pains of birthing a baby.
Of course.
Because we were, she was incredibly gifted and competent in the area of commercial art, but here we're switching. We're going to publishing, and we're dealing with printers that aren't as professional as the people we were used to do, the printers here that we were used to dealing with. So that it was like giving birth to a baby, and I didn't know that we were going to sell 3,000 books in 3 months or 4 months, whatever it was, which was fantastic. Boom, 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 boom. And then we sold another 5,000 in the next 8 months or so. So that really, boom, 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 that really did good. So here this is a different formula. We're giving birth to something here. And this is different than the Roswell book. The Roswell book is very important. That's what started it. And then this book is kind of like, it's pivotal. Because it kind of pins back. It's so timely that, it comes out as Aquino dies. There's a lot of, truth being revealed. And as I say, so many people you think might be our friends, and they think they're ahead of the curve, they'll push back on us. They're pushing back on us now. Without even realizing they're pushing back. Because they're just addicted to the BS. Even though they can talk about Kundalini, talk about this, that, and the other thing. Talk about enlightened beings. But they can't talk about what you talk about.
Well, no one can, but go on.
But that's understandable. But they also fight it and resist it. And they'll throw shade at it. And they will promulgate. They'll promulgate, the BS. But so be it. And I will relay a story because it's so interesting. I've said it before.
Mm-hmm.
But when I put the book together with the help of my wife, I'm talking about the production part of it, I went to pursue a printer. And what I learned about the printers on Long Island, they'll turn the book around in 10 days, which is fantastic. But they'll charge you an arm and a leg. Very high prices. Because, of course, you have to make money to survive on Long Island. So it was Judy Pope Coteen, who I had met at book fair, who says, you want to go to Gilliland Press in Kansas. They're okay. And they say they weren't. You had to kind of suffer with them. But they could do the job. And they didn't turn around in 10 days. It would take at least a month, maybe 6 weeks. But when I was looking, I went to a press on Long Island. And I went down, and the sales rep, she was very nice. And I told her a little bit about the book. I didn't tell her too much. I was doing. They could have turned this around in 2 weeks, which was fantastic. And you could also tell they do a very good job. And she takes me into the back room where and then I see all of this literature stacked on pallets. AIL. Their main customer was Airborne Instruments Laboratory. That's where Preston worked.
Interesting.
And that was not mentioned in the book. I changed the name to BJM because Preston says don't mention AIL in the book. Because I'll catch flack. So I could walk in, and here's AIL.
Right.
Like, oh my God. And I even told the sales girl, and she laughed. Because I didn't want to be, I wouldn't have taken it into their printer. That's too much. You know, I would not have gone there. If the price was right, I still wouldn't have gone there. It's like rubbing their nose in it.
Yeah.
But that's how close it was. And then there was the other incident, which had to do with AIL.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I'd heard of AIL because Preston mentioned AIL. He mentioned it at his public lectures. He mentioned it to me privately when he'd give his diatribes. He just says, don't use AIL in the book, make some other name. So, and this is right when I, was getting my writing muscles. And I went to this book club, writing club or whatever. It was a black woman who I had met, Betty Hughes. And I remember it was at a lecture, and she raised her hand and says, I'm having problems with my car. If there's anybody who can help me, please. So I was the only one who went over there. And I got her car started. And she said, thank you so much. And and she told me she was a writer and was getting a club together to, for writers.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to the writing club. Charlene was her friend. And I went, and I was the first one there. And she says, okay, just come on, you wait in the living room. So I'm in the living room, and I see this big certificate, like somebody might hang a diploma. It wasn't and it said AIL. And I said, Charlene, what's this? Oh, that's my husband. He works at AIL. I said, you're kidding. And she knew a little bit about what I was up to. And she was interested. And she says, oh, you'll have to talk to Dick when he comes home.
What an appropriate name.
Well, so after everybody was gone, I waited for Dick to come home. Dick was very nice guy. Now, I should say when I came up to the house, I walk up to the house. Now I'm going to see Charlene. I don't even know about Dick. I don't even know if she's married or not. I mean, I assume she is, but I drive up to this house, and it's got an antenna like you wouldn't believe. It's a ham radio antenna, but it is beyond state of the art. It's huge. So I said, what am I, actually, he was Preston's boss at one point.
Wow. Holy shit.
This is the coincidence. And so I come in, and he's very friendly, and I talk to him, and he'd heard the story from Preston. And he was very, sort of challenging. But then, if you'd ask him the right question, he'd kind of, he'd admit certain things. And I think after a year went by, he kind of got more of what was going on. And I remember there's a chapter in the book, it's called the Moonbeam Project. And the Moonbeam Project was really called Project Moonstruck, whereby Preston would talk about this place in AIL. You go down this stairs, there's like a basement room into this doorway. And he says, he'd go in there and there'd be 4 coils. You sit in a chair between the 4 coils, and then he'd be zapped, and then he'd, have another experience in an alternative reality, where he'd go to Montauk, work a full day, and then come back. Now, that
Jesus.
incident, that story, and he later showed us a video years later. It was similar to a scene from Outer Limits, where a guy goes in a coil and goes back, 4 coils and goes back in time. But he told this story. Now, that was in the 60s.
Mm.
I don't know if they look like Tesla coils, but that's obviously what they were. So he told this story, and, he would be zapped back into the past, and it was called Project Moonstruck. And I said, why don't we just call it Moonstruck? He says, do not call it Moonstruck. Call it something else. He says, because if you don't, it'll piss off Dick NAT'L. Piss him off. Because, he was in charge of it. Now, if Dick had any memory of that project, no. He wouldn't admit it if he did. He might have gone through one of those brain scanners, for all I know.
Yeah.
But one thing Dick said on the first meeting that I met him, he says, we have a very strict dress code at AIL, but Preston never had to follow it.
Right.
In other words, Preston would show up looking like a slob and nobody cared.
Right.
Because he was working on highly secretive projects. So, that was a telltale in itself.
Yes.
Now, when the book came out, and we'd do lectures at bookstores, local bookstores, Borders Books, and there was this one guy who'd show up. He was kind of small, nice guy. He used to hang around a lot. He was a security guard at AIL. And when he heard that story, he knew the exact room Preston was talking about there. He went down and tried to find out about it. He got his hand slapped really hard, and I mean that figuratively. Don't ask about this place,
Right.
So, of course, it's obvious Preston did work in really high secure areas. No question of it. And I'm just, writing a book, and I start to encounter the, I guess what you'd say, the closeness. There was also another theme with Montauk, and I remember Duncan once he picked up a hitchhiker. And the hitchhiker was the son of George Larson. George Larson was the superintendent of parks out there. He was over Camp Hero. And he was always considered an adversary to anything we wanted to do. And this was when the base was still shut down. And I guess this guy was talking about, I don't know if it was his house or whatnot, but a house out there with satanic pentagrams in it and was like tied to Satanism. There was always a core of Montauk that was deeply tied to Satanism.
Of course.
I can't say that it was Aquino's brand of Satanism. And then there was a guy, who was very Christian in his own style, and he was obsessed with Anton LaVey. And he said that Anton LaVey had a house out on Long Island, and he was always bird dogging Anton LaVey.
Bird dogging. What does that term mean?
Just following him, pursuing it.
Okay.
like a
I got
dog going after a bird.
Got
You
it.
you
Okay.
hunt the bird, shoot the bird. The dog goes after the bird.
Ah, okay. Different culture. I'm a city boy. That's okay. That's what it goes.
Yeah, but in other words, he was on the nose of Anton LaVey, on the hunt on
Right.
the nose of Anton LaVey. I didn't get too deeply involved with that. I was curious. I was always interested. Nobody could ever tell me his house. Eventually, Anton LaVey died.
Right.
And then it was around this time that I met these women who had, rented a house next to Anton LaVey. I think it was in Utah. They were pursuing him, and then they stopped when they started to have spontaneous combustion going off in their house. They said, "We got to get out of here." Because they were, pursuing a righteous investigation of Anton LaVey.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to be involved in a righteous investigation
No.
of any of these people.
No.
It's, righteousness will get you killed.
Yes, it will.
Doesn't mean you can't investigate them, but it's like they kind of want you to investigate them. And then I remember, this is complete, well, I don't know how separate it is. I had to, get a restraining order on a, call her a former member of the OTO.
Mm-hmm.
And I did get it. But when I went to the policeman, or talked to the policeman, I guess I was going to get my restraining order, and I had to beg him. Not beg him, but I had to beg the captain or whatever. And he says, "Yeah, you deserve one," which later proved itself out in court. But the detective, who was a little wish-washy, he says, "Look, he says, I'll take care of this, but you got a lot of murders to deal with." Unsolved murders. And I thought, there are a lot of unsolved murders? Yeah. So I thought of that. It's like, how often do you hear about murders? You only hear about murders if it's on the news. We have the cable news station here. But how many murders go unreported? And I realized that point, if you started to investigate the murders,
Mm-hmm.
get all the murders that happen in the county
Mm-hmm.
or on Long Island, they're going to trace back to a common denominator.
Hmm.
And when you get at that common denominator, you're probably going to be in more trouble than you want.
Yes.
So be it. So it's just a matter of tracing back. And what I'm saying is, Montauk was replete with satanic activity. Then there was one woman who lived in Yaphank. I don't know if she's still with us. She was older when I knew her. And she had worked at the schools in Brookhaven and told us how all the Satanist kids would meet in school. I think it was high school. They would all get out there and meet before class with their satanic garb, and like the equivalent of having a prayer before school.
Cool.
They would be protected by their religious.
Right. The
Now
religious.
this was, either during the time of the Satanic Panic or post-Satanic Panic.
Mm-hmm.
There was a strong satanic core in Brookhaven.
Mm-hmm.
So these are just some of the elements, and I was thinking about that today because, it had its own satellite Satanism, which was, as I say, not necessarily a Keynote brand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he, they knew of him, and he knew of them.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how deep the connection went, because it's very clear Keno was not in charge of everything.
Of course.
He just had tremendous influence. It's kind of like, a little bit like Trump. They accused Trump of killing this bill that would have allowed the Democrats to put up a wall. Of course, they don't want to put up a wall, but Trump has no authority. The only thing he can do is influence Republicans not to vote for the bill. So it's kind of, I think that might be an analogy to what Aquino's influence was. He had a lot of influence.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't necessarily, and of course, they don't need Aquino to do what they do.
Yeah.
Because I guess you call them like minds.
Mm-hmm.
So what this all goes back to, as I say, this was like birthing a book, and I feel this is somewhat similar.
Yes.
It's a new paradigm, and we'll see. I'm very optimistic, and I really appreciate the audience who's not only who does listen and support you, but who's willing to support this book, and it will enhance their education on all of this. It will give them a cohesive narrative. And then one of the beautiful aspects is that in their own way, in their own organic way, they will teach people, and it creates a 100th monkey effect. This is why the pen is mightier than the sword.
Yes.
That's why I didn't join the U.S. Army.
Thank God.
I'm sure they could have put me to work writing.
No doubt. But of course, they would do no such thing because they misuse people. Or whatever you're good at, they would not use you for. Whatever you're no good at, they would put you into that as your primary responsibility. That's because they're an intrinsically, satanically inversive and self-destructive cult. At any rate, I do want to say that it being what it is, and your everything you related is certainly appreciated. It's I looked up Preston Nichols while you were speaking about him simply because just want to see what it was about him out there, and thank goodness, luckily, you come up as the primary. Your books come up as the primary thing about Preston, but looking at images, looking at photographs of him, it's definitely it brings back some understanding of the individual. I never, of course, knew him, and it's just glad you had the opportunity to work with him, and with some of the other people that we have worked with in the past. It's certainly been brought up by my recent discussions privately with Brendan Zogett in particular, with, I don't know how aware you are of this, Peter, but with Marina Sarin, a lot of these old enemies started just coming back into the chat or sending me emails. As soon as she was on, Mark Haight shows up in the chat like nothing ever fucking happened. And Trappist Nicholson sends me an email, and it's all indicative of the fact that all they do is listen. They listen to the show, and
Marina is heavily trolled.
Yeah.
And half of her is making a living modeling or whatever she does, or promoting her, her beautiful side.
Mm-hmm.
But the part of her that's political or MK Ultra. I can't, you know, I personally would be inclined, if I was her manager, to do, you know, maybe go about it in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, she is who she is, and you don't want somebody to change who they are. So, you know, she attracts a lot of ire. And I don't think the ire she attracts is by the JDL, meaning the Jewish Defense League.
Mm-hmm.
She attracts, I think what she's attracting are Satanists or people of that ilk who want to torpedo her because they're Satanists.
Of course. Of course.
They're not coming from what you might expect, which would be the Jewish base, because
No.
she's, you know, steeped in.
I hope
her
you've
life.
shared this with her.
You know, I'm just organically saying it now. I did invite her to come on, but I didn't hear back. I told her we were going to be on. I invited her to come on.
Well, yeah, it's probably best she didn't respond with the problems I've been having technically. I could, of course, call her now and just,
No, don't call her now. It's too late.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's got to get some sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, she's 6 hours ahead of us, so it's like 5 o'clock in the morning or something there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's. But anyway, yeah.
So the point I was going to make, speaking of these Edomic enemies that troll her, was today, of course, is 9/11. And for those of you who do not know, Ian West was on the show recently. He's not one of the... How do I express this about Ian West? He's not the enemy, but per se at least. He is what he is, whatever he is. He's definitely a product of some kind of mind control programming. I'm not bringing this up to actually dwell on him. Actually going to veer it towards Salman Sheikh, just so we keep that in memory. But what was bizarre was that as our friend Brendan Zogit was the most personally involved with, because he was following up on all of this, or rather, it started showing up in his personal feed without his going to look for it. But what happened was that, for one thing, just so people understand, Salman Sheikh was this individual that was involved with us for a while that he was obviously assigned, just like so many of these people, and their only purpose is to try and take everything down. Try and take everything down. And for those of you who don't know, the term Salman Sheikh is in Pakistani the equivalent of the name Joe Smith in the United States. It's a name that is possible, but it's so generic as to appear satirical. So whether or not that's his real name, the point is, Ian West showed up on the show and a while back was talking about somebody I only vaguely had heard of in fairly recent times, like over the past 10 years, while I was working with Revolution Radio, through the satanic incursions and excursions of the man who ran it, Mike Ringley. And this was an individual brought up by Ian West called Leo Zagami. And,
I remember Leo Zagami.
Okay, so Ian West brings him up and then says, hey, you know, Leo Zagami's putting all these videos out of his work with Michael Aquino. And I said, work with Michael Aquino? I said, I never heard of the son of a bitch. Other than vague things in the past 10 years. I certainly never heard his name while I was working with Michael Aquino.
I never heard of him talking about Aquino. He knows a lot of stuff about the OTO and whatnot.
Oh, for what it's worth, just so you know, nowadays Leo Zagami is representing himself as the Douglas Dietrich of quote unquote his universe or his alternate reality. He's presenting himself as Michael Aquino's best friend. It's like, yeah, I'm the guy who was liaison to Michael Aquino. Is what
he says that?
Yeah, yeah. So Leo Zagami's coming across saying, I was liaison to Michael Aquino. I'm the real Douglas Dietrich. Yeah, he doesn't say he's the real Douglas Dietrich, but that's how he's presenting himself. And is insinuating, yeah, there's this other guy who's like, taking my swag. That it's really all about me. And all the stories this Doug Dietrich are like, yeah, it's really bad. My experiences. This is really it. So Ian was bringing this up. And I said, I never heard of this son of a bitch. And I say, he certainly, first off, what makes you know he's full of shit is that I'm old enough to the point where the dossier created on me can actually fly. Our lady who grew up being raped by Michael Aquino, Christine Joanna Hart, literally thought I was 10 years older than I am and was serving in Vietnam with Michael Aquino. This dude is too young to have been affiliated with Michael Aquino, other than as a member of the Temple of Seth, where he might have been an acolyte of Michael Aquino, who was so minor, Aquino never brought him up with myself. So this guy's just too young to have been anywhere near the Presidio during the days of the so-called Satanic Panic, during the real days of the satanic, shall we say, insurgency at its height, where they basically gave up all, they were so brazen they didn't even bother to camouflage themselves. Back then they could they could just openly troll the world. But what happened was that then Brendan gets in his feed. By the way, if anybody looks up Salman Sheikh, you're not going to find him. If you look him up on YouTube, you're going to find, every other Pakistani in the world, because, like I said, it's the Pakistani equivalent of Joe Smith. So if this fucker even, he's in the same position as that poor bastard Sean Bond. If his name is real, he should change it. Because Sean Bond, his name is real, and his parents, of course, were not thinking that he would ever become a YouTuber when they named him. But if you try to look up Sean Bond, all you're going to find is Sean Connery as John Bond, is James Bond. You're never going to find Sean Bond. What's that, Pete?
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's fun. It's pathetic. It's awful. Poor bastard. So the guy trying to be a YouTuber under his own name, he's got an impossible task. He just has to change his name if he wants to get somewhere. That's his first, obstacle. But when it comes to Salman Sheikh, it's the same obstacle. But the way Salman Sheikh distinguishes himself, or disambiguates himself from others, I suppose, is he's gone absolutely militant, and he's basically come up with this new video he produced, somewhat new, that was produced months before Ian West came on and told us about Leo Zagami's latest reincarnation, his latest reinterpretation of himself as, quote-unquote, the real Douglas Dietrich, the former liaison to Michael Aquino. Basically, it was produced months before Ian told us of this Salman Sheikh video, and it shows up in Brendan Zogit's feed, where Salman Sheikh makes an hour or 2 hour long video promoting Leo Zagami as the real Douglas Dietrich, as the liaison.
So Salman Sheikh is now promoting Leo Zagami as the real Douglas Dietrich?
That's correct. You'd have to ask Brendan Zogit for the link. I don't have the link, but Brendan Zogit has the link. Because
I don't need the link.
Yeah.
I will privately fill you in on some stuff about him.
Okay.
Not going to go into it in public.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's that I don't know that it's that important, but from what you're saying, this is what I can tell you. Well, I don't know that many details about him, but I know that he surfaced in around 2010-ish, around then.
Mm-hmm.
He was surfaced out of Italy. He claimed to have a lot of inside information vis-a-vis the Vatican and the OTO. The OTO connection was interesting.
Oh.
He knew things. He definitely was in the occult world, but from what I understood, he had a very big and misplaced ego, and was, trying to get notoriety.
Yeah.
If he's gone into the Salmon Shake camp, if there is such a thing,
or Salmon Shake's gone into his, rather.
well, it's like very strange bedfellows.
Yeah, because Salman Sheikh is now a Pakistani militant, and you see him in terrorist garb. Salman Sheikh in terrorist garb in this video, where Salman Sheikh has changed his name to stand out to Salman Sheikh 9/11, where he's proud that his culture took down the Twin Towers. So here's Salman Sheikh living in the United States, claiming he's a Muslim militant who's proud that Islam took down the Twin Towers. What I can't understand is here's your U.S. military feeding lies about me and my background, trying to get me deported, as they've stated on record, to communist China, where he belongs. That's their recorded statement. That's your U.S. military stance about me. And these motherfuckers back Salman Sheikh, who is affiliated openly with Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram, the military-affiliated Satanists who claim I'm exemplary of stolen valor, quote-unquote, who says he's proud the Muslims took down 9/11. So here's your military backing a Muslim terrorist who says he's proud the Muslims took down the Twin Towers on 9/11, made his own name Salman Sheikh 9/11, and your FBI refuses to investigate him when I've reported him, saying instead I should go back to China. That shows how fucked up your government is.
About what the military, I mean, if this is the military basically saying, we're creating a big hoax.
There you are.
This is basically what it's saying. But I just want to make a comment. For Salman Sheikh to be making this gesture of being against the United States and bragging about it is an act of complete idiocy, because he doesn't, the only thing he can do is endanger himself, and for the government to be complicit or doing nothing says so much about them. This is where
Absolutely.
These people, screw themselves up. And what a bizarre character.
There you have it. But he's gone all in for Michael Aquino. Now he's back in Leo Zagami as the real Douglas Dietrich, who was the liaison of Michael Aquino, showing his Aquino acolyte status. Just so people understand. These are the people trolling Marina Sarin. Not even the Jews.
I can believe that.
Yes.
But yeah. This is new. It's not like maybe they're being operated by Peter Levenda. God.
No doubt. So was Brandon Young. All Brandon Young's bullshit about, even though I truly believe, we know for a fact someone tried to kill Brandon Young because the forensics backs that up. And I have no doubt it may well have been Peter Levenda, because Brandon Young's considered an expendable idiot. But that being said, Brandon Young is definitely on the side of Peter Levenda, Michael Aquino. I mean, he as much as said it. He came on my show. Didn't as much as say it. He said it outright. Aquino and Lilith and Michael Aquino are the good guys, and the evil guys are the Chinese culture in America. This is what the motherfucker said on my show. Brandon Young, in one of the last times, second to last appearance on my show, that piece of shit. And so there you have that. I mean, this is the kind of people we've been contending with for years. That come on my show, and if they don't start begging for money like Derek Talley did, and falsely claiming they had cancer like Derek Talley did, then they're like, they're just outright trying to say, hey, it's the Chinese that are the evil people and the Satanists are the good guys, which is literally what Brandon Young said on record. This is the kind of people we're contending with. So back to Peter with that, just so he's caught up on all the latest gossip.
Well, this is a very interesting development, and as they say, it's a big mistake on their part.
Oh, and by the way, not to piss on Ian West. Ian West may even be on later tonight, but
it's a favor if he brought this up, because now we know. But they're making this does not help their cause. It only exposes them.
Yes,
and makes them easier to counter.
By the way, that link has just been entered into our text box here on the Skype call by Brendan Zogit, the Leo Lion Zagami Islamic Illuminati. This is Simon. There goes Salman Sheikh 9/11, looking like Osama bin Laden right there in the link. You can see the son of a bitch. He's got the Islamic militant symbols, no less, the cross swords of Islam at war. This is a military flag. This is a flag of terror, a terrorist flag. He's basically gone full ISIS now, the son of a bitch, and he's backed by your U.S. military, just so you people know, and he's proud of it because he's affiliated with Richard K. Cole Jr. and has said so on record. He's supported by the United States Marine Corps. So there you go.
Does he say that on this? Is this what the YouTube link says? Because I got the YouTube link, and
he said it on various videos, but on this YouTube link is where he says Leo Zagami is the real affiliate of Michael Aquino, the real liaison. And here's another screenshot has been placed into our text box here. And there it is, Salman Sheikh 9/11. You can see it, Salman Sheikh. That's what he's changed his name to. He's trying to do the triple S too, Salman S Sheikh, in order to emulate the DDD, the Douglas Twain Dietrich. So he's trying to be SSS, which just makes it sound like his name is the hiss of a snake. And there he is in front of those little pull-up bars in this screenshot here, where you can see him. That's in the park, where he would buy a bucket of ice cream every morning, along with a bunch of taster spoons, so he could pass out ice cream to the kids while eating from the bucket of ice cream. So this is what he does every fucking morning, is pass out ice cream to kids from a bucket gallon of ice cream that he buys a different flavor every day, with half a dozen taster spoons, if not like about 20 of them, and passes ice cream out to the kids so he can get them all around to watch him do his dick ups, because he does them with his dick. And at any rate, so that's the Salman Sheikh for you, and where he's at. So there was something else to bring up about this, which was also part of this whole behavior pattern of theirs. And again, it can be, it's on record. He says he's backed by the United States Marine Corps. And of course, Richard K. Cole Jr. has said on record he represents the United States Marine Corps. And I've called the United States Marine Corps about this, and they said, yes, he does. They said, yes, he does. So there you go. They're gang stalking me by their own admission, motherfuckers. This
is so idiot, because it's like, you wouldn't see the Biden or the Harris campaign doing something this stupid.
Yeah, well, this is where they're at, and they're back Islamic terrorism, too. So the Marine Corps backs Islamic terrorism on record, because Salman Sheikh 9/11, who's proud they brought down the Twin Towers, says he's working with the United States Marine Corps, who says Richard K. Cole Jr. is their representative. That's on record. All of this is on record. So your Marine Corps backs Islamic terrorism. There you go. That's on record, people.
Like this is so self-destructive.
It's
self. I mean, I can't believe that he would surface and still be, as you said, he's dedicated Edomite.
Yeah.
And I wonder if he still makes contact with Jameson.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Jambo the Reese Monkey was Jameson Reese. Yeah, they're all affiliated. And they're, well, of course, last time Jameson Reese was claiming that he felt that that Salman Sheikh had become an asset, my asset, because I guess they had a lover's quarrel. And he felt the same way about Pac-1 Morales, because Pac-1 Morales was kept trying to bring Jambo the Reese Monkey to meet his newborn son, his child, who may have been about 1 or 2 years old. He kept wanting to introduce him to Jameson Reese for some sick reason. And that's all he kept talking about, was helping Jameson Reese find love, which I guess Pac-1 Morales figured he could, his son could help Jameson Reese find love if he introduced them together. It was so sick. But these are the kinds of people who just came on my show all the time, introduced themselves, the Mark H types, and it's just an assembly line of these people were sent here to, of course, just make themselves look as, make everything on this program look as, shall we say, disreputable as possible, just by being who they were. I've just blocked one of them inside of the troll chamber, with the so-called chat room. I call it the troll chamber. And the Soul Serpentine, I just blocked his ass because he was in there, with his bullshit. And so there we have that. El Nemo, of course, is backing us, and thank you, El Nemo. Just so El Nemo knows, because he was asking about the TikTok account. TikTok is owned by Communist China, and what Brendan Zogit concluded in his search, and I concur with him, was that this was a communist Chinese fishing expedition. For those of you who do not know and think that I just am on some paranoid trip, I do want you to know I forwarded it to Peter Moon and every other member of Team Dietrich, except Nemo. But it's redundant at this point to email Nemo about this. The security code that they were requesting to enter my TikTok account. It's probably the Communist Chinese were probably trying to set up a TikTok account, since they own TikTok, in order to defame myself. So in order to do that, they had to go through my email, and they just sent it through my email, maybe hoping that they would automatically bypass somehow, or try and maybe even hack my email to approve the TikTok account, so they could start putting out propaganda against myself on TikTok, supposedly from myself, probably saying things that would defame myself or render myself disreputable. The Communist Chinese have a vested interest in attacking me because of my Taiwanese stance, my stance on Taiwan, and of course because of my connection to the Dietrich art elect. And by the way, even the biofacsimilacra, which, to put into perspective, an analysis would be appreciated from Peter about, now that we're nearing midnight, any other thoughts you might have on the Communist Chinese. What do you think they were trying to accomplish by having female models dress up, trying to emulate the biofacsimilacra, trying to claim that
we kind of addressed that.
Yeah.
It's just their... it's just the same reason they put Salmon Shake on you. It's like, it's just a big lame effort to show that they're on the cutting edge. The Chinese can be so dumb. I mean, some of the stuff they do is very calculating and very powerful, but some of the things they do are just so dumb.
Naive, yes, just naive.
It's more than naive. It's dumb. And I maybe when I have more time, I'll share. My friend Nicole, who you spoke to, who's in China.
Yeah.
She played a video for me. It's just hear her voice, and she's having this big argument in Chinese with this woman on her floor. I wanted you to hear what they're saying in Chinese to each other, because the woman is just like, she's putting all her stuff out in the hall. And Nicole is a really sweet person, and she's giving this woman hell, and because the woman's being an asshole, and and she says, maybe it's time for me to leave China. I said, yeah, well, my friends told you that years ago.
Yes, yes.
And I think she got the message. Now, but she also told the landlord that she has a lot of friends in the media. So the landlord's now, I guess, gonna, told the lady to,
Cool
behave.
Yes.
But the lady just got really out of sorts. But as far as the Chinese, they're doing a lot of stupid things.
They are. Yes, true. Well, sir, it's midnight. How do you feel?
Well, I feel we had a good night. I'm of course tired, but we'll have I'll keep working on the book.
Excellent.
And I'll let you carry on with the rest of the night.
Yes.
And I want to remind people to donate to Douglas Dietrich if you can.
Thank you.
Small amounts are okay. Bigger amounts are better. And then we'll have, be announcing the book for sale by the end of the month, I think.
Great.
Still, as I say, it's in production. I'm finishing it up. I'm doing art stuff, and then I will, proofread it a couple more times, make sure everything's right, and I'm going to get a reasonably fast turnaround if I can believe these people, and I certainly do believe them. So, I'll talk to you about the Leo Zagami thing. That he surfaced on my radar. God, it was like 14 years ago, and he was just coming out then. He was just coming out, but when you align yourself with Salmon Shake, it's like
that's the bottom of the barrel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's not gonna influence people. It's gonna make you look like a bottom feeder.
Yeah. That's what he is now.
Yeah, and I didn't say it, but bottom feeding is a double entendre.
Yeah.
It's like bottoms up. Which you know what? I think Leo had a wife. If I recall, I really don't know that much about him, but this suggests to me that his weakness might be other men.
Yes, maybe.
Because what else would make any sense?
Thank you. Especially when dealing with the likes of Salman Sheikh and what he does in a children's park every morning. Yes.
I could never understand for the likes of me. He's going to all the way to Staten Island or to New York, wherever they were going, to meet Jameson. Yeah. Why is he going there?
Yeah. Well, we know why.
You want to travel from Philadelphia to New York. For what reason?
Well, he said as much on my show. He said it was to cure Jameson of his impotence, which, for those of you who do not know, this is not defamation. Jameson himself said on my show, on record, he said, I'm impotent. He couldn't get it up because of all the cough syrup he was drinking all the time, which was his drug. He was addicted to the cough syrup narcotization. And so in order to help him get it back up, Salman Sheikh, he was going to visit him and share his essence. They said this on my show on record. So yes, that's why he traveled to meet Jameson. We have photographic evidence they rendezvoused because they published photographs of the rendezvous. Not pornographic. It was before they took their clothes off. But we know why they rendezvoused. He was supposed to give him his essence and help him with his impotence through this magical act. Back to Peter with that.
Did it work?
Apparently so, because the ladies that then reported it, including Brooke Gibson, said that Jameson Rees called them up, got on camera, and waved his dick, and that it was erect, something he said he couldn't do before. So I guess that Salman Sheikh semen has some magic. There you go.
Well, I do remember you saying that about Brooke, but I didn't realize, I didn't have it all pieced together.
Now you've got the puzzles pieced together. Not sure you like the image once the puzzle pieces are put together, but there you go.
No, and what a bizarre, like, you know, what a bizarre story. Like, it's like, you know, it's like there's something called healthy boundaries.
Yes. Yes.
And, you know, I think they don't even recognize what might be considered socially repugnant.
No, they have no concept. They're socially retarded. They literally have no concept. And
yeah, it's yeah. So I mean, if you know, you should be thankful for having such foolish enemies.
Thank you. Good point. Your point's well taken. Yes. My gratitude, the grace of the divine.
You should never underestimate your enemy, but you shouldn't. But I'll go to bed feeling relaxed tonight. That, you know, you're not in as much danger as you could be if you had real enemies that were competent enemies.
Yes.
So this will help me sleep tonight, and I mean that seriously.
Thank you.
I'm not just making fun of them or anything.
Understood.
They're making fun of themselves.
So true.
And I would strongly suspect that, yeah, there is a 11th degree or homosexual component to these two uniting.
Yes.
It would make sense.
Yes.
Because, you know, it's the only reason I can imagine. It's the only logical reason they could even be connected.
Thank you. Yes.
Because Leo he does have an occult pedigree. And I don't mean to suggest that that's, you know, something he should be proud of, or you should be envious of, or, you know.
Of course not. No, I get it. I get what you're saying. No, it's obvious.
But
yeah.
In other words, he does have, he was connected to, not necessarily Aquino, but he was connected to other stuff. But Salmon was not.
That's quite true.
He might, you know, be a wannabe
yes
Pakistani militant.
Yeah.
You know, but no, he was a lightweight when it came to you know, all that other stuff. So
yeah. But before you retreat into the gentle night, just a final note so you're aware of kind of like the ambiguity of Ian West. Honestly, I like Ian West. I felt, of course, he's responsible for enough damage to the channel where that can never be forgotten. But of course, he suffered so terribly that even half of what he said is, if it's true, he's more than paid the price for that. So, you know, I tolerate him on the channel and I'm not really speaking against him. But interestingly enough, and if Brendan Zoget is available to come on and talk about it, he could probably give you more detail than I can. If Aristides remembers some of the detail, he's welcome to relate it as well. Nemo might even remember a lot of this detail better than I do, because I'm often multitasking and I tend to tune out sometimes when Ian's talking. But Ian said he lived for a while in California and said he used to drive by the facility that overlooked that valley that is covered in there's this book about the Valley that talks about the military connection with rock and roll music or popular music called something.
Laurel Canyon.
Thank
We're
you,
talking about
Laurel Canyon. Yeah, he said he was driving by Laurel Canyon a lot and the facility where it was known, and they even brought up photographs of this facility where MK Ultra programming was done. And so our man Ian was saying, I used to drive by that facility in California every day on my way to that job I had at the time. And that's when Brendan said, you sure you were just driving by? That's when Brendan said, you sure maybe you thought you were going to this other job, but weren't just driving into the facility every day in Laurel Canyon and checking in? And what reinforces that concept is that when Ian West was telling us about this Leo Zagami guy, and how Leo Zagami was claiming to be, I was the liaison to Michael Aquino, and then said I would rendezvous with Michael Aquino in San Francisco. This is what Leo Zagami is claiming. And Leo Zagami is essentially claiming he's doing everything Douglas Dietrich did. When I said, if he was rendezvousing, he would have been an acolyte of the Temple of Set and would have been involved with Michael Aquino and just running around, picking kids off the street in Chicken Hawk Lane, and probably doing unmentionable, unthinkable acts, engaging in various crimes. If anything, he's incriminating himself, and
very much so.
Thank you.
With the and it reinforces what I said about the Salmon Shake connection.
Thank you. In San Francisco, no less. And then when I was bringing this up and talking about this and having memory flashbacks of my own about Chicken Hawk Lane and all these young they would call them hustlers disappearing. The thing that Ian West said, he says he wouldn't do that. No, they wouldn't do that. And that's when Brendan Zoget and I really confronted him on this. Not in a bad way. We just, come on, Ian. We're like, here you are. You're the one who's saying that we've got underground tunnels. All these kids are being shipped through them. We've got all this trafficking going on a scale that makes what I've exposed look semi-industrial by comparison. And yet, when it comes to this man, Michael Aquino, and Leo Zagami suddenly getting together, Ian West was saying, oh, they're just getting together for baseball and seeing movies. And even Brendan Zoget starts in San Francisco. And I'm like, come on, Ian. It's like, that's where his programming's kicking in. That's where he basically must have been checking into the Laurel Canyon facility. And that's why his obsession with all this stuff. And he may not be a threat to this program, but he seems to be a product of this MK Ultra. So he's on a league with Heather Holman. They're both products.
Let me say something about Laurel Canyon. That all happened a long, long time ago. That goes back to the 70s.
Okay.
It's very secretive.
Yeah.
And it wasn't revealed, I don't think, until the 1990s. I think Ian West is too young to have been involved in the Laurel Canyon stuff.
Okay.
But still. But the thing is with Ian, he's, from what you've told me, he's takes a lot of drugs.
Yeah. Yes.
And even deals them.
Yes.
So now that alone is a resonance with Laurel Canyon, because all those musicians used to do drugs. So it's like he's already in the headspace of that.
Yeah.
And drugs are, it's a synergy with all of that stuff. So it gates in that kind of stuff.
By the way, I want to show. Continue while I share screen with you.
What I'm going to say is, it's like, I don't do drugs. Qigong is not drug oriented. And it's much healthier and better than doing drugs. So I don't gate that in. Now, when I was on my recent trip, everybody seemed to be taking hits off of something.
Really?
grass. But I didn't even ask. I mean, I knew, it wasn't hidden.
That's surprising to me. That's surprising to me. Yeah.
What?
I'm surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised, but at the same time, I had no idea. That's something new for me about the narrative of your trips to Romania, and
No, that's not typical on my trips to Romania.
okay.
It was on this one because, they were just, I mean, they were hitting up stuff. I didn't even, but see, I can roll with that stuff. It doesn't intimidate me, doesn't impress me. But because I had my own experiences, I don't get judgmental about it. It's just not what I do. Because what I'm saying is, it complicates your perception, it complicates your life. It's much better to just use your own sensibilities. So what I'm saying is, and a lot of people are very chemically dependent. They got to keep the chemicals going. It doesn't help you. But then again, you can't change people's.
You gotta admit, the delivery of the sought after result, which is just to escape, is more immediate, and it's a lot easier to get it by injecting or popping the pill. The drugs are easier than the discipline of Qigong. It's just easier. It's more immediate.
Well, there's no discipline. There is no discipline. You can, if you're smart and you're doing a hallucinogenic, or you'll have somebody there to guide and make sure you don't set the house.
Oh yeah, I'm not implying there's any discipline in taking drugs. I'm saying these are people who don't have the discipline to do Qigong. They just don't.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is people doing hallucinogenics are wise to have somebody looking out after them.
Yes.
That they don't set the house on fire.
Understood.
Because perception changes.
Yeah.
But drugs, alcohol, that's all ruled by Pisces, which is ruled by Neptune. Yeah. It's escapism.
Yeah.
It's escapism. Religion can be escapism. Wanting to go to higher states of consciousness is escapism.
Yes, actually true.
This is why feng shui, cleaning up your crypt, wherever you people might live, if you live in a crypt. It's like, wow, the real joy. I'd like to have everything orderly and in place in my office, my house. Right now I'm renovating the bathroom. So that kind of like, okay, everything else becomes second priority. It's like, okay, I got.
How is that coming along? Tell people how that's coming along. That's so exciting.
It is exciting because it's like all of a sudden I'm doing something physical. It just relieves so much energy. And I think I told you, my daughter says, "What's wrong?" I sent her a picture. It's nothing. I'm just upgrading it. So, I'm at the step now where I have to go get some, what do you call it? Board, hardy board, just to put it in so that it can be tiled. There'll be painting, just redo the whole bathroom. Be great. But everything takes a little bit of time, and it makes you feel like you're doing something, and it'll make my contractor friend jealous, so he'll want to do a project because he does these things all the time. If I'm doing something, he'll get jealous and say, "Well, I got to do something now." But working in the physical domain is good.
So what?
That's coming along. That's coming along, but it's not full time. I'll do it here, do it there, and as I say, I was tearing, or I guess, constructing stuff so that I can have a place to put up the wall boards. You got to put boards in. So I'm a little tired today. So I worked on the book. But what were you gonna ask me something before I leave?
Oh yeah, I just want to bring Brendan on. He's on with us now because I just wanted him to be here to show both of you this on the share screen. I'm going to share screen or screen share. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce this in English. So if both of you gentlemen can see the cursor moving, I wanted both of you to consult both of you gentlemen about how to respond to this in terms of whether or not I should block this individual in the chat, because I don't know who they're talking about. I believe that I can be justified in interpreting this as trolling, because the first thing I do want to do to qualify my statement is every motherfucker in the world, whenever somebody asks you, what do you think about what this person says about you? You're a piece of shit. Okay, automatically you're a piece of shit if you ask me, what do you think about this person thinks about you? Because that's trolling. It's just plain trolling. And no normal human being with any decency would do that. Here I am.
Can you read what it says? Because I can't read it. It's too small.
Yeah, so Caesar Najaraja says about Salman Sheikh, he's advertising him. He says, the guy's still making videos weekly in his account. His last video was a month ago, which shows us he subscribes, which already shows us, Caesar Nazaraja, you're a piece of shit. No normal person would have subscribed to Salman Sheikh. Yeah. And then he says...
The situation with what he's looking at.
Yeah.
That's just some, it's some musjud. Basically some random sheikh that comes to the States and Salman probably just pays him off to talk about whatever.
Yeah, because I don't even know this guy.
It's like like a priest where you just you hang out with him enough, and if you bring up religion, he'll what is it called? Decry everything that's not the religion. Like, that's how these people work.
Yeah.
So he'll just tell him, look, there's this Satanist guy. His name's Douglas. Go banish him, and then he'll put up. Yeah. It's like paying a priest to do an exorcism. It's just the Islamic equivalent.
Interesting.
So it's just like one of his friends, he saying, "Oh, rebuke Doug in the name of Allah."
Okay.
That's all. So it's like, it doesn't matter what they say. It's just like he's paid off anyways.
Thank you, because the Caesar Najaraja says, "Hey Douglas, had you made a response back to Wahib Azai?" He can't even spell his fucking name.
And when Salman was releasing this, I skimmed through them. I mean, they're not saying anything of any sort of anything.
Okay.
There's no logical refutation. It's just like, he's a demon.
Thank you.
There's nothing to reply to.
Cares.
Yeah, there's nothing to reply to.
Okay.
About these people.
Thank you. So he says this after he finally corrects his own misspelling. Wahi Dazai, his refutation of you years ago after your separation from Salman. First off, I never separated from Salman. Let's get that straight, you little Muslim terrorist cocksucker. So, first off, Caesar Najaraja, you're a Muslim terrorist cocksucker. You're a fucking terrorist. If you're here in the United States, you need to be deported along with Salman Sheikh. And we know you're advertising for him and chilling for him because you're another Pakistani terrorist. So there you go. And we just hide the user on this channel at this point. So that's interesting. But we got that out there as our refutation of this so-called Caesar Najaraja or Caesar Najaraja, who's been hanging out in the chat room forever and decided to strike tonight. So that's again, back to Brendan Zogit to put this into context for Peter and all the rest of our listeners. This Salman Sheikh brings in some guy who's a supposed holy man, who he basically gives tithes to his cult, and then since he gives tithes to his cult, then the holy man comes on and rebukes whoever Salman says is a demon, and that's apparently what they did with me.
Yeah, it's like his version of like a Catholic priest. You can pay them to do certain things. And it's not, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just like part of the, there doesn't have to be any evidence. You can just say this person's practicing, he's a witch, and they'll do like a blessing, because when he did those videos, he put up the Hamza and stuff, and then these divine sigils of Islam and stuff. So they were trying to ward against you or cast Islamic wards against you or something.
Interesting.
Which is, it's just so cheesy.
Thank you. Thank you. That's there you go. That's where we're at now. I've got Islamic.
Well, this
Yeah.
this had happened years ago, and I mean,
Yeah.
I just never brought it up because it was just like, why even?
No, I
This
remember
time
you
limit.
brought up he had some old man with him, and basically when he said, "Do they?"
Well, the Crypt Keeper guy was different.
No, that's different. That's a guy named Douglas. That's a guy
Yeah.
he claimed was named Douglas off the park bench. That guy slept on the park bench where Solomon went to pass out ice cream to the
that
kids.
one was pretty wacky. It was like this old guy that hangs out in parks, and he was just like, yeah, this Douglas guy says this, but they never refuted anything. It was just like, ad hominem, if we're talking rhetoric. It was just whatever he said, he just was agreeing with, like, yeah, Douglas does that, you know.
But provide context on the Cthulhu angle was where I pointed out that Cthulhu was in the Quran, which is irrefutable, and I was pointing out that Cthulhu is the abandoner in the Mohammedan sense, and so I know more about the fucking Quran and Islam than these motherfuckers. And then when they came on, then Solomon paid him to say,
lower sheikhs,
go on.
Yeah, these lower sheikhs, that's why I'm being so dismissive, is because the lower sheikhs are, I mean, it's like just a joke. It's like also like the lower Christian sects, like if you go to a reverend or something, they won't even know anything about astrotheology or that Jesus has like this zodiacal, esoteric realities. Same with Islam. It's like 99% of even the holy man, so-called, in Islam, they don't know anything about anything when it comes to like the true essence of what Muhammad was doing.
Thank you.
So these people are just frauds. Like, even Solomon, like when he was saying, "Oh, I'm a Sufi," and I would sit there on air. You can go back, and I was saying, "Oh yeah, this is the most profound Sufi quote from the Sufi master," and he would just be like, "Yes, brother, yes," like with no commentary.
No, he didn't even know who you were talking about. Tell him about the poem you were reciting. Who was that Sufi you were quoting? He didn't know who he was.
Yeah, Jalal Rama Aladdin. His name is Jalal Rumi Aladdin. It's like a really long Persian name, but that was like the short form.
Yeah. Well,
so
the Americans just call him Rumi. Yeah, the Americans just say Rumi.
Yeah, just Rumi. But I was like giving him like straight Rumi hitters, like the best poems, and he was just like, yes, brother, and like he had no idea what to say. He's a fraud. I mean, he's a fraud. Like if you claim you're a Sufi and you don't know, like he doesn't even know what the word Sufi is. Like, Sufi comes from the Arabic word suf, which is like what is it in English? Sorry.
Well, basically, it's like people who wear coarse clothing because they're basically dressed in rags.
So they wear wool. Yeah, they wear wool as like an aesthetic lifestyle.
Yeah.
But the wool also has because in the Arabic world they make a blend of wool. It's not like a Western wool. It's made out of like goat's hair and stuff. Yeah. So it's like this desert wool, and it's very scratchy.
Yeah.
Very tough.
Oh no, it's like a form of self-flagellation. Yes, it's.
Well, but they had silks. I mean, they had silks, but it's just they deliberately took off the nice clothing. Yeah. Like they had cotton or muslin. It's called muslin. Yeah. Like these kind of flax.
It's like a vow of poverty.
Really expensive linens. Yeah. So they would wear that. You know, and it was also a ward against the jinn and stuff.
Yes.
Wait, I'm going to have to interrupt you because I'm going to have to go to sleep.
Understood.
But thank you, Brendan. And also, these people don't warrant this much attention. But you know what? If it amuses you and you get enjoyment out of it, keep talking about it because it is amusing.
Thank you.
So anyway, with that, thank you both, and remember to donate to Douglas, and I'll be back on Sunday.
Yes, we look forward to that, Peter. It's been wonderful. Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. Okay. Blessed.
Good night.
Okay, that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. And so glad you were able to join us for that, Brendan. It was so important that you
It's not an enjoyment so much. It's more of like a self-flagellation.
No, but it's educational to our listeners. It is educational to our listeners.
I'm interested in, from an anthropological perspective, the religious, like the real Islam.
Of course. And
any religion has, like, so you can't, like, beings can't come after me and say, oh, like he's hating on Islam. It's like, no, I want the real Islam to flourish, not this fraudulent shit like the Wahhabis and all this stuff.
Thank you.
They're just frauds. I mean, like the Wahhabis, like they know they're frauds too. It's not like, it's like anyone who's doing racketeering. It's like, you're fake.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank
you know, like they know it's a scheme.
Just
like
to
the Christians have become.
let me put that into perspective for our listeners, just so they understand. So, just so everyone understands, obviously, I served in the House of Saud. I was in Saudi Arabia, as well as other parts of the Middle East. And if anyone's listened for a long time, they know I've encountered the ghoul, which means that I've encountered elements of the Islamic cosmology that most Muslims have not. So, such being said, the House of Saud is entirely corrupt. The original rulers of Mecca and Medina, the most holy cities of Islam, were the Hashemite dynasty of the Kingdom of Jordan, which was driven out by the Brits, who then took the lowest, dirtiest mafia of camel thieves, which would be the equivalent of a horse thief in the American West, which, just so people know, they would hang horse thieves in the American West, because if you take a man's horse, you're taking his ability to survive. So horse thieves were considered the lowest form of scum on earth. The Arabic equivalent would be the camel thief. And they took this tribe of outcast camel thieves called the House of Saud, made them into the dynasty that the Brits put in charge of Mecca and Medina, the holiest sites of Islam. And these are the motherfuckers who are the source of Wahhabism. And Wahhabism is this Islamic extremist, fundamentalist misinterpretation of Islam. And all they do is they produce these like Qurans by the millions that they print, and they just, you know, throw them all over the world like so much confetti, hoping to.
Yeah, they fund every masjid on earth and in the West.
Thank you. Yeah.
So every so-called Muslim now is slave circuited to House of Beit Saud. Like,
yeah.
This is a fact. This isn't a joke. Like,
yeah, it's got to end.
It's not some kind of like, it's not some kind of like, what is it called? Like a bias.
Yeah,
it's like they actually pay for all the books in all of the masjids.
Thank you.
Like, which is their religious schools.
Thank you.
So masjid is like where they have prayer, but it's like madrasa, and like people would know it as a madrasa.
Yeah.
Madrasa.
Which they claim.
But everything's funded by the House of Saud, which means they control whatever is printed.
Yeah.
That's the main situation here. That's why they rebuke people like Rumi, like the real Islam, like these esoteric mystic Islamists.
Yeah, so if they're
Islamic
rebuking Douglas Dietrich, I'm in company with Rumi. There you go. I'm in good company.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, and
there you go.
yeah, and so let's look up man killed by the Saud in Turkey. And get us back to that. I forget the journalist's name. So, man killed by, Jamal Khashoggi, or Khashoggi. Jamal Khashoggi was this Saudi dissident journalist who was exposing everything Brendan's just been talking about. And Saudi government bribed the Turkish government so that when this poor son of a bitch went into the Turkish consulate, the embassy, to collect his marriage certificate so he could get married to his wife in Turkey, they, inside that consulate, took him into a back room and literally killed him by sawing his limbs off. First his fingers, then his hands, then his limbs. And we know this because the body indicates this. Because they sawed his body into all these little pieces and put it in the backyard of the Turkish consulate to fertilize the garden.
No, it's much worse.
It's worse.
Much worse.
Yeah, tell us.
The body was never found. It was caught on video or on audio.
Thank you. There we are.
So they have an audio of every painful detail that they claim was non-existent, but the Brit intelligence services, like certain people heard it.
Yeah.
And it's real.
Yeah. Thank you. Which is what they did with Max Spears. Recorded everything while they.
Yeah. Same trip. Yeah. Same trip.
Yeah. And because they wanted the message to get out there, this is what happens when you fuck with the House of Saud. So there's a strategy to what they did, motherfuckers. So yeah, these are the kind of people Salman Sheikh's aligned himself with. And when the motherfucker gets in the chat and says, "What do you say of this, Douglas Dietrich?" in order to promote his fellow terrorists, this is what we're dealing with. So there you go. So this is best to respond to him. That's
I mean, using like lowly jinn magic is like that's their only trick. That's like,
Thank you.
That's like their one, their only trick in the hat.
Thank you. It's
Their
true.
one trick pony. That's
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So true. So true. And so let's bring everybody else on that we can. Let's hope this doesn't overload the system.
Yeah, I'm still doing certain maintenance activities, so I'll be like.
I understand.
I can't hear you very well because I'm on like a maintenance vehicle.
Oh, so what is this maintenance vehicle like? Is it like a golf cart or what?
It's like a tram. Yeah, it's like
Cool.
electric maintenance vehicle.
Oh fuck, that's so cool. That's how large are the grounds that you're traversing?
It's huge. It's massive.
Holy shit. Well, that's
Like acres and acres.
oh my fucking god.
I'm hoping to get a different line of work.
I don't blame you. I don't.
Humanly possible.
Oh, of course. But that's like a true campus. That's a true fucking campus. What
Yeah, it's something, all right.
and at this late at night, do you ever encounter homeless fucking people?
No. Luckily, I went. I mean, it happens, but luckily, I'm at a much better place than I was before. Like it's in the. I don't know how to say it nicely. It's a nicer area. There's less, it's not a Title I school.
Okay. Yeah, got it. All right, cool. And so we're still dialing George Knight. I'm trying to add on Nemo. It says he's unavailable. It says George Knight is unavailable, but they both have the option now, presumably, to jump on the call if they wish. I'll keep calling others one at a time. Just want everyone to know that this is...
Is Aristides here?
Yeah, he's here. Yeah, so Aristides, say hi.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian.
Yes.
Yeah.
How's everything going?
Do your maintenance stuff, man. We got this. Really appreciate your input, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. It's just it would be hard to even hear me in a second here. So I got to do some finalizations. Then I will return.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that
Thank you for all
profoundly.
the insight. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely important. It's important. We couldn't do this without you. We could not do this without you, Brad.
And I've recently got into like the esoteric Islam, and like for research purposes, of course, like Sufism and these like there's like Ibn Battuta and these different beings.
Yes.
That were later scrubbed by the later sheikhs and stuff.
Yes.
But they had really like heavy insights about how mystical Muhammad really was.
Yes.
So there's like real magic involved that they won't ever touch because they're afraid. They don't want they want slaves. They don't want people to use it.
Yes.
To empower themselves. Because at one point, Islam had the best minds on earth.
Yes.
After the Greeks fell,
yes,
it was like all their knowledge went straight to through Salah ad-Din and these conquerors, the people that fought the Crusades. They actually preserved the Greco knowledge.
Yes.
These kings, these enlightened kings.
Yes.
So they had knowledge of super esoteric topics. They revived Platonism, like Neoplatonism. It all comes from them.
Yes.
Pythagoreanism. So it actually, at one point, they had actually really high Western magical traditions under their belt, and then that was scrubbed later on. Which look what it's turned into. It's ruined them.
Oh, I've spoken of this in the past. I just want people to understand that to add context to what Brendan is saying, because Brendan's...
Carry on, I'm going to go for a bit.
So. Okay, yes. So bless you. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And come back when you can. Okay, as soon as you can. I'll keep trying calling others and adding them to the conversation. You see, the issue with Brendan is that he's so well versed in a lot of these subjects, is that he presents them in such a way that your common layman doesn't understand it. In other words, what Brendan is saying may be comprehensible to you, or you may understand the language, but you don't get the context because Brendan is not presenting it from a layman's perspective. Yeah.
Can I say it?
Sure, go on.
Can I say it in a way that's like probably rude? It's like if you can't keep up, then like you don't need to know it. Like that's
Right.
And it's nothing against people. It's not that I know more. Like then it would, because if I say that, then it'll turn into like a Brooke, like, oh, you're gatekeeping. You're gatekeeping. It's like no,
that's
it's
right.
Not gatekeeping.
That's right.
It's not gatekeeping. It's like more like, it takes like a certain level of this, like, see when you start using word levels, then people like Brooke get upset.
Yes.
Yes. It's nothing against that other being. It's just like if you can't comprehend it, then it's fine. You can get to something that you can comprehend, like like what was on Netflix or something.
Yeah.
There you go.
Heather Holman has
Which is
joined us.
There's nothing wrong with
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Heather's
Yes.
joined us, so don't leave until you've given Heather some
Jayadam.
advice. Ask Heather first.
Yes, Jayadam.
Heather, while our man is here, tell us how you're doing. What's your conditions? What's your status? What's your status, honey?
I need to turn up my volume so I can hear you.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to put you on speaker. Hopefully that'll help.
Okay.
I'm okay. I just got back from Radhashtami, which is a celebration of the birthday of Krishna's consort, Radharani.
Okay. Cool. And how's it? Are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Okay. And are you
feeling great.
Are you still refraining from everything?
Well, actually, I just had Mahaprasad.
Okay. What's that?
So that's vegetarian feast.
Cool. Okay. Cute.
Yeah, vegetarian feast. Yes, I've refrained still from alcohol.
Prasad is the consecrated
And a
meal at
couple
the temple.
cigarettes.
Okay. Thank you. I would never have
And
known
it's
that.
Mahaprasad. Mahaprasad is when
Prasad means like
offer
the
it
deity
to
has
the-
touched it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, the deity has gotten the nourishment out of it, and then we get their leftovers.
Cool. All right. And and how about you? So you're still refraining from booze, sex, and your prescription antidepressants?
Oh no, I've been taking my prescription antidepressants.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I'm not going to let that go.
Oh, thank God. Didn't you tell us
I tried to slow down.
Go on. Hon. Okay. No. Please continue. So you're back on those. Thank God, because I thought you had said you had tried to stop them cold turkey last time we spoke.
Yeah. No, I tried to slow down and stop taking them, but with everything else that's going on, I don't think that it's good to stop everything all at once.
Thank you. Yes, of course not. What about?
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yes, thank you. How about sex?
Sex, yeah, still apprehension here.
Okay.
I feel like I'm too old for that. I really got a lot of sex in my life, and so it's like I'm really kind of burnt out from it, actually.
I don't think it works like that.
No, maybe it's menopause, Douglas.
I don't think you're that old. I mean, menopause. It's like what?
I'm
Honey,
50 years old.
You're what? What did you say? 50?
I'm 50 years old.
I don't think menopause happens then. I think it happens like what 60, doesn't it? Isn't menopause like 60 or 7, something like that?
It's even whenever they want it to be.
Oh shit! I just think I lost everybody on the fucking call, or I got myself off the call. Let me see if I can go back to the call. Join call. What did I just do? Okay, there I'm back. Oh my God! We're still on. We're still streaming. I cut myself off the call. I mean, she got me so flustered. She got me so flustered with this, attitude she has towards sex and menopause. Like, okay, look, when you go to menopause, does not make you asexual. This is like where does that come from? Yeah, I hear women say this. It's not just Heather. I hear some women say, I'm going through menopause. I'm not doing that sex shit.
Maybe
No.
I'm just waiting for the right time, because I did get my marriage license, and we just haven't officiated the ceremony. I think that's going to happen on Friday.
Okay. Oh, well, congratulations. We're really excited. It's like Amy Como, Heather Holman. Why don't you guys get together and do a dual marriage, both of you at once, with Vinny and Tokyo? Vinny and Tokyo.
Is Aristides already married?
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
Douglas,
yes.
There's something showing on your Skype. It's like the Tomoe, the triple Tomoe.
Yeah, you noticed that. You saw that.
Why is it doing that?
Because it's like
it says no video, but it's cycling through your OBS for some reason. That's strange.
Because we're being monitored, and that's how they're monitoring me through the OBS. I don't know why they do that. They can just listen, but I guess they want to get all the good details or something. I guess this way they get the transcript. Yeah. It's who knows. But I'm glad Brendan notices that. I'm sure both Heather and Aristides see the same Tomoye.
Oh yeah, immediately I saw it.
Yeah. And there you go. It's my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Cull symbol that they've identified me with. They say Dietrich's one of these ninja motherfuckers, and they slap that
Who
on
are
me.
these mutants?
Yes, that's right.
Nano mutants.
That's right. Teenage Nano Mutant Turtle. They're referring to my penis head.
I don't think TMNT had that.
Yeah,
Tomoe.
yeah. There we go.
That's funny.
Did they have the Tomoe?
No, I wish.
Okay.
That
that
would
would
give
be
them
cool.
some fucking street cred. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're so cheesy. I mean,
Yeah, they are. They are.
like
But
when you first talked about that rat girl trick, I thought of Master Splinter. I was like, is this who he's talking about?
yeah.
Like instead of turtles, it's rats. You know? But now I know the difference.
Yes. Cool. That's right. You've seen her photograph, right?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. How about you,
Yeah, look,
Aristides?
I'm not gonna have
Yeah.
have a lot of time.
You know, so let's devote it to Heather. She says she doesn't have much time. Why
No,
don't you have much
not
time?
that. I've actually been writing something because I wanted to say something that was
Yeah.
worth saying, you know, because the last few times I've been on, I've been really
You're
kind
doing
of
your last
dumb.
rites or something?
Yeah, kind of. I just wanted to explain like my parameters.
Okay, tell us.
Yeah. No, I'm not ready to do it. I'm only halfway done. It's like my vows. I'm making my vows.
All right, cool. Is these like marriage vows?
No, just my vows. You know,
Oh,
like
I
I'm
get
doing vows. I'm
Yeah.
doing marriage vows, but at the same time, I'm doing vows for everything. Like, because I'm having, I guess, going through this crisis in my life where I'm afraid of so much stuff
Uh-huh.
that I'm just trying to keep it all straight in my mind.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can understand. So this is like
So
a
your audience can look forward to hearing me explain myself once again.
yeah. Well, we all look forward to that. We love you, honey. We all care.
And we love you too.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
You're never gonna settle down, are you?
I don't know.
Wait, who's we? Just you and your husband, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Like it's
you know
not
my
like some
motivation
I am
for
Legion.
that.
It's not like some I am Legion thing. Right? It just sounds
You never
strange.
know.
Yeah.
In her case, yes. Yeah, in her case, yes. Oh my God.
I guess people get married for different reasons.
No, but you've got altars. You got how many altars? Tell us.
Several thousand.
Several thousand.
We are many. We are legion. We are many.
Yes. Cool. Yeah, it's amazing. So what else comes to your mind, honey?
I just got through with my temple extravaganza,
Yeah.
and I got done with my fabulous dinner.
Yeah.
I've been trying not to eat any sugar and carbs. It's kind of hard.
Uh-huh. So I'm going to keep trying to add people. I fucked myself up while trying to add people, and that's how we wound up with the ninja symbol hanging out here in the Dietrich call, where everybody on Team Dietrich, including dear Heather, can see it. She is definitely a part of Team Dietrich, you know, and his own weird way, I guess. Ian West is kind of peripheral. I'll consider him kind of on the edge of it, you know, but...
He's pretty supportive.
He is? What does he say about me that's supportive? Not that I don't believe it. You know, it's you know, he's
I don't know.
yeah, he's not a
He
negative.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's not negative.
yeah, he's not a negative guy. He's just, you know, he's
chaotic neutral.
yeah, something like that. Weird, but he's definitely a product of MK Ultra. You heard us talking about that, right, Brendan? I don't know if you caught any of that where I was telling Peter about.
Yeah, that Laurel Canyon shit that Jared Leto ended up buying. Yeah.
Yes. So
And he's definitely had his mind wiped many times.
Thank you. Both Ian West and Jared Leto, correct?
Yeah, and when we brought it up to Ian, he said, "Oh, I don't know. I lost memory or something."
Thank
So
you.
Ask him if he took the hearing test at school.
There you go. You can ask
He
him that.
definitely did.
Yeah.
I was probably one of the gifted people they said were gifted.
So what Heather is saying is that when they say you're gifted, they're putting you into a MK Ultra prog.
Yeah, that's when you go into the programming.
They told me I was gifted, so there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Gifted and talented.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You're very gracious. Originally, of course, as Aristides knows, they told me I was retarded. That term they used back then. Yeah. Doug's retarded. He needs to go in with the learning disabilities group and shit. And
yeah, and you don't know if you're in the smart kids class or if you're in the retarded kids class. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, either way. Yeah. Then this is
you don't fit in because you don't fit into either one. You know.
Thank you. I hear you. No offense taken. You're quite right. It's yeah, it just goes to show this is how supervillains are born. They try to make certain you don't fit in anywhere. So let's take a look now at what else we've got here. I'm hitting a number of people. Is there anyone I missed? Aristides?
Nowadays, it's called
Amanda,
the villain. It's like when you enter your villain arc.
Yeah. What was that?
You enter your.
Yeah. Say that again.
They call it entering
Amanda?
your villain arc.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and Amanda. I got it both now. Yes, I'm entering my villain arc with Amanda. Yes, there we are.
Well, you've been in your villain arc. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah, good point. Thank you. Yeah, I've been there. Yes.
You're definitely like you're definitely not a villain, but you're definitely not like a superhero.
Thank you. Yes.
So yeah, chaotic good. I don't know what else to call it.
Okay,
whatever
that.
Those D&D terms are.
Yes.
There's always like a category, you know.
Yeah, they're pretty applicable. Yes, they're pretty applicable. It's amazing. That Gary Gygax, he got a lot right. A lot of people don't understand just how with it that guy was. Obsessive compulsive. He had his own thing going. Did Troy Bellamy just join us? Troy joined us, didn't he? He did. Say hi.
No, it's me. Yeah, what's up?
Yes. And Nemo joined us. That's it. Okay, cool. So Nemo, dear man, so sorry about that. I mean,
Troy did join. I did see him join the conversation, just not in the voice chat.
Yes, that was so weird. Yes, so dear Ian, thank you for finally joining us. We want a status report. Nemo. I mean, what did I say?
Ian.
Yeah, sorry. Because I'm trying to call him next. That's why. Sorry. That's why I'm fucking up. I'm pressing his button while talking to you. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I know that's a grave insult. I would be insulted. So sorry, Nemo.
You doubled down on him with the J-Man and the, you know. I can't say it where I'm at, but you know what I'm saying. Nemo knows what I'm saying.
Yeah. Since
doubled down on his poor Australianness.
Yes, I know. Because Ian West is.
How could you?
I know. Because
you're trying to pull a what is it called? Like you're trying to race swap them.
I know. It's like Ian West is half black, half Jewish. We all know it, and so
he might as well be in the music industry.
Yeah, that's what he was. He is. He uses fucking AI to turn Aquino's child.
He was a DJ. Porn. He was actually a radio DJ at some point. Yeah. Which is perfect for, like you said, that gene pool.
Yeah. There you go. That's how we know.
Too bad he got into drugs instead of actually doing something.
Yeah.
He could have taken advantage of it.
Hey, he's doing something. He's turning Michael Aquino's child porn into stage musicals with AI.
That's fucked up.
Oh my god.
What do you know about that, Nemo? Did you hear him talk about that? You heard what he said, right?
He posted it. Yeah. He posted one of those songs on my Facebook page. I didn't even bother. No, I just out of kindness, I just thumbs it up. Just thinking, no, it's just.
You thumbs it up on Facebook.
Yeah, I didn't even look.
Oh my god, he's a menace.
Now that I know
Douglas,
that
you gotta just cut him off. He's a menace.
Now that I know that it's one of those fucked up songs, I'll just remove it off my page.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, you don't want to be affiliated with that. It was like Nemo has this kind of well-intentioned naivete. Like when that.
I just did it out of pity. Like, he wants attention, so I'll thumb it up.
I understand. It's like some things you just don't take pity on. It's like with the feds when they came up with that young girl that I'm looking for an older man. And then, the first thing Nemo said was, hey, don't do that to yourself. Or what was it you said to her before, of course, before Joe Tai started his trip?
It was just something like, all these dudes are creeps. Like, don't bother with these fucking weirdos.
Yeah, and then Joe Tai came to prove your point, right?
Yeah. Like my asshole. I'm like, why am I not surprised?
Yes. Then Joe Tai, hey, meet with me, baby. Oh yeah, and I'll show you love. Yeah, that's sick, motherfucker.
Not even a homeless woman would want to sleep with him.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
Thank you. Oh my god. So
he's probably sleeping in a tent somewhere.
Yeah. We can hope. Actually, I hope he doesn't even have a tent. I hate him that much. That stupid fuck. Yeah. So, status report, please. What's the status report? Your update? How's your health? Do you feel you've overcome?
I'm feeling better now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was just really harsh.
Well,
that shit just wouldn't get off my chest. So I had to get something to combat that, to clear my lungs and chest, because I couldn't even sleep properly. The max I could get was 4 hours sleep, and I'd just be coughing real hard. I'm like,
oh my god,
this is so fucked.
Oh my god, that's just awful. And I'm so sorry you've been through that. That was COVID. Almost certainly it was COVID.
It could have been anything, because it was winter. Well, winter's finishing now.
Okay.
We just finished.
Yeah. For those of you who don't...
This other disease outbreak that came out in not South Australia, but Victoria. And I think it spread to New South Wales and shit. I don't know if it came up here. I didn't look into that, but I forgot what it's called. I think it was started with like Legionnaires or something disease. I don't know if it was that.
Holy shit.
Because old people were dying from it.
Holy
and I was
shit.
saying, if any old person got what I had, they would have fucking died.
Oh yeah. Of that I have no doubt. So just so people understand, explain to them Australian winter. Let them understand, because a lot of people are just going to wonder what the fuck you're talking about. They're just too ignorant.
Well, if you're living near the coast, it can get really cold in the winter, and in summer it gets really hot over here, especially where I am particularly. But yeah, it gets even worse down south in the winter.
No, well, obviously down south is borderline.
Sounds like you guys have a short winter.
Antarctica, yeah.
So, yeah.
And Australia's southern hemisphere, so it would be our summer is their winter. And
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get.
Opposite.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, I just tried to call Ian West, Amanda Yu. It says they're all unavailable, but they should be able to jump on should they want to. And I'm glad that Nemo did. So obviously your health went through this horrible experience that lasted, if I'm not mistaken, was this over a month? It was over a month.
No, in total it was roughly 2 weeks.
Okay. Felt like forever. Was that just because?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah. Well, for all of us, you were missed. I want you to know you were missed.
It didn't help that I was smoking while I was the second one.
What do you... Now, this is a honest question. It's not a joke. What do you smoke?
Just tobacco.
No, I understand that. I mean, what brand? You have a favorite brand?
Whatever's cheapest. Yeah,
okay.
I just get whatever's cheapest.
Oh, you're smoking Parliaments? Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh.
No wonder you're sick.
Yeah. Yeah, go on, Brendan.
Because I don't think they grow that stuff in Australia. I think you guys have to get it from us, yeah?
Yeah.
Some Philip Morris garbage.
Yeah, I don't get that brand.
Oh.
That's like Marlboros and stuff.
Yeah.
Those people.
It's better to live in New Zealand. At least you can grow your own tobacco there.
Really? Wow, cool.
No.
It's forbidden in Australia? Why is it forbidden?
Yeah, it's a federal offense.
Whoa.
Dang, it's like a prison in there. Like, that whole place is gone.
That's what it was, dude. No, it was always a prison.
Crazy shit.
Yeah, don't forget, Australia started
what are you gonna do if you grow out tobacco? Like, what's gonna happen?
Who knows? Go on, Nemo. Tell them about the invasive species. Maybe it would be like an invasive botanical species, but I don't think so. They just want to punish all the criminals who settled.
Yeah, because the tobacco industry just makes a fuckload of money over here because they keep jacking up the prices over the years, and they'll still put out these stupid commercials saying, oh, I don't smoke, but here you go, here's smoke, and people still keep buying them even though they keep putting up price because they're just that addictive.
I heard you guys have pictures of like cancer lungs and blown out kidneys, like right on the pack.
Yeah, here's a corpse. Enjoy.
Yeah. Tell him, Nemo. Tell him about the pictures they put on the packages to try and discourage people from
damaged organs, like organ parts, and dying people on the labels and all that shit.
Holy shit!
But people just buy like themed pouches or brand pouches that don't have that shit on there, like, and they just put their tobacco on there. Buy your own case, custom case.
Yes. So the way Australians deal with this psychologically is they will hide the tobacco or the case of cigarettes in these special made covers that the slip jackets or pouches to hide these horrible images the government, the Australian government, puts on their cigarette packs to try and discourage people from smoking, which are these horrible images of people with thoracic surgery and shit, it's just awful. So yeah, it's a hell.
And like actual desiccated lungs, like actual eviscerated organs that they put on. I saw a couple of them.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Yeah. Heather's typing. Heather, just say it out loud. Heather, just say it out loud. What'd she say?
Oh, I was just saying, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. There's background noise here and I have to charge my phone, so I have to go. Okay. But I was going to say I promise to have something valuable to contribute.
Okay. I love you.
On Sunday.
Yeah, well, I love you. We all
I love you more. And I'm going to be listening, but I'm just going to be muted and kind of try not to make a bunch of noise here.
No worries, honey. And you're always with us. Yes, and we're always with you. Yes. And,
hi, Nemo.
Yeah.
It's good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Good to hear you too.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll be listening. Love you guys.
Yes, we love you too. Yes.
Yeah, good to hear both of you.
Yes, Heather's wonderful. Such a yes. I don't know why she suddenly decided to punish herself like she did the past few days. I'm glad she's going back on the prescription drugs though. Thank God. So you don't want to play with those. You want to talk to an MD. I was on antidepressants and I just stopped, but I'm not a human being. Okay, if your average human being does that, horrible things happen. So, kids out there, if I say that, I always call my listeners kids. I don't care what age you are. Just understand this. You are not Douglas Dietrich. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay? You can't do what I do. So you can't drink blood. You're just going to get sick. I remember Brooke, when she was going through that.
You're just going to gatekeep? You're just going to gatekeep all this stuff?
I can't help it. It's genetic. It's like Brooke when she wanted to drink some of the boys' blood.
Brooke.
Brooke.
Tell that to Brooke.
Yeah, no, she had
thought she was gonna get superpowers and shit.
Yeah.
He doesn't want us to have eternal youth.
Yeah. Brooke wanted to go to Vampire Ranch and drink Blood Boys' blood. She wanted the Blood Boys' blood so bad. She was like, because she thought that would help her with what she was going through at the time. She was really sick. And she wanted some of that blood so bad. And I'm like, honey, you're just going to get sicker. It's like, she was so desperate. She listened to what that idiot Ian was telling her. Bathe in bleach, baby. The Blue Tide Pod. Yeah, the Blue Tide Pod. That's so you can see the parasites jump out. I see them when I bathe in the Blue Tide Pod. I see the parasites jump out of me. And shit. And it's like, what a... Oh man!
Sure, that's just
that was when they were drinking. These people were drinking methylene blue, which is like this thing that you put on fish in an aquarium to keep them from getting like parasites.
Yeah.
And they were like, drink it. I'm like, no, what are you talking about?
Oh
like,
man!
I'd have to be like losing limbs with leprosy before I drank some shit like that.
Yeah, thank you.
That and the ivermectin. That German lady. Remember that German lady?
Oh, not Mara Herman, was it? Not Mara Herman.
No. The one that went bonkers and was activated as an asset when I was living with her.
Oh, that German. I thought you were talking about Angela Merkel for a second. Yeah, her and Angela Merkel both.
No, she would buy these tubes of ivermectin with like horses on it, and it was like, do not for human consumption. And she's like, take a little bit, and I'm like, no, I'm not taking that. Like, I don't need
she must have been drinking that shit. No wonder she was nuts.
She was drinking. Yeah, she was eating ivermectin because like those people were saying it helps with COVID, and I'm like trying to explain to her, like, look, if you're against the whole system, like, you know, the COVID's not even real. Why are you even taking that? You know, like, what's the point of doing this?
Yeah, what
like,
Brendan is saying
you can't
is
double down. You can't double down. Like,
yeah, what Brendan is saying was, since this woman was buying into the conspiracy was claiming COVID was not real, yet she was seeking cures or protections against the COVID, which she thought was a conspiracy.
It didn't make sense. Like, she was saying the sky. Okay, yeah, if it's an engineered spike protein, whatever. But then I tried to explain to her, look, the Africans in Madagascar, they realized this early on because they're educated, you know, by Indian doctors and whatnot. And they took a type of Artemisia, which is like a mugwort. It's like a type of herb. And they made this drink out of it. And then they passed it out to their population. And they had like some of the lowest rates during this whole fiasco. And I was trying to explain that to her. And she's like, ivermectin's better. And I just after that, I checked out. I was like, you know what? You can just do it with wormwood if you're really into getting rid of parasites like that, and you think that's the case.
Thank you.
But she was so crazy. She was like eating this horse not tranquilizer, this horse medicine with like a horse on it out of a tube. And she would like run home and be like, oh, I need the ivermectin. And I'm like, oh God, you know, it was bad.
I'm so sorry.
And she knew, and she worked at a natural food place, so like she obviously had been just they fried her brain with those Stanford like bioweapon, or not bio, what are they called?
Just explain to people that she worked at Stanford. Explain how that happened, how she married this Japanese guy and they fucked her over. Because otherwise people won't get it.
They gave him cancer and then tried to take her out with all this like psycho torture and, you know, what is it, psyopery.
And obviously they succeeded.
And it worked. Yeah, it worked. But I mean, she had like, basically Doug and I came to this conclusion, like she was like trying to get out of it, and then COVID broke her fully.
Yeah.
Like she was she was pretty close to being sane when I met her. Like she was recovering from her husband and getting pushed out of Pacifica, California. And like they took her house. The FBI investigated her for something. They took all of her research notes and everything. You know, what they do to all the scientists that work for them. Yeah. You know, but then she was recovering here in my region, and then the COVID happened, and that just psychologically.
Well, I think, and the final plank she walked was when she went back to Germany and checked into an American military base. So tell them then.
We had this whole agreement, right? We had this whole agreement that was like, I'm going to watch at her house, and then when she came back, I would just be a renter, and I would do maintenance on her house. And then, so everything was good. We had the agreement in like via email, over writing, everything. And then the second she came back, she instantly started going off the deep end saying, oh, my car had 6 kilometers difference in, you know, you've been driving my car. And I'm like, I have a car that's like way better than yours. I don't know why would I drive that piece of shit? And then, like, it didn't make any sense. Like, nothing made sense after she came back. And she was like, you cut my trees. And I said, yeah, I told you I was going to, you know, maintenance the yard so it wasn't so crazy. And she was like, well, those trees were protecting me from 5G. And I'm like, oh, no. Like, it's like there's a limit to that. Like, yes, there's radio waves. You don't want them, you know, she didn't want them in her house. That's fine. But when you get to that extreme where like the trees were protecting you, I mean, holy shit.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
Like, unless they put a repeater like right in front of your house, which you visibly see it, then there's no reason to be tripping about it.
Yes, thank you.
And I would have to go outside to use my cell phone, like way far away from her. She would freak out. So, and this is,
Yeah, she wasn't even
still using a computer. Like, it doesn't make
sense. Of course, yes. Tell them about that. Yes.
Like, why don't these people just disconnect fully? You know, it's like those what are they called? The preppers.
Yeah.
Like, just disconnect. Just stop going to the pharmacy then. You know?
Yeah. And of course, it's impossible for them to do that because all their survival food is processed by an industry. They need the whole structure of a civilization to support their survival as fantasy. So,
and it's funny seeing them on YouTube and stuff. It's like the guy makes like one, like, you know, like this rabbit killing tool, like a boomerang thing.
Yeah.
And then the rest of them in his arsenal are all like machine made, and I'm like,
you.
dude, you made one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
But he's telling people online like, yeah, this is bushcraft survival.
Yeah.
And they never kill a rabbit with it. It's like they couldn't if they tried. Like,
No, thank you.
These are like Aboriginal hunter-gatherers that have been doing it since birth. It's like you couldn't even get a rabbit if you tried.
Thank you. Thank you. It is so fucking true.
It's all fake. Like it's all.
No, I once spoke to somebody who actually was trained in survival courses in the military. He was the guy who taught me all I knew about mercenary work. And I said, when he says, okay, so suppose you're out in a survival situation. And I said, what about building a bow and arrow? Because I'm thinking about, the idea that you don't need ammo that's machine manufactured. And he said, by the time you strung together a bow and an arrow, you would be so enervated from hunger, you would be too weak to pull the fucking string or, the bow to even shoot. You'd be too weak to aim it accurately, etc. He was pointing out the stupidity of the idea, which is quite true. Yeah,
it's a fact.
Yeah, everything Brendan is saying is true. I mean, and honestly, imagine trying to hit with an arrow a rabbit. I mean,
there's a good book about that. And it's fiction, but it's called The Hatchet. Yeah. Like Gary Paulson, he was like a Bay Area author, I think, actually, or like maybe Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
But he wrote about some kid that got in a plane crash and the pilot died and he was stuck out there.
Yeah.
And like he does a pretty good job like detailing that, like how he had to survive. Yeah. And it was like a struggle, Yeah.
Oh, to say the least. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it was totally fiction because the kid would have just died immediately.
Of course.
But he was able to like recover some provisions or something from the plane, and he had one single hatchet. That was why the book was called The Hatchet. He was able to he had like one tool and just enough to survive to be able to build. And he built like some kind of like a spear or something where he could kill these pigeons or quail or something. But basically by the end of it, he was almost dead anyways.
Yeah, thank you.
Like there was no sequel for years, and the guy finally made a sequel because it was implied that he just died or something. he retconned it to like because it was being taught to school kids, so he was like
almost obligated. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he was obligated to just make him survive. He's like, he survived.
Holy shit, that's incredible. How did you learn about this? Was it a required reading in school?
Yeah, it was required reading.
Holy shit. I never even heard of this shit. Must be because you're much younger than I am, obviously. So,
was that a dog?
Yeah, I thought that was from you. Oh, that's from our man Aristides, his chihuahuas.
Sorry.
Yeah. Because I know Nemo has no pets as far as I know.
Yeah.
Unless he has like someone chained in the basement.
Yeah.
No, that's P. That's P.
No comment. The bone crunching. But do you want to hear something funny at this school? There's like an old vending machine that's like broken. And then there's like a metal door. Mm-hmm. And if you slam the metal door into it, it starts arcing. Like deadly arcs, like high amperage.
Whoa. Fuck!
And it's like, and I like saw it and I was like, ooh, like this is like can kill someone.
Yeah. Oh, holy shit. Well, there you go.
I wonder if they know about it.
Yeah, we better report it just in case, or maybe not. Who cares? I mean,
that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah.
Like they're high schoolers, they'll be fine,
Or they deserve it. Either that, they deserve it. Yeah,
it would be like one of those where they're like bullying someone and then they slam the door and they get just zapped,
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just let Divine take care of that.
Yeah, there you go.
Leave it in their hands.
Yeah. No. Hate to say it, that's where we're at. Yes, we've gotten to that level of cynicism and just world weariness. It's world weariness. What a time.
What else do you call? Yeah, what else would it be?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
There's no hope. I had a funny joke. Just quickly before because I have to go finish some things I don't want to disturb my coworkers. Mm-hmm. They don't know anything about this world.
No, of course.
But like that thing when T-Man was talking, when the drum was talking earlier.
Yeah.
How he like supposedly failed the whole debate. He just went off the deep end. I was making a joke. I was like, holy shit, he has the he has the Quizala or smoking device. They like gave it to him, and now he's gonna fumble the ball. Now he's just gonna go off. It's like that was his last, like, you know,
hurrah,
his last ditch effort. Yeah, they were like, try this, and then now he's just saying like off the wall shit.
His Hail Mary pass.
Like even it's not even that. What would you even call it? He's a fumble, and it's just like, what was he saying? He was like, they're eating dogs.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yes.
So he must have hit that shit or something.
Yeah, it's. I hear you.
Do you know the whereabouts of where that thing went, or it's just lost to history?
As far as I understand, the last guy who had it was Aquino. I mean, I know that for a fact. After that, who knows?
Right.
Now that
so it belongs to his estate or something.
Yeah, essentially, which means it probably went to the Temple of Set Church. So the Temple of Set people are all toking it and shit. They're all sucking Quetzal butt. They're all sucking Quetzal butt.
Yeah. That's awful. Well, they let Trump hit it. So
yeah, there you go. I'm sure they back his ass. Yeah, that goes without saying. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, what else? You know, like, he's usually pretty good when he's shit talking, so this time he really went off the deep.
Well, you know what his problem was? He's not talking to a senile old man. That's why, you know, it was before.
Yeah, but Kamala is like, she's like more, what's it called? Like it's not an intelligent, like a native intelligence. It's like a ruthless, like a cunning. She's more cunning. Yeah,
it's just animal level cunning.
She's got more of that than like people are like, oh, she's so smart. It's like, no, it's more like.
Thank you.
And her chart actually backs that up. Thank you. If you look into her chart, it's she doesn't have like high intelligence acumen, but she has like this kind of cunning. Yeah.
No, she's just an idiot with animal level cunning. I mean, I'm certainly.
That's how she scammed her way to the top, and even in Cali, because even here, like. It's really like that kind of getting even to district attorney is tough. So she must have really been scheming.
Oh God, yeah.
And not enough of, you know, you can't dick hop too much. Like there's an aspect, but it's not as much as they're claiming, right?
No, definitely.
So she had some kind of ability to scheme.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to put it.
No, definitely. She's a dangerous person but it's like, it would be like if Selena Khan had brains to a degree. It's kind of like that. It's like if...
That is what it reminds me of, actually.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and so that's pretty much...
Selena was like hubristic. She thought she had it figured out.
Yeah, no, that poor bitch. Yeah.
She's like, you just don't know how to do it, you know, like, I can teach you how to do real estate. She never taught me shit. Everything she said was just canned air.
She was so sad.
Like it was like Cheese Whiz. It was like eating Cheese Whiz.
Yes, it was. So sad. So sad. Yeah. I mean, it really was sad because, you know, it's like, she just... and then, just so people understand, her tragedy was this... like so many people where they think they've succeeded in something. She was on Long Island. She lived only a few blocks from Peter Moon, literally within minutes of driving distance. And she's a minority who kind of made well in this world. But it was basically because, how do I say this? Honestly, she couldn't even speak English. So it had to have been some kind of affirmative action thing where they just kind of like, oh, we need some foreign woman.
She told me that she basically just took photos and that was it. Like they didn't let her do any talking.
Right. Okay, got it.
It was kind of like, and then they would obligatorily give her 5% of the commission, you know, just because.
Yeah.
Like you said, it probably made them look good or something.
Yeah. Because
it was a big firm, like it's a huge firm, so they weren't like losing money on her. They were just like, you know, just let her do it. That's the vibe I got.
Got it. And
like just humor her.
Pretty much.
Let her think.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you know, this way we have, you know, a quote unquote Muslim woman with us who's, of course, not really a practicing Muslim at all. And then the poor dear, you know, thought she'd made it and she thought she was smart. And then she lost it all on, of course, I can't remember, Bitcoin. You know, I slammed Bitcoin. I told everybody, stay away from Bitcoin. She went on it and she lost everything, you know, poor bitch. And there you go with that. These people are self-destructive. And we all got to learn to have a sense of humility. And she learned the hard way, and then she wound up going off the deep end with the Edomites. You know, that's when Lena and Miguel show up, and then when Lena and Miguel showed up, it's like, You know, what was it again? What was that stupid band? They went to the stupid band, and that became their alibi for their.
I don't. It was called like Fix.
Yeah, Fix. It was Fix.
Something with two X's.
Yeah, the Fix. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Some totally nobodies. And then Lena, I haven't checked in on her, but last week we checked. She was like playing as a bassist. Yeah. Where they just like turned down the bass on her, just so she looked like she was bouncing around.
Yeah, just so the guys have something to look at.
They just put it in. Yeah, the guitarist just put that shit in her hand and just,
let her string
uses
it.
Her. Yeah.
Like one of Corey Feldman's angel musicians.
Yeah, like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, just hold this and look cute.
Yeah.
That's basically what she was relegated to. She left her whole family for that.
Yeah, well, she left her whole
family. I'm sure that ended terribly.
No doubt. She left her whole family because of her attacking me and my notifying the police and authorities about her having sex with underage kids. That's why her husband ran her out of town on a rail. Which, just so people know, I would never have done that if she just had left me alone. But she went full all-out Cult of the Kings of Edom and, started attacking me relentlessly and mouthing everything they were saying. So she was the enemy. And it's war. So there you go. And so she wound up being driven out of town on a rail on her own cognizance, her own fault. She brought it all down on herself. And then that, Judith Ager was trying to claim the same about me. You brought it all. You betrayed me for Lena. I had to deal with that shit. You betrayed me for Lena. I said, are you fucking kidding me? Are you that fucking out of your mind? There you go. You can't win. So many of these people are just plain nuts. And you know what my problem is? My envelope of tolerance is just too wide. That's my fucking problem. I've just got to stop being so tolerant it came from growing up in the Tenderloin and growing up in an environment of criminals and working with criminals all my life. You've got no idea of what's acceptable anymore. I went to John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting School to try and my version of a finishing school so I can have an idea of some, social cognizance or cognition so that I could overcome my feral child syndrome from having grown up in the ghetto. You know what they say, you can take a boy out of the jungle, but you can't take the jungle out of the boy. You can take a boy out of the ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out of the boy. I was trying to get the ghetto out of myself.
The hood.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
I don't know.
Take the hood.
I think you could have been on 90210. Like, I really think you could have.
Don't make me regret. Yeah, all I had to do was suck that guy's cock and take it up the ass. Not that I was.
Well, you were good enough to be on there. It's just that you shouldn't have to suck a guy's cock to do it. But you would have been great on there.
I appreciate that.
If it wasn't for that.
Yes, thank you.
That slight hurdle there.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly. I feel yes, I could have done that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, look at your damn thumbnails are way more glamorous than any of that shit.
Yeah. Thank you.
When you refused his offer, did he say, but I'm kosher?
No, thank you. You had to go there. Nemo had to go there. Yes. By the way, Nemo showed me what he wrote about the kids with the French fries. It wasn't that bad, Brendan. Brendan was like, I can't read this aloud.
I can understand why it wouldn't be.
Wait, what did I say something? I didn't say it was bad.
You said I can't read this out loud.
He didn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
Well, it was like if I fully fleshed it out, because it was like a joke between both of us. So if I fully fleshed it out, it would just be instant red, what is it, rubber stamped.
Yeah.
We'd get the red triangle put on us or whatever it was back in the day. They'd pin that to us for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
But at this point, it's like the original video, the people were commenting the jokes write themselves.
Yes.
We don't even have to make it. We don't even have to give examples anymore. It's just just shows itself.
The comment section was just filled with that.
Yeah, it was great.
That's comedy gold. That was
because it's
more people
it was like, I mean, like, how are those children like that? I mean, even
They
the worst
groomed into
children I've
being
ever
like
worked
that.
with are like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they must be. Let's not talk about that. That was like a rhetorical question. How could they die? How is this possible, right? This is like a rhetorical.
Yeah, you're ready now.
For those of you listening, I'll provide this detail. There was footage of this waiter who looks like he's feeding Komodo dragons. He's like got a shank of meat that he's supposed to toss to Komodo dragons. So he's like holding the shank of meat up and then tossing it as far as he can into the Komodo dragon pit. And it's these Jewish boys with yarmulkes. That's skull caps for people who don't know what that means. And these yarmulke wearing Jewish boys just dove on it like dogs on a shank of meat. They just rah! Yeah, it was like no concept of boundaries. It was like they were just grab as much as I can for me. You know, it's just where's mine? It's just get mine. Yeah, no sharing here. No,
they're just thrown out the window.
Yeah. Holy shit! It's just and you wonder, of course, is this orchestrated? Is this of course? Then of course you come to the conclusion it can't be. It's the way they are or something. But anyhow, so that's what we're speaking of is what we saw. But what both these men are saying, Brendan and Nemo, is that we need to be cautious of how we respond. That's what we saw, but then we need to be cautious of how we respond to it because it. So there you go, and we don't want people to take that and run with it. But such being said, it's I don't know, with everything else we managed to get away with. Granted, there was a lot. We can't tell what they're gonna latch onto, but what they do latch onto usually isn't what we think they would latch onto. What they've tended to latch onto is the shit Ian did, which was basically transphobic shit, and that was Ian's fault. That's Ian's, Ian's really, in the end, he's this phobic individual. That's what you have to say about Ian West. He's actually a phobic individual. There's no denying that. That's what it comes down to. Then when it comes to the other thing that's gotten us in trouble, of all things, is, I'm even afraid to say the word, let's just call it inoculations. Which, for those of you who don't know, I'm pro-vax. I get vaccinated, people.
Yep.
Yeah, so, fuck, you can't win. And I've argued on behalf of vaccinations in the past. I don't even bother anymore. I mean, because they'll hit you anyway and say, and obviously I'm not transphobic or homophobic or biphobic or anything like that. Ian is, but I paid the price for his phobia. So there you go. So you can't win. But that's because we got an enemy that's always watching, and they jump on it. But now they're exposed. They're exposing themselves as, basically Muslim terrorists. So there you go, motherfuckers. And we even have Muslim terrorists coming to the chat. So, what do you think of Wahid? Yes, what he says about you, Douglas, and shit. That's like saying, what do you think about, the Ayatollah declaring jihad? Or, not jihad, for a person it's fatwa. What do you think of the Ayatollah declaring fatwa on you, Douglas? You're up there with Salman Rushdie. And, well, I'm no Salman Rushdie. He's on a different trip, but if the Ayatollah declared fatwa...
Yeah, I was about to drop the Salman Rushdie. When I was in Europe, I went to the spot where they discovered Salman Rushdie.
Yeah.
Like he did some kind of commercial or something, and then it would happen to be in this specific part of London, and then they were like, we know where Salman Rushdie is. This was like back in the 90s or something. Because they're probably still trying to kill him. Is he even alive?
Unfortunately, he's still alive. I mean, I got nothing against the guy, but I got nothing for him either. I don't understand why. What the fuck the trip is? It's like,
yeah, that's why it's funny. It's like this poor guy's just got a fatwa on his head.
Yeah. He's an ugly son of a bitch. He's an ugly son of a bitch. I think he's cursed already just by being alive. He doesn't get laid unless he pays for it.
Yeah. Well, these people don't have to. They just their parents marry them off.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, good point. Yeah, And but there you go. Yeah.
I feel sorry for the women.
Oh, of course. No, it's terrible. It's
They
like
mostly get hooked up with just ugly, fucking hairy slobs.
yeah. Well, there you go.
You have like the best timing. It's like that's very.
Yeah. Well,
It's good.
think.
Your delivery is great.
Yeah, think of that poor Romanian chick we know of who, wound up getting married for U.S. citizenship. Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
That's like a real.
I guess that's just the way of the world.
Yeah. Like that one's really the worst because it's like she got ripped off.
Yeah.
That's like one of the worst ones. So there you go.
He sent you pictures. He sent her pictures of the bathroom. I fixed the bathroom. He sent her
Yes. Yes. Oh god, I can't imagine that. That's so
Mr.
bad.
Bob the Builder over there.
Yeah, is he putting in like a anal an anal infusion facility? Like,
you know that's what he meant by upgrade. Like it's not even
or whatever you call it. I'm sorry.
It's not even a bidet. That was my first question.
Yeah.
I was like,
His
I'm
own
sorry,
I didn't say
bidet.
the proper name. Yeah, I didn't say the proper name, but whatever it is that Peter advocates.
Well, the
for.
bidet is not a colonic, that's for sure.
Yeah. Just to clean your ass.
We'll have to ask him next time.
No, like colonic.
Because for people that do colonics, I feel like the bidet is like, I mean, that's not.
Yeah, no. Bidet is like just sprays it on your ass. Like
That's like a joke, Yeah.
He's talking about like injecting it into your ass.
I mean, that's what it is. We're not making fun of it.
Yeah.
That's what
No, it really is.
It's literally what it is. So
Technically,
it's a hose, like it's a hose.
Yeah, it squirts it. Yeah, pumps it in there, and supposedly has many benefits from the at least
get to
This is like there was like a few years back, people were doing like coffee enemas. Like it's like honestly, it's really
people are
bad.
still doing them. Yeah.
That should be bad. What about the acid, the acidity shit?
No, hey,
What?
It might be good, but like I'm just not.
Isn't
ready.
coffee acidic?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll
It
just-
like makes you it purges your system, whatever it does. It's never sounded appealing, but all those health people were like, "Oh, it makes you." It's always the same trip. It's like a Stockholm syndrome. They're like, you start glowing and your face becomes clear. Your skin tightens up, and it's like that's not worth it.
Just understand, it's the.
I'd rather be wrinkly.
The anus is a mucous membrane, so what's happening is these people are absorbing the caffeine directly through the mucous membrane, just like when Jameson would stand upside down on his head and pour the cough syrup down his ass. That's how he got the high so quickly. Brendan had to leave on that. He couldn't take it anymore. He said,
He's doing a jackass stunt like Steve-O chugging beer in his ass.
Yeah, but just so people understand, what about that? Remember the black guy who was working with me for a while, named Abdul Karim Haq, who then gave up on Islam and became something far worse. But, changed his name even because Abdullah, for those of you who don't know, means slave, but it means slave of Allah. That's the very name, Abdullah, meaning slave of Allah. So Abdul is just the diminutive. It's the short version of that name. But this guy was black, and I'm no slave even to God. and he changed his name from Abdu to Abu, which means daddy, because he wants to sound like a pimp. I'm daddy, Abu. And but anyhow, that motherfucker, he was like saying on my show, he said, the bidet. I couldn't get along without the bidet. If I was stuck on a desert island, the one thing I would have to have would be a toilet with the bidet. And I'm like, I can't live without it. It's like, it's the first thing I had installed in my toilet. And he just like, oh my God, really? It's like, how gay can you fucking be? I'm Asian myself, and the last thing I think about that I would want on a desert island would be a fucking bidet. Of all the things you would want with you on a desert island.
Not like you need food and shelter.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, really, I mean, on a desert island, you got salt water. I could wipe my ass with coconut and banana leaves using salt water to get enough abrasiveness to get the Klingons off my ass. I don't need a goddamn bidet, an entire plumbing system for that. I mean, really, you got to be getting off on the sensation of the spurt between the crack of your butt cheeks at that point. It's got to be something like that. For this idiot to be addicted to this sensation, and besides at that, it's like they say, it's when you're young, it's sex. I gotta get great sex, and then when you're middle age, it's like a meal. I gotta get a great meal, and then when you're an old man, then it's like, oh, I gotta have a good bowel movement. This guy was already there. He was already there at the good bowel movement stage, and he's younger than me. This is like how fucked up this guy was. And when I was walking up a hill with him in San Francisco, when he visited San Francisco and I walked up a hill with him, I realized, man, I got nothing to worry about. This guy was breathing hard. Of course, he's a smoker. Pot. He's smoking pot, but it's the same shit. Don't let him fool you. The pot's no better than the goddamn tobacco. You're going to get just as winded. Going to just fuck up your lungs just as much. You know, just... Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and so just out of curiosity, let's do a comparison. Aristides, Nemo, come on, guys, you both smoke. How many packs a day? I'm presuming you guys are not a pack a day kind of guys. I'm presuming.
No, not a lot of tobacco.
No, not at all. Less.
A lot of pot,
less
though.
than that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
more pot than tobacco for me.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for sharing that. So where do you get your pot? Is it legal in Australia?
Yeah.
You're kidding?
Medicinal. Yeah.
Okay. So
in some states, I don't know about all the other states. I think in South Australia you can grow some plants yourself, but I don't know if that's still the same laws. The laws change every now and then. So
interesting. So explain to our listeners so that they don't get confused. Australia has states. They actually call them states. Yeah. Yet the nation
just like America.
Right, but the nation itself, its full title is the Commonwealth of Australia. Is it not?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay.
New Zealand, Australia, Commonwealth countries.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so then, but they have states, but Britain doesn't have states. Britain itself does not have states. They call them something else, right? The little island is divided into other little subdivisions. I forget what the name for their subdivisions are. But yeah, Australia has states. Australia's like, it's just as close to being America, but it's different in some senses. And they could have been America. In their own way. They were more of an Irish for the longest period of time, or rather, they could have become an Irish republic down under if they had enough of the rebellion going. The person who represented that the best was Ned Kelly, of course. Ned Kelly was exemplary of the Irish spirit of rebellion, and
he's a legendary outlaw.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. For Americans who are not familiar with that, I remember going in, when I was in Australia, I said, oh wow, you got Ned Kelly on the wall in this restaurant. And then this one Australian guy I was with said, wow, I've been eating at this restaurant for years. And that's the first time I realized that was Ned Kelly. Oh, so Brendan's
quite recognizable, yeah.
You would think, yeah. You would think, yes. Tell people why. Tell me why.
Oh, he's just so well known. He's just a big reputation in Australia. People have like decorations of him, and they pay homage to him. Yeah. Even people on driving their 4-wheel drives will have like a decorative spare tire cover with Ned Kelly in his helmet and plated armor with his dual-wielded revolvers.
Cool. Yes. Yeah. He was one. Yeah. He was one.
There's a comedy movie.
Like that.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Say that again, Brendan.
I wish Australians were still like that. They need to rebel against whatever's going on.
Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so what Brendan said was, I wish Australians were still like that. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah. What the fuck, Brendan? Are you talking to in your pillow or something? It sounds like he's face down.
It sounds to me like one of the most restricted places on earth at night. Even more than Germany. Like, even Germany, you can have, like, rifles and stuff for hunting. Like, what kind of place is Australia?
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a fucked up place to live.
What? Well, are you allowed to have rifles for hunting, Nemo? Or no?
Yeah. You can hunt, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, you can buy rifles for hunting, I think.
Okay, but you have to clarify.
You gotta have a special license and all that bullshit.
Right, right, and so.
But you can hunt pigs, wild pigs. I think maybe only during certain seasons, maybe to reduce their numbers.
Interesting.
And maybe crocodiles when they're overbreeding.
But
just shit like that.
But Australia's overrun with rabbits. Certainly, they should allow people to kill rabbits anytime.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah, I would hope. Jesus Christ! Just for those of you who
if I had a gun, that's
go on.
I won't say it because Brendan's.
Yeah. No worries. Brendan gets it.
Yeah.
I can handle it.
Yeah. Even Brooke respects hunters.
Yeah.
If they,
I would help with the overpopulation. Just help reduce.
Well, it's like I think 90%, like all these retarded meat eaters need to go kill something just to earn the right to eat meat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Instead of these fuckers just sitting there like buying grocery store bacon and being like, "Oh, bacon, it's so good." It's
Definitely,
like figure out how it's made first.
If I was killing,
do it. Yeah, do it first, and then you.
If I was hunting animals, I'd be eating.
Yes,
definitely.
Of course.
But that's the point. I mean, it's like that's the only way you're worthy to eat meat, in my opinion. Like.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I would.
Thank you. No, I mean, of course, that goes without saying. That would be preferable. Would be at
like
least.
Like mono y mono. It's like
Well,
that way it's you were on a playing field with the creature and then you killed it. Like it's fair.
Well,
but if you just go to a store and buy a freaking, where it's just machines are killing them. I mean, it's just a joke.
But don't hold it against the peasants. It's the scumbags that are ruling us that try to force us to live like that. Yeah.
They do it deliberately because when the imbalance is there, when there's like more animals being killed than humans, then it causes it causes a negative energy spiral vortex.
They know exactly what they're doing.
That's why they have to do the wars.
Yep.
The wars are there to put that back into balance, and they won't tell people why it's there. Like there's a quote from Leon. What's his name? Not Trotsky, but that's the good one. What's the other one?
Gee, I forget. Leon? Who?
The guy that wrote War and Peace. What's his name?
Oh, Dostoevsky. I believe. Dostoevsky? Tolstoy.
Thank you. Yeah, Tolstoy in the Anglicized. Yeah, Tolstoy. He said, as long as there are abattoirs, there will be battlefields.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go.
Fascinating. Yeah. Well, I would expand that a bit by saying that if you raise rabbits in a pen or you're raising chickens in a hen house, slaughtering them on your own farm or land is valuable because you have raised those animals. You have the right to kill them and eat them. That's I would expand that. Yes. Thank you.
When you're doing that, you protect them, you nurture them.
Yeah.
It's like an exchange. It's not like just like a machine factory, just totally soulless, where they're always like. It's not like if you have a bunch of chickens, they're going to be tortured 24/7. But if you buy factory farm, it's tortured all the time.
Yeah.
Like it's in a cage, it can't move, and all this stuff happens with it. They like kick them around. But if you own like a bunch of chickens, like you're gonna want them to thrive, so you have more food later, or they produce more eggs for you. And then when it's too old to make eggs, then you just kill it. Or if the rooster's too aggressive, then you go and kill it. I mean, it puts you more on in a universal scale. It puts you more evenly with what you're doing.
Yes.
But if humans keep going this direction, it's just gonna cause doomsday. Like that's why the wars have been getting more crazy, like genocide level.
Yeah. Oh yes. Thank you. Quite true. And
like you can't even talk sense. Like at least back in the day, you could like do a truce. Now it's like it's impossible. It's just crazy.
Thank you.
Like it's becoming like Doug. You know history well.
Of course.
It's like the wars were never like this. It was like you would meet on the field of battle, square off, and that's a war. It's not this like where you're sending in flamethrower robots to like burn their corpses.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's getting to this crazy point for a reason. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Thank you. And so
I'll just drop some Agent Orange on this village while I'm at it.
Yeah. No, I appreciate both you gentlemen.
That was American diabolism. That was different.
Yeah. They should go. In terms of war, they should force all these nations, if they decide to go on war, they should force them to not use firearms or only melee weapons like in the old days, like swords and spears and bow and arrows. They should only fight like that on even balanced terms. And there won't be much collateral damage. The innocent people won't be killed by fucking bombs and bioweapons and all that shit.
By the way,
radioactive waste.
I appreciate what you're saying. Certainly, I'll rejoinder that or give some backup to that, some validation to that.
Imagine the Russians and Ukrainians going at it with just fucking melee, just hacking each other to bits.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm happy the way they're going at it right now because of there's several reasons for that, but I'll get into that. So George Knight is with us. George Knight has joined us. So, dear George, yes, before anything, let us know how much time you have with us tonight. How much time do you have with us approximately?
Yeah. Yes, thank you for having me on, and I've got a good hour.
Okay, good.
So, good. Some time. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll speak with George and Brendan and Nemo and Aristides for a bit. It's a sausage fest tonight. I tried to bring the ladies on, but
I'm gonna go for a bit, Doug.
Okay.
Because my phone's dead. That thing, so George can carry on and
thank you
guys can have uninterrupted.
Yeah. Well, we love you dearly, Brendan. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
Have a good one.
Yeah. And then join us if you can later. And I might end the transmission shortly after talking to George, but if we're still on, join us. Yes, if you can. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Okay. I'll stay around.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, he's doing his work at very odd hours, and he's in charge of like this large acreage now of this campus in terms of attending to it. Your job isn't all that different from Brendan's. Both of you have very physical labor. And how is your work? Give us a status update report, please, for all our listeners. George, let us know what's going on.
Yeah. Yes, it's skyrocketed actually. The demand for fibre has gone really high in the UK. Most people now they want to transition from copper over to full fibre because they want a more reliable service. So it's just full swings ahead, full force ahead. So at the moment,
while they're downsizing staff, no less.
Guess what? Yeah, just to give a status update report, they are now looking to recruit more.
There you go.
There you go. They've just they self-immolated themselves.
Yeah.
They shot themselves in the foot, and then they've realised, well, the demand is there. So, oh look, we need now a workforce to go in. To build the infrastructure, to build it. So they've come to a realisation, and this has been the discourse in history with most companies, large organizations. They always do this. They look at it in the immediate factor when there's scarce in funds, or there's someone at the top that's greedy, wants all the money. Then what they do is they start laying off people. But before they start laying off people, they start to reduce the supplies, the stores, and so you can see the signs. And so and when the demand is there, then they need a workforce. Of course, we're the ones making the money. So,
right.
Yeah. So
holy shit.
You can see it. Yeah, you can see it. So yeah.
Well, tell our listeners what they were doing. Tell our listeners about the fact that these idiots were like, we gotta get rid of people. We're getting rid of people. And did I not say what? How are they going to meet the demand? Did I not say that when they? Oh,
absolutely. God. Absolutely. Yeah, no, quite true, Douglas. Very, very true. It's something that we always knew, and we've said it many times, and it's just it bobbles you. It's mind-boggling. So you just have to roll your eyes back and just shudder. But obviously they're trying to get rid of people by any means possible, by trying to catch people out and just get rid of them by sacking them. So that's what they were doing. Oh, so and then they realise, oh crap, we can't do that because we need a workforce now. So,
oh my God. Well, our man Nemo just entered into the text box the UK's booming fiber optic network, so you can take a look at that link in your spare time.
Yes. You had slow or just mediocre download speed like for years now over in England, because I looked at the average download speed and it was 69.4 megabits per second, which is, in today's standards, that's pretty slow. But now that they're getting all the fiber optics installed, they'll get a big boost in download speed.
By
the internet providers.
Yeah. and fiber's been around since the 60s. It's been around forever, but the UK, we're relying on their old copper network because it's been there for generations. It's been there for decades.
Oh God, we're talking. That goes back to like gaslight and shit. Yes. Victorian era and
Jack the Ripper and all that.
Yes.
It goes back to those day and ages. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, telegraph. Yeah, I can confirm if you just walk around, like if you see the underground and stuff, it's all these old ass power lines and telegraphs. Literally, telegraph lines are all still there.
Holy shit! That's outrageous. That's outrageous.
England preserves a lot of their old stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I could understand why, but it's at this point, it's oh my God! Tell them, George, about how they were for a while seriously considering allowing the communist Chinese to install their 5G. Oh my God, the insanity!
Yeah. No, so the old technology. So the original, the legacy stuff, which is what we call it, it was all Huawei manufactured in communist China. Then they realised, there's a breach in security.
No shit. Yeah.
No shit, Sherlock. And so they retracted that idea and that proposal. So then they went to an alternative solution. They started using Nokia instead, which is been more reliable and certainly more secure. Anyway, it is what it is, Douglas. That's the famous saying in our company. It is what it is. Just go with the flow. Nod your head, say yes, sir. Yes. Just do as you're told. Be where you're supposed to be, and then you get left alone. Yeah, that's it.
And how about weather and safety issues? How's that going?
Guess what? With the weather, just to update, it's been a terrible summer. Everyone keeps moaning about the weather because we haven't had a summer this year, and it's very, very cold right now. And it's it's the early parts of September. We're in the September 12th now, and so it's extremely cold. It's just like, well, what do you expect? I just think, this is the future. This is what's going to happen. This is the present and the future. The weather, it's alternate. It's not the same as it once was, and that's due to climate change and the other. It's so many factors that go into it. But it's like, it's just extremely cold. Thankfully, it's dry. It's not raining. The last few weeks have been it's been torrential rain.
Really? Oh shit! What do you do on a day like that?
We have to keep working. They give us these quote-unquote waterproofs, which are not waterproof, but we use a machine to do our splicing to fuse the two fiber optics together, and you can't do it in the outdoors. You can't do it when it's raining. Excuse me, that's what I was meant to say. You can do it, but as long as it's not raining. If it's raining, it doesn't work, so you have to get some covers. You have to get something to cover yourself. So usually an umbrella or something, but you're not allowed an umbrella. So they provide a tent, which that'll take a good half an hour in the rain to start.
I was about to say! The fuck?
Yeah. But the only time you can't work is when it's thundering, when it's actually lightning and clapping and thundering. They tell you to just reframe and sit in your van, and you can't resume work until after 20 minutes after the last clap you hear.
Jesus Christ.
So, that's it. Other than that, you have to work all year round, no matter what the weather. Yeah. But no one else works in that weather. No one else works in those conditions. They all stop.
No, that's true. It's like, and what about, so have you been in any particular properties lately that were of any interest? Any that particularly stand out?
No. Yeah, no. Oh, I haven't, thankfully, Douglas. Thankfully, with my background as a bartender has definitely helped. I can see the signs, and then, you just don't want to, you don't want to testament. You don't want to go ahead. If you see anything that is looks suspicious, you don't want to proceed. So I'm thankfully quite aware of the surroundings. So thankfully, you get you sort of know when you knock on the door, when you speak to people, like, no, I'm not going to come in.
Wow.
I'll get rid of that. Yeah, I'm just being, just joking aside.
Understood.
But other than that, Douglas, I have nothing to report from work other than that. With me, I'm doing really well with it. Of course, we're all we're all tracked and monitored by our performance, and mine's really high, and so one of the best. So yeah,
Good.
I've got nothing to worry about.
Thank God.
But
no,
yeah,
that's good. I'm proud of you. I'm really proud of you, of course. I mean, we all are. I mean, this was incredible that you were able to get into this, and you needed to. God knows you were. Yeah, it was. You needed that, and the change was. Go on.
Yeah, with the hospitality, it was just a dead end job at the end of the day. So yeah, definitely needed that change, that career change, and it's definitely worked out for the best and for the better. And yes, it just allowed me to be more flexible as well, which is great.
Now, the last time that we were on, share with people, because we didn't have much of a chance to go over it because you were, we brought it up towards the end of your being with us on the last call. Tell people about your experience recently, the what people would call a UFO experience. So to share this with us.
Yeah, it's very important, and obviously I did report it straight to you, Douglas, in the private messages. Did relay it back to you. Which is very important. Yeah, there was a couple other things I just wanted to bring up actually.
Take your time. Take your time.
It's just been great that you've just had a massive spike in your subscriptions.
Thank
on YouTube, which is great. So that means you're getting new viewers. So obviously we have to go over old topics, old things, and then relay them again because we get new listenership. So it's always important.
Matter of fact, I'll show you right now. So just so you can see it, what I'm going to do now is take you on a screen share. Can you see the screen share, or can you? Let's. I'm going to take us to the channel dashboard, and this is for Nemo to see as well. Nemo, can you see me sharing screen? So both of you, this is channel analytics here. Current subscribers are at 3,395. We're just shy of 3,400. We've had 359 in the last 28 days. To round that up, it's 360 in 30 days. So we basically had 360 subscriptions in 30 days. We're at 3,400. So yes, quite a our subscriptions have skyrocketed. The only thing I can think of is Marina Sarin might have been sharing the fact that she's been on with us on her channel, so to speak, and maybe that's caused a lot of this. It's the only logical thing I can think of. Definitely we'll work with that now. We've got a lot of new listeners, as our man George has said, so we'll need to go over a lot of the basics of our narrative with them so that they understand where we're coming from. So so such being said,
tell them all about Operation High Jump again.
Yes, that's right. And Nemo, of course, has now. Are you familiar? The one lady. Let me show this to both of you again. Let me do another screen share. See if I can find it. So I'll go back to sharing screen. I'll see if I can find it on our channel here. Let's go to here we are. I'm going to press the notification button. Should be able to find it. Here we are. So I'll lower it down to the point where we've got. Some of these. So this person said thank you on that interview that I had done with the Bulgarian bozos.
Bulgarians.
So I'm glad he appreciated that. And then see, it should be down here. Here we are, Wdy Wowling. So let's go over to where Wdy Wowling has been talking. I'll go over to that video. For those of you who don't know, this is what is it? Brendan Zogit would say that's my Helsing rape face. Okay, so then we go down a little lower down here to what Wdy Wowling is saying. I listened to you for years in the past and have many of your earlier broadcasts on CDs as well as the 2 DVDs you used to sell. Yeah, this is 12 years ago, at least, something like that. But I don't recall back then you ever mentioning Adolf Hitler, AH, as being your biological father. Would you please explain how you came to know this? And as I explained, of course, she doesn't intend any offense, but just so people understand, that's not the right way to phrase the question. It's not like I suddenly found out. It's like I always knew. But anyhow, one of my favorite interviews you did was Critical Post Chicago. I know distinctly what she's talking about. Thankfully, I also have in my archives since it has been deleted from YouTube, which, has been the case with the Anthony J. Hilder interview. T. Tank Berry brought up that the interview with Anthony J. Hilder used to be comedy gold. It was precious because
I
was so obviously irritated with this consummate phony AJ Hilder. And so it's a pity people can't see that anymore. So
you can see the frustration in your face.
Oh god, yeah. I'm dealing with an idiot. But asking you, Nemo, do you have that as well as this Critical Post Chicago interview in your archives?
I'll look for the Chicago. I know I have the Anthony J. Hilder one.
Okay.
I'll look for if I have that one.
Okay, because
it sounds familiar.
Right. Yeah, I'll ask her to. That was one in which I had to run all the way home, and I was all sweating, and so I blamed V for that as well, and still do. I mean, it's like
I have it.
Oh, you do? Excellent, thank God, because we were telling her to send it to us. We were saying, Wendy Walling, if you've got it, send it to us so we can have Nemo archive it. So thank God. So there you have it. We couldn't do it without Nemo. We couldn't do it without George. Yeah. We couldn't do it without Aristides. And Brendan's already been thanked for his contributions. So there you go. So you both are caught up on this. And again, this is apparently, some people have not been listening steadily. They may have been listening a long time ago, got an impression of me, came back years later, and said...
John War probably has the second, more obscure one.
Okay, good.
And he's alive. He's been posting, so he's fine.
Thank God.
John Warrington, yeah.
Yeah, so shout out to John Warrington. And for God's sakes, John, try and contact George Knight. You're both live in the same kingdom, for Christ's sakes.
I noticed he posted in one of the channels a while ago. I was surprised. I'm like, awesome.
Yeah.
Has he been on your live streams before?
Yeah.
Chatted with you on your live stream before?
Oh, God, yes. It was like, it's just a lot. What happened was, what happened, right? With his brother and his parents?
Yeah, you told me the whole background.
Actually,
I just never heard him on your live stream before.
Yeah, he came on. That was the last time he came on. That was around the last time.
What year was it? What year?
Wasn't that long ago? It was, only 2 years ago, right, George? Something like that?
Yes, about that. Yes, that's right.
All right.
Yeah.
It was around about that.
Yeah.
When did he start appearing on your show?
Oh, he had been appearing on my show irregularly. Yeah. For years. And then
all right.
Yeah, then what happened was that destroyed or turned his life upside down. It turned his life upside down because basically, as George Knight can describe, he was in a really unusual situation for England. England does not have too many places where they've got like a situation where people have shared bathrooms and shared kitchens. But he was in some weird situation where his parents had owned property that he was essentially the manager of, and he was the kind of like landlord, or his parents were the landlords, but he was like the manager of this place where it had 2 floors, and people on each floor shared the kitchen and the bathroom. Isn't that disgusting? And he was essentially the manager of the overall place, and he had to go down and try and get people to fix the hot water heater when his brother came in and sabotaged it. And it was like he had more than one brother, but the most famous of his brothers was stalking Heidi Klum. That's correct, right, George? It was Heidi Klum, the German model. Have I got that right?
Yeah, or was it Kate Moss?
Kate Moss, thank you. Kate Moss.
Thank you.
I think. I don't know.
Yes. I'm not sure now, Douglas.
I'll have to look it up. Yeah. Fuck, I can't remember.
Kate Moss.
Kate Moss. It was Kate Moss. It was Kate Moss. Yes. And his brother, he'd somehow get out of the insane asylum and be given a ticket to go to fucking continental Europe, where he would stalk Kate Moss and put things like a World War I helmet with flowers in front of her door and shit. And so she obviously considered this a threat. He was ultimately institutionalized in an asylum for the criminally insane, at which point England, as George Knight knows this better than I, apparently once a year they allow these people in these institutionalized facilities a day off where they go outside and do what they do in the world, and that way the English can't say they're being cruel and maintain people in a inhuman basis or something. And then and that's, we don't need to go into the private story of how George knows this, but anyhow, that's how John Warrington's brother wound up going out. And now I can't remember which parent he did which two, but one of them he stabbed 40 times, and the other one he beheaded. I can't remember the whether it was the mother. I think he beheaded the dad and stabbed the mother 40 times. This is just awful. And he came on my show that night that happened, to let us know. It was just horrible.
That's like the OJ killing. One of them gets stabbed multiple times and one gets the head cut off.
That's right. In OJ's case, it was the girl. It was his wife.
Yeah, she got her head cut off.
That's right. From what I understand, the head was practically beheaded and was connected to her body only by a sliver of skin or maybe her spinal column, something crazy like that. Yeah, holy shit. I mean, just, whoa. I mean, god damn.
And he gets away with it.
Yeah, well, yeah, but then he finally died in jail anyway, didn't he? Because he was arrested.
Did he die? Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, he died in jail ultimately because they arrested him for bullshit with selling football cards or something. He ultimately, he couldn't OJ his way out of, a paper bag ultimately. he faced justice in his, for a piece of shit. So
it says he's...
what did it say?
Oh, yeah, he died on the 10th of April, yeah.
In prison?
I can't believe I didn't...
I think he died in prison.
Said he died from prostate cancer.
Yeah. In prison, was it not?
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
If he was still in prison, then I guess.
Yeah. And so there you go. I mean, life has some justice to it.
It's just the last time I remember seeing him.
Yeah.
He was filming himself while he was on a golf course with this shit-eating grin, talking about, how great it is, and talking about football statistics, because he's an ex-football player.
Well,
so I'm just out playing golf and watching football.
Yeah. Hey, give him enough rope and he hung himself. Yeah, he hanged himself is the proper term.
Yeah, didn't he write a book about what if he did kill her and all that shit? And I'm like, what the...
Yeah, Brendan, help me out here. Brendan, help me out here.
What if I did it?
Yeah, hey, Brendan, are you there? Yeah, help me out here. Didn't OJ said... No, wait, this is what OJ said, right? He said, I was inspired by the seventh seal. Didn't he say that? He said, where, Peter talks about his parents. He said, so he said if Pete could do it, I said I can do it. So he wrote, what if I did kill Nicole? And so then he said that would only show how much I loved her. But Pete didn't even say that. Pete just said, what if my parents died? That just showed I get the estate.
Well, yeah, that excerpt from the book is like, it's almost haunting. He's like, I warned them. I told them not to do it. And then when the guy finally came up and told me, there was like that whole part, he was like, yes, I already knew this was going to happen.
You think he was programmed to do it, or that was just full on organic, all on him?
Which one?
Which one?
OJ? Yeah, OJ, yeah.
Oh, he was just...
OJ didn't need no fucking famous. Programming!
He was just famous. And
I only say that because he was a famous celebrity and all that.
No!
Yeah, he went crazy.
He was always crazy. Look, just so people know, O.J. Simpson went to Galileo High School in San Francisco, where my gang brother Beaver went. Right. Yes, and in San Francisco, they used to have signs right in the neighborhood of Galileo High School students. Right in the neighborhood of the school. They would have these signs on local laundromats and little shops. Like the bait shop. People would go to the bait shop so they could go fish at Pier 39 in San Francisco and stuff. But wherever these shops were, they all had signs up saying no Galileo High School students beyond this point, because Galileo was just known to be so violent and their students were just known to be a bunch of psychotics. So naturally, they would produce the likes of O.J. Simpson. I mean,
even driving by it now, it looks sketch. Is it still there?
It's still there.
I drove by something. Yeah. And I think some Chinese school tried to buy the campus or something. Is that the case?
Yeah. It's just basically a converted prison is what it looks like. They all look like
it's decrepit. Yeah, it's decrepit.
Yes. So there you go.
You went to a really fucked school.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. And they had their football
I would have just guessed he went to a nice fancy school.
Oh, fuck no. No. It's funny thing is, it's not inner city. It's in San Francisco, so it's in the city, but it's not like a ghetto environment. It's in the tourist area. It's right across from Ghirardelli Square. It's near Ghirardelli Square, but it's it's just famous for violence. It was famous for all kinds of violent occurrences.
I wonder why.
Yeah. There we go. So there we are. I could go on about that for a while. So George.
Yeah, but did you? I was just
go
going
on.
to say, did you see him in the courtroom when they were putting the glove on him? And
Yeah.
You could see he wasn't putting in any effort to try and make it fit. He was just holding it stiff, having a stiff palm, and they're just slightly putting it on his hand. Oh, look, it doesn't fit. I'm like, if I was a prosecutor, I would have said, pull that motherfucker hard as you can, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. Oh, dude, I would have just, rammed it over his hand.
And didn't he get acquitted because the prosecutor once said the N-word in his fucking past career?
Man, it just went
Mark
on
Furman.
and on. Yeah, it went on and on. Just everything went his way.
What a joke.
Yeah, Mark
No,
Furman.
the sinister part is that his lawyer was the Kardashians' father. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Your
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's how they became famous. That whole family.
Oh God, there you go. That's
and then he ended up dying of cancer, and all his money, because he was a famous LA lawyer, and all of his money went to them. And then look what happened.
Yeah, look at
the spawn of.
Yes.
It's not even Satan. Like Satan would be good. Like that would almost be good compared to them.
Yeah, but
they're like the spawn of like these slugs. They're like slug
parasites.
Thank you. When I told
they're like super powered slugs or something.
Yeah, when I told my gang brother Beaver that the largest Yazidi church dedicated to Lucifer in the world is in Armenia, then he said, that explains the Kardashians. And I'm like, dude, they're not Armenian. They're all Judaified, like that Simmons guy, came out and said, yeah, I'm Jewish and shit. It's like Gene Simmons, he's affiliated.
Another famous Armenian group was like the System of a Down.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah.
Those people.
But it's funny, I still question.
Of some sort.
Yeah, I watch a lot of the shit, like the Darren Malakian. He's the one that develops all the music, and he gets all the unseen forces helping him write all the music for the band. They're really into all that stuff. I don't know if they're full on evil or if they're just neutral, because they're constantly trying to bring awareness to the Armenian genocide and all that shit. They're like an activist band.
Okay.
They're all ethnically Armenian, but they grew up in Hollywood. But even Darren Malakian once said at a live concert in the early 2000s, not even Israel has enough money to buy this fucking band. Starts playing their music. Well, that's some ballsy shit. I never had a band saying that at a live concert.
Cool. So there you go. Thank you. That's important to know. Yes.
I don't think they like Israel, obviously, because they deny the
the Holocaust. Thank you.
They
Genocide.
still all those record companies. I mean, they still took the checks. I mean.
Yeah.
Well, what are you gonna do? They got.
Like I said, I question their integrity and their intent. Like I reckon that's probably all a facade of them being activists, and they're probably all crypto, pretending to be Armenian. So I don't know.
Well, still, if they said that at least gives them some credit. You can't blame them for taking money when they, that's what you're in the business for. But yeah. But so in the link, thank goodness. So if you want to download that, George, for your own records, there's the Critical Post interview. Thank God we've got that.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I'll probably I'm just so glad to see that there. Just so glad we had that. I'm sorry?
What was the name of that church you were saying in Armenia? The Yazidi church. What was the name of it?
Let's take a look at the Yazidi church in Armenia. So I'll look it up. But in the meantime, so George, what else do you think needs to be brought to our attention in the time you have with us? Socially, politically, what do you think needs to be brought to our attention while I look this up?
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And the last time I was on the show, I made I mentioned the point about the Alien Predator franchise. I forgot to make an important point as well to add on to that. But what I'll do is I'll go over what I said last time. We brought up the fact that with Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was so egotistical that after making the 1984 first Terminator movie, he played the villain in that role in that movie. And for him to come back by James Cameron, he said, yeah, I want you to star back in Terminator 2 in the sequel. And he goes, but I don't want to play as the bad guy. I want to be the good guy. So that's why they changed the whole role. They brought the T-1000 as the villain in the second sequel. But in the Predator movie itself, in 1987, they originally casted Van Damme to play as the Predator, as like a praying mantis archetypal caricature. And because Van Damme, as you point out, Douglas, he is a face actor.
Yeah.
He wants his face to be on show, and he's more acrobatic. So if you ever listen to the interviews conducted by Van Damme, he will say, well, he was dropped from the movie because he was complaining about this suit. He said it was very uncomfortable and he wanted his face on show. But Arnold Schwarzenegger, he didn't want to get beaten up by Van Damme at the end of the movie. So they ultimately fired Van Damme as the original Predator. They replaced Van Damme by Kevin Peters, a black guy. He's 6 foot something tall, taller than Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah. Arnold was 6'2", 6'3", I believe. So this guy was extremely tall. Yeah. And Kevin Peters played in both Predator 1 and 2. So they changed the Predator itself, the concept, and they gave the Predator, the Yautja, that is what they're called, dreadlocks. So people identified the Predator caricature as a black alien.
Yeah.
And the critics started to point this out. So after the movie was released, they started to point out the fact that, the Predator, he's resembling a black guy with dreadlocks. Oh. This is how they associate or they perceive it. So that's why in Predator 2, this is the point I didn't bring up, Douglas. So in Predator 2, instead of casting another white macho guy like Arnold Schwarzenegger, they replaced the hero as a black guy, Danny Glover. They hired him.
Oh, Jesus. That explains that. Go on. Yeah.
Yes. So that was why they had the hero as a black guy that kills the Predator in the end. But also in that movie, what does the Predator kill? He kills the Jamaican voodoo gang. All got dreadlocks.
Interesting. Yeah.
They have him have a standoff with Louis. Lou is his name. He's the Jamaican leader, gang leader, who has dreadlocks, and he cuts his head off, and then he just scalps him. And so that was the reason for in Predator 2 they had it based in Los Angeles, in the heart city center of Los Angeles, where it's all gang wars, and that was the whole reason behind having it all based in Los Angeles. Is so the Predator, because they perceive him as a angry, volatile black guy in the first Predator movie, so they had him kill the black gangs all with dreadlocks. They all have dreadlocks.
Interesting.
So that was the point I forgot to bring up last time, Douglas. But it just makes sense. And then you go online, look at all these forums, and they all say, "Oh, the Predator franchise is not racist. It's racist for you to assume that dreadlocks is coming from a black guy, because white men can have dreadlocks too." That was how they perceived it when it was first released in 1987, because Arnold Schwarzenegger didn't want to fight Van Damme.
Yeah.
And Van Damme just didn't want to bloody wear this suit like a praying mantis where his face was covered up.
Yeah, no, it's all makes sense now. It is so, and just so everybody understands what George and I are saying, all of this is true. I always followed these films with a sociological interpretation. I always try to filter these as, like Brendan would say, it's basically an anthropological angle that I look at these films with, these franchises. And these franchises, we need to remember, evolved in a time before we had the internet as ubiquitous as it is today. And that's one of the reasons why there was this ability to retcon or retroactively construct the characters. But as in the beginning, these were really just one-offs. They were really just one-offs that when they were so successful, then they said, oh, fuck, let's make it a franchise. But don't forget, there's also that added dimension where there's actually comic book spin-offs, and these graphic novel spin-offs become a big part of the franchise in a kind of narrative that fills in all the gaps. With both the Terminator and the Predator and Aliens. Yeah, go on. What else?
Thank you, Doug. Very important point. That was the other point I was going to bring up. There was no such thing as a magazine or comic construct of the Predator before that 1987 release of the movie, because they were going to portray it as a praying mantis.
Yeah, that's right.
Archetype. And so there was no concept of it whatsoever prior to the release of that first movie. Then they started to fill in all the gaps to say that the dreadlocks resemble the age of the Yautja, the age of it,
Yes.
and the how experienced it is in the hunt. So that is when it's just to try to disconvey that whole construct of of the what do you want to call it, the political reality of why it all panned out the way it did in the first place.
Absolutely.
With this Arnold Schwarzenegger who's so egotistical, so misogynist.
Yeah.
He did not, like in Terminator 1, he played the villain. And he said, I never want to play the bad guy ever again.
Yeah.
I want to be the good guy, the macho man.
And by the way, just so you know, I don't know if you're aware of this, George, but that was like, even though he had done some hero type scenes before, like he was in Japanese made westerns where it's like he wasn't even, you know why he loved doing that? Because he didn't even need to speak English, because he couldn't really speak English. So in the Japanese westerns, he would just grunt. He would be the big cowboy. But he originally appeared.
Even Conan.
Thank
he
you.
didn't speak, right?
Thank you. Yeah, he really wasn't talking in Conan. It was just barely. But he originally appeared in The Streets of San Francisco. That was the actual name of the TV series, as a psychotic murderer. So look up Schwarzenegger in The Streets of San Francisco. He kills a young girl. He kills a young girl who basically laughs when she sees him bodybuilding and says, "Oh, you look so funny with your muscles all bulging," and he kills her in a film.
Oh my God! Yeah, I'm not aware of that one.
Yeah. So you can look that up just for morbid entertainment. And he spends the rest of the episode trying to escape the police.
They take that off of I tried to look it up when you first mentioned it a few years back.
Yeah.
They took it off of his filmography. It's like it's impossible to find.
Holy shit.
You gotta like look up the episode or something, or like those episodes.
Holy shit. Go.
Yeah.
This
and
just,
in that Predator, the scenes where the Predator starts killing off all the what do you want to call it, the mercenaries that go jungle. When they all start getting butchered, like the actor who just recently died, who played Apollo Creed in the Rocky Balboa franchise.
Yes.
He filmed that scene where he gets his
arm cut off, I think, right?
That's all. Yeah, that's right. That was all filmed with Van Damme, and then you can see it's all CGI when they added in the Yautja. They overlapped it because when it was translucent, when the light was reflected and bending around the object itself, they changed it from the Van Damme concept over to the replacement, which was the Yautja version. The basically just call it the black guy with the dreadlocks.
And
so that was just replaced. But Apollo Creed didn't mind that, getting beaten up by a white guy who was used to it by Sylvester Stallone. So he didn't care. They didn't care. And so that was how they did the whole movie. They filmed the entire set, all the way to the end, and then they dropped Van Damme right at the end after filming every single scene with him playing the role as the Predator.
Did he get paid? I presume they paid him. Did they pay him? Or?
Yes, absolutely. So that was why, the whole movie you don't see the Predator. He's just in the form of him being translucent. So he's just invisible. Yes. No,
that's fucking incredible. No, that it goes to show you again the asinine egocentricity, the monomania of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yes. And but it's by the way, I found the name which I've entered into the text box of the largest church dedicated to Lucifer in the world, in Armenia. It's a Yazidi church that the Armenians have allowed from all of the Yazidi refugees from ISIS. And Armenians, of course, are Christian, for those of you who do not know. The name, as far as I'm concerned, only my son could pronounce that name. I cannot pronounce that name. If one of you wants to give it a crack at it, it's something like what I think would be Kuba Mere Diwane. I think it's just, to me, it's impronounceable. But it's there you have that for what that's worth. My connections with the Yazidi is strictly through Luciferian possession. When I was in Iraq, the Yazidi community, which had not been decimated by ISIS at that point, was very much they were very beholden of me. They were very gracious to me because they said, we sense Lucifer in you, and they basically made me an honorary part. They offered me a bride.
Nice.
Yeah, and of course I couldn't take her home. That's but anyhow, that was so he's found it. Nemo found it. The streets of San Francisco. He found the episode. So there you go. So George, download that. Brendan, download that. We all
what blessings,
yeah,
like
yeah. Go on.
the church, when these Yazidi people go there, like what is the process of them,
Their worship?
doing their prayers and worship, and what blessings do they receive?
But it's
what does Lucifer do for his people, like spiritually?
well, this is one thing that Michael Aquino and all the occultists of the world are very jealous of. In most cases, magic requires a price, and obviously it's blood sacrifice. And but it's also, if you're not sacrificing someone else, you offer your own blood. And if you are not offering your own blood, it's an animal sacrifice, a human sacrifice, your own blood, or a part of yourself, as in the essence of yourself, your soul.
Yes.
You're going to be offering something. There's going to be a kind of a balance here. The Yazidi do not pay that price. The Yazidi, when their paradigm is very different. They don't seek what other people seek. They truly consider themselves in the hands of Lucifer, and so they're not seeking material riches in the sense of people outside of their community or some kind of international recognition. So most of the time, it's the fact that they survive. Much of what has happened with them has been a legacy of survival, where they've survived countless attempts at genocide. Remember, they are in the midst of a Islamic fundamentalist firestorm where everyone considers them the children of the devil, and yet they've never been able to have been wiped out. But beyond that, one of the ways that they survive is by vengeance, and that is, of course, their occult casting of spells of vengeance, where many people who have fucked with them, it winds up where, well, look what happens to them. In the case of Iraq, it fell apart. It was totally devastated with the equivalent of an atomic firestorm, depleted uranium. And no doubt that will happen with the ISIS. ISIS has been pretty devastated by many other communities around it. So they have their own occult vengeance that they seek on others that balances things out. Honestly, of course, my son Edward is half Armenian at least, but not Yazidi. But with the Yazidi culture, because of their connection with Armenia, I'm hoping to reestablish at least some communications with some of that community in Armenia. And we'll see if something can be done in an occult sense about the horrors of the world right now. The idea that Aquino had was that, by the way, both of you gentlemen are probably familiar with this. Nemo, George, are you both aware that Paul Vallely, the co-author of the book Mind War with Michael Aquino, bragged about helping to establish ISIS?
Oh, yes. I've got evidence, photographic evidence, video evidence of him consulting the head of the caliphate of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Yes, I have.
Brilliant.
Yes, I absolutely know this with utter conviction, Douglas. Yes.
No, very important. And the fact is, George Knight really follows up on much of what I've said, everything basically, and he's managed to gain a great grasp of everything I've said. What I want to point out to people is that the reason this is important is because Paul Vallely and Michael Aquino felt that by annihilating the Yazidi, they would basically untether or unanchor, break the anchor of Lucifer to the world. And if they did that by destroying his people, then Lucifer would be left powerless or helpless without an anchor in the world. And then they could control him. This was their intent with the formation of ISIS and the annihilation of the Yazidi people. That was their ultimate objective.
Yes.
By the way, I don't know if you've noticed this, George, but have you received my latest emails and had a chance to open them or review them?
with the evocation
Yes.
and the invocation, those ones I have. Yes, Douglas, thank you. And it's I intuitively knew when with the summary at the beginning, it was already what I already knew and what I always warn people about is never to indulge in this sort of activity because of the repercussions of it. And so that's what I just wanted to share with you. But it was certainly what was the I'm trying to think of the term Michael Aquino once used. He would call it like with the mind war, and certainly his followers, they would call it the. I'm trying to think of the occult term they use. It's sort of like a not blueprint, but it's sort of like
what's up?
Not training wheels.
Yeah, I park in front of the admin.
Yeah, right now. What
my car in the shade?
Yeah, I'm just going to. Yeah, there we are.
Yeah.
Oh, so I just muted him because he unmuted by mistake. So what our dear friend Brendan has provided is views of the inside of the Yazidi temple to Lucifer, and that's in the text box. So I do want people to know that if you come back to this call later, you can access that. One of the things I'd want to point out to you now is I'm going to share screen. I'm going to show this to Nemo and George and Aristides. Aristides is going to start reviewing my emails when I come more towards a completion of the manuscript. But I'd like to show you all something now. Now, here, if you guys can see the screen, Nemo, George, can you see the screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, I think it's at the present moment, the way the manuscript is reformatted, it appears around page 14 when I speak of spells and I speak of, I introduce Aquino. So one of the things I point out is, just words for spelling and the like. And so after I've introduced Aquino, and I point out certainly as well the late Colonel Michael Aquino abused complex etymologies in his code names to hint at the supernature of the phantasms and Herod organisms, or Herodian organisms. Herod organisms he drafted into Allied service on behalf of his lower loyalty to the kings of Edom. And I said reference Project Stargate, 1995. Yes. Now, I put the link in towards Project Stargate, and look what happens when we hit it now.
Yeah.
Item not available. Yeah. The item is not available due to issues.
They've done that with so many things we've brought up. I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
With the Alexandria Genesis, with literally everything you mentioned, they hit.
Yes, thank you.
It's secluded.
Thank you. But they don't even hide it. They hide it in plain sight by saying the item is not available due to issues with the item's content.
With the content, yes.
No kidding.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, yeah. And but it says right here, Michael Aquino. You can see the guy's name right up there, Aquino PDF. Michael Aquino PDF. So, but that was Project Stargate and So understand, this is 1995, people. So when did the movie come out? Let's look up when the movie came out.
Around that time.
Yes.
Around that
same
time,
year.
Douglas, was Stargate. Yes.
Yeah. So this is.
You got to put Stargate the film.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Oh, good. Oh, fuck. That's right. So, because
SG-1 was the series that went for like years and years and years.
Oh God, it's just like, and it was like so. And I bring up the tunnels or Stargate in there. Let's take a look. Fuck it.
And it's funny because we've talked about this before. They never bring up Set. It's like they always all the Egyptian gods are like Anubis and Apophis, and like those are all the villains.
It was Apophis, yes.
In the first one, it was Apophis. Then in the series, they brought out like Anubis and Ra, and they made them like the most like evil-looking motherfuckers. Like kind of what they did with 300, where they just made them like super ugly with piercings, and they were like vaguely African.
Yeah. Oh no, not like, even vaguely. They were just plain black. Dude, they turned it into a race war. They turned it into a race.
They just made it so ridiculous.
Yeah, African. They even had African rhinos. Dude, they even brought in African rhinos. There's no mistaking it here. Yeah, it's like it's on page 12 of this reformatted essay that I wrote about gates, and I wrote about the creations of spatial distortions in time and space. The gates are not simply tame wormholes or things that use the suspected physical principles of black or white holes. They utterly contravene 4 dimensions. So this is what I brought up as I tell people about the technology is not known to the Edomic races, and I point out why. So this is really a purely human technology. But what I'm trying to emphasize to people is that the Stargate is all real, but it's not the way people think, and it's not, of course, the TV series.
It doesn't take you to planets.
No, thank you. Thank you. I mean, well, it can do a lot of awful things. You can read it later. I've certainly sent you. I've
read it.
Okay, so you did read that part then. Yes, okay. So
I've read a lot of it, and it's just,
Okay, thank you.
It's not something you just do a nightcap and you read that. You know, like it's not like Harry Potter. You don't just read that and like, oh, I'm going to go to bed now.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, yeah, Douglas.
Yes, so go on. Yes. Yes, George?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Pardon. What I'm going to do, Douglas, sorry, I just have to go. I'll be straight back.
Okay, take your time. We'll be right back. I mean, we'll be here. And so, like Brendan, sometimes he has to get off the phone and then come back on. So who is that you were talking to? Are they all old? Like you said, all these old people that have to go back to work? Or what's it like? Or is that in the other facilities where the old people are old?
Oh, did you hear me talking to somebody? Or
Yeah, I had to mute you. Because the
oh, sorry.
Yeah, the guy came on. Is that yours out there or something like that? Yeah, what was that?
It was just the old guy I work with. The poor guy, he only has one eye.
Shit.
Yeah, so like, you know, he's a nice guy, but he's just some old guy that's stuck doing his job. You know?
Oh fuck! It's like and
I'm technically his boss on paper, which makes it even worse.
Oh my god, that's awful.
Yeah, this world's a crazy place. You know?
It is. It's awful. And
I didn't realize I was on mute. I'm glad we didn't say anything crazy.
And what about so is the guy an eye patch or a glass eye?
It's a glass. I think it's a glass eye.
Okay, wow, that's fucked up.
Like there's something there, but it's just like it's an eye.
Oh my god. Yeah, and you said all these other people working there are just some of these places are old, right? You said they're all old people who just have to work because they can't stop working, or
back.
A lot of them are stuck working these jobs. I don't know what the reasoning is. Like even some of them, like the guy that's technically my boss, he's like if you just saw him on the street, you would think he was like a construction worker or he had something going in his life, but he's actually just he's just running like a school, you know, like it's sad. Yeah, America is not a fun place to be. It's like America is like a hellscape.
No, it's just awful. And so George's return. No. Oh, by the way, George, Brendan is looking to really relocate to England. If you can help him in any way, by all means.
Yeah, I looked into it, and I have to pay off all my debts. They won't let me go. Like the visa, you have to have $3,000 of actual cash before they'll give you a working visa.
Wow!
So,
holy shit!
So I'm in your position, Doug. Like I've always said, I'm stuck on the spot.
Yeah, we're stranded. We're stranded
on fucking godforsaken land.
Yes, the darkest of all
continents. Worse, no offense.
Yeah, Nemo knows that.
We're all stuck on these horrible places. Yes. Nothing we can do about it.
Yes.
And I'm sure George would want to broaden his horizons if he could.
Oh, George, yeah, he's taking his vacations. He knows. Yeah, George has vacationed in Africa. Tell him, George, you vacationed in the island right off Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Cape Verde.
Did you ever get to go to the Canary Islands?
The Canary Islands, I've been there as well, yeah.
How is that?
Oh, hot. Very hot. When I went there, it was just shortly after the referendum, after Brexit was, when we had that democratic vote. Yeah. And then they didn't take too lightly to me because I was a Briton. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Even though I didn't vote for it.
Wait, it's owned by Spain, or is that why? Like, still Spanish?
What he's saying is, do you think it was because of the Spanish politics with Britain, or that you might have not been, welcome with open arms, so to speak?
It could have been. Yeah, absolutely.
Who owns the territory?
But
what is that? Brendan, you're very hard to hear right now. Are you in your car?
Who owns the Canary Islands or who?
Spain. Spain.
It's Spain. It buys by Spanish time. Yes.
Yeah, but
They're
the reason Brendan is curious about it is because of Die Glock, the Glock bell
Yes.
on the main island. So,
Yes.
were you on that island? Is what he's curious about. Is what I believe.
Forteventura. That's the island I was on. Yes.
Okay.
So, no. Yeah. It wasn't the one with the volcano. Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, Douglas. Yeah. No. Just before I had to quickly go, then.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up. I have found. When we spoke before about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
Yes.
By what's his name? Something Crooks. I know his surname. Crooks. It was something. A couple points to bring up is they burnt his body literally before there was any
Autopsy.
investigation
Of course.
Yeah.
Why am I not surprised? Go on. Holy shit.
So
Yeah.
that's something that transpired a few weeks ago that I learned about. But also, I've discovered a multiple, perspective, point of view, just from these cell phones. So obviously, Trump during his rally, you got the crowd recording him at multiple angles, and what you can see clearly, and what we've always said, is that this was certainly a dramatic theatrical stunt, where you can see clearly that the Secret Service snipers were facing Crooks before he even shot any fires.
Holy
So
shit.
they were already, and I have the video to prove that they were aiming directly at him, and that they actually got in position and ducked before he fired any shots at Trump. So they could clearly see that they were aiming right at him, and they took this guy out. And so it was obviously there was it was a conspire. It was something that was obviously it was certainly an inside.
I saw the video footages of people filming the dude just laying on top of the fucking roof, and obviously you could see the security aiming right directly at them, like they knew it was and they're screaming, "Look, there's this dude on the roof."
Yes, they were screaming. The bystanders were calling out that he's got a gun. He's got a gun.
Holy shit.
No, we can't.
Explosives were already at him minutes. They were already in position to take this guy out. They already knew he was there.
Yeah. They were just
quite
waiting for the right time.
Outrageous.
Complicit. And I have the footage of it, which it hasn't been aired on national television.
Interesting.
Yes.
Thank God. Well, do me a favor. Share that footage with Nemo so he can upload it on his channel just for record.
Yes.
I think it's all over Odyssey and BitChute.
Okay.
Footage.
That makes sense. Okay, so George, I thank you for sharing that with us and bringing that to our attention.
Yes.
That's something we in America are censored from seeing conveniently. I'm sure there's people who cruise the web and they get to that, eventually. Yeah. But, it's not something we're going to normally have even be told about. So, and I'm not one of those guys.
Saying if anyone, now it's just been said off, anyone believes that the assassination was all staged, that's just left-wing fucking propaganda.
God, those motherfuckers.
They've been saying that.
That figures. This is what's so disgusting about it. This is like you can't win. These fuckers who are on the radicalized right, who find themselves sympathetic with the Russians, are now, here they are presented with an actual conspiracy, and they go into denial mode. This is, thank you, this is outrageous. I'm, so thank you. This is, so we have provided by George and I some video here. Thank you for this linkage. And Brendan, feel free to come off mute whenever you wish. I just had to mute you because the background noise of the car. I don't know whether he's in this electric golf cart or whether he's in the car going home. Probably, are you in the car going home, Brendan? Or okay, it was much better now. Much better.
So when I try and mute, it shows that I'm muted, but it's not muting.
Okay.
Some kind of lag.
But thank you for tolerating when I mute you. I don't mean it personally, of course. And
I wouldn't take it personally. You should mute more of these people.
When
he's crinkling
Oh, don't even get me started. You mean wait.
When the sprinklers are going.
Yeah, when Pete's crunching those bones on the floor of his, yeah, he's got what sounds. It sounds like demons gnawing on bones. Just.
I don't know. I heard some weird crunching when he was on earlier, and it was like, it was uncanny.
It is. It's and we hear him lighting those candles, man. We hear him. It's like he's got his cigarette lighter going, and we know he doesn't smoke. Not with all that qigong shit.
Oh, and just quickly about that, like when he's bringing up that film, like the ninth.
Oh man, gate, and he brings
that's
up
like a satanic film.
Thank you.
He's like,
dude,
the guy finds the book written by the devil, and Pete's like, "That's what I'm trying to do." He literally said that. Like,
what movie was this?
The Ninth
it's
Gate.
Called The Ninth Gate.
By guess who? By guess who? Tell him who it's by.
Yeah, Polanski. It's a Polanski film.
Polanski, the fucking Jewish rapist. Yeah.
He's almost bad as what's his name, Woody Allen. It's like these are all on the same level.
Oh yeah. They're all the same. Yeah.
It's like they're carbon copies or something. Marries a 13-year-old in Spain or something.
No, but what makes it the most outrageous? Well, I mean, but guess who else we know who married someone really young? Yeah.
Well, we know he looks up to it.
Yeah. But
he took inspiration. It must have the way he worded it. I'm not being. This is not like being rude.
You heard it. Like, he was on record. Yeah, he said it.
It sounded like he watched that film and then wrote his book, The Seventh Seal.
Yeah,
that's what he.
That's pretty much what he said.
He was trying to make his version of an occult book.
Yeah.
But he failed to mention, or he just like what is it? By omission, convenience by omission.
Yeah.
That
critical omission. Critical omission. Go on.
And a critical omission. That book in that movie was literally written by the devil himself, and that's why it was a cursed book. Like that's the whole point of that film.
Yes.
But the guy doesn't know why the book's all fucked up, and it's because it was written by the devil.
Yeah, and then of course who directs it? And you like the way Pete phrased it? He said, what was it? Roman Polanski's wife. What was her name again? The chick who they gut it. The Manson family came in and gutted the baby out of her stomach.
Sharon Tate.
Sharon Tate. Yeah. And you like how Pete said it? He said, "Yes, she lost her baby too." It's just like she lost her baby too. Like,
so wait,
no, he's
to him, and then he did the film Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's insane.
This is the guy Roman Polanski who did Roman's.
This world's sick, man.
Thank you. Beyond that, when he came to New York to open a Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the parents of the raped child said, "Arrest him," and the police went to arrest him, and all the Jews said, "If you arrest him, we'll have a riot and we'll defund the police," and they had to back off. So this guy could, with impunity, come to the U.S., open a Holocaust Memorial Museum, go back to France, but stay here long enough to rape some other kids, I guess, before he goes back. Yeah. Oh, by the way, George, man, you got to listen to the last episode before tonight's. You can listen to it after Pete leaves and Ian West comes on, just for the fun of it, where you hear Brendan Zogit and I, interrogating Ian West, because Ian West brings up this Leo Zagami guy who claims he's the real Douglas Dietrich. Leo Zagami claims, "I was liaison to Michael Aquino." He says, "I was liaison to Michael Aquino." Now Salman Sheikh is backing him up. Salman Sheikh made a video saying, "Leo Zagami is the real Douglas Dietrich, the real liaison to Michael Aquino." But then Ian, when Brendan and I, you hear us, interrogating Ian, when Ian says, "Oh, I'm sure that Leo Zagami and Michael Aquino, when they rendezvoused in San Francisco, weren't picking up any kids. They weren't picking up any."
I heard.
You heard that? Yeah.
When I was on, it was
beyond that, he was saying that. Yeah, no, I believe what he's saying, that they were just hanging out, and I was like, "There's no way."
No.
After all this,
we're just having a beer and chatting.
That's what he was trying to say. He was like, "No, they went to see baseball." Like, no one in San Francisco goes to see the Giants. They all come from outside the city. Like, you're crazy.
But Salman, when he visited the UK, he was like trying to rendezvous with me. I was like, "Why would I want to do that with you?" It's like, what are we going to talk about? There's only one thing we can talk about. There's only one thing we
Yeah,
can
wise choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, never did. I never actually responded to him,
Hey,
thankfully.
if you scroll up on this call, if you scroll up in the text box on this call, you can see what Salman Sheikh looks like now. He's waving the fucking terrorist ISIS flag and shit. And he calls himself Salman Sheikh 9/11. And here it is on 9/11 today, and this guy's celebrating that the Muslims brought down the Twin Towers. He goes by that narrative, and he says, I'm proud the Muslims took down the Twin Towers, and he lives in the U.S. How come they don't deport?
Why would he put that as his username? Because sometimes YouTube will generate like a random one, but he went in there and changed it to that.
Yeah, definitely.
So because the random one is your name and then a sequence of numbers.
Yeah.
But he deliberately altered it to say that, so he's sketch.
Yeah.
Definitely sketchy.
Yeah, and they ought to deport the son of a bitch. And
his parents are rich. He'll just come back. He's like what is it? Like a
cockroach.
Like fly paper.
Yeah, he's like a cockroach. He just keeps coming.
You can't nuke him.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh well, you can. It just takes the right amount of effort. That's all. The government really needs just.
He's not worth the ammo.
No, that's true too. That's true
too. The
too.
slug is worth more than him.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. True. So there you go, George. You're kind of caught up on the gossip there.
Yeah, and it's not. This isn't like a threat. He's already said he wants to like banish us to the nether realm by it. He was saying that Allah's wrath is gonna come and smite me. Yeah. Like he's already gone there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, fuck him. Yeah, he's done all but call out a fatwa on Brendan Zoget and myself. Probably George Knight as well, no doubt. You know, he doesn't know about Aristides. He never met Aristides. I don't know if he even knows about Nemo. Probably Nemo's not on.
Yeah, I always forget that Aristides only got he almost got the good end of it. He only saw
Trampers. Yeah, he didn't get to see all this evil shit. Yeah, he's lucky. He's so fucking lucky. He missed all the.
Imagine working with J-Mo. It was the worst.
Oh,
it was as bad as you think it is.
It was awful. Tell him about you.
It was like I'd try and do something we would try and fix something or do something helpful. And then he would like switch to his altar or whatever and be like, I want to kill everybody. And I'm like, J-Mo, we're just trying to do this one thing and then we can get off. Yeah. And then he would just be like, no, I want to show you these 50 rings that I'm like writing with the help of the anti-gods. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to see that. I just want to do this one thing.
Yeah. Holy shit.
It was so dysfunctional.
It was, beyond that, he would say on my show, he would say, I would go violent over anyone who tried to harm kids. And then he goes to a school, whips out his dick, starts pissing in the schoolyard. And then when the parents force him to leave, he says, I'm going to come back and machine gun them all. I mean, tell him, Brendan, no spells here. He wasn't relying on the anti-gods for that. He was going full auto.
No, he was ready. He was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go off on them. Yeah. Oh. Because they were like telling him like, you can't piss here because it's a school. And he's like, but the homeless guys do it. And they actually told him, like, no, the homeless guys use that dumpster over there. Yeah. And that's when he really went off the rails.
Yeah.
He's like, you think I'm worse than a homeless guy?
Yeah.
He literally was saying shit like this.
He is such a piece of shit. He is...
Like, he felt privileged, like he could do it, like he was owed that or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird.
What a piece of shit. And Salman and him got together. It's like I said. And Peter was saying, why did Salman travel all the way to New York to see this Jameson Reese? And I'm like, what do you think?
Right.
It's like
gay sex.
Yeah.
Yeah. He traveled a lot and he had no job.
Yeah.
Like, well, who funded it? It was his parents.
Well, beyond that, he's at this point, it's ISIS. He's fucking funded by ISIS. That's like now he's pushing Leo Zagami, and his connection with Aquino is now obvious because he's saying Leo Zagami was the real.
Even ISIS would behead this guy.
Yeah, thank you. No, he's
They would see his like he would be like, I'm a Freemason, and they'd be like,
oh fuck yeah,
they'd be like infidels.
Oh man, they
instantly.
Yeah, they'd rub him off like he was a mosquito on their arm. They wouldn't even slap it. They would just they'd smear him. They would smear him.
It would be quick.
Yeah, it's.
They would just go old school and pull out the sword. They wouldn't waste any kind of
ammo. No, fuck no.
Hand drawn and quartered.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's well, the classic executions, they just drop a big rock on their head when they're laying on the ground.
Well, ISIS got creative. They would do something with Salman like they did with those other guys. They hung him up and put the fire under them and shit. You would see him like slowly barbecue while he spins and shit. Yeah, that's what they would do. That's the funniest part about that Christina chick saying she was Jewish and she's in Pakistan, and she was saying, and they were...
That's bizarre.
The big pig. Remember they killed the big pig? And she said, I was drooling the smell of that pig. I'm like, but you're Jewish and they're Muslim, but they're all going in for this big pig they're barbecuing. They're all hypocritical pieces of shit. You guys aren't supposed to be eating pork either side.
Yeah, I think wasn't Salman was also one of those people. He was like totally apostate.
Of course, they all are. They're all pieces.
That's probably what happened to what's his name? What was that guy's name?
Abdul Qadir Haq. Yeah.
He probably saw some Detroit barbecue and was like, "Fuck this Muslim shit."
Yeah. Holy shit.
Like there was that joke in Family Guy when Cleveland he like goes to prison and he's like, "I'm Abdul Cleveland," and he's like, "You can't drink anymore," and he's like, "I am just Cleveland again." You know? Like, that's what it's like. Like once the rules come in, they're like, "Oh fuck this!" Like,
that Leo Zagami guy, he was posting fucking stupid videos fucking years ago. I remember like back in 2012 and 13. He'd film himself standing in front of that stupid Bilderberg meeting and with all the other protesters. Oh, we know what you're doing in there, world leaders and all that bullshit. He portrays himself that he's opposing the global elites, as Alex Jones says.
Oh my god!
But yeah, and he promotes that anti-Bavarian Illuminati
anyone who
content.
says that is automatically like on their side or something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's having He's having brunch with a Q.
Yeah. No shit. Really?
Like, look at these
he's just like
elite.
all the other disinfo shows.
Yeah.
He's anti-Illuminati, just like all the other Satanists.
And he wants the street cred of having been with Aquino, and he's younger than I am, and
he wants the credibility of being a potential child rapist.
Yeah, no kidding. And these guys are trying to back him up.
Like how is that even a level up? Saying I hung out with the most sketchy. That's like I hung
That's
out
like
with the most
saying,
sketchy
"Oh,
person
kill
possible."
me."
Yeah, but you notice he wants the best of all worlds. Like Ian was trying to provide him that, saying, "Oh, he was hanging out with Aquino, but he wasn't doing that shit." I mean, and this is the same guy who's putting it to music. George Knight, did you know that Ian West was taking Aquino's child porn and putting it to music? Did you know that?
No, I had no idea, Douglas. No.
Oh, Nemo, tell him. Bren, tell him.
Yeah.
Tell George.
He was just making a whole song.
Well, I didn't listen to it because I already had to deal with that when you sent it.
I didn't listen to it either.
Yes.
I just saw it.
But basically, Doug sent him something just to prove how like twisted and demented Q was, and said, "Look, this is what he's writing about." And Ian, in like complete glee, he was like, "This is great." He was literally saying this on air. This is so great. It made me so happy. I put it into the AI. I fed it into the AI, and I had it set to music. And he was sending it to us like, "Listen to this." And I'm like, "Dude, Ian, that's not funny." And he's like, "I think it's great. I'm so happy." Like he was saying this about it.
Yeah.
And in this story is like where the dude's like selling his own son. It's horrible. It's awful.
He's selling his own son, and Aquino rapes him.
Ian thought it was great. Ian was like, "This is great."
I mean,
like I thought he was joking, but he wasn't joking. He's not joking.
No,
it wasn't satire.
He gets off on this, and he says, he tries to paint it as such. He says, "Oh, it's like the Book of Mormon." Yeah, I'm just taking Aquino's porn and putting it to music so it can go on a stage with young boys being sold and raped and trafficked. It's music. It's like, it's and then now he's pushing the Zagami thing, saying, but he wasn't doing that when he was hanging out with Aquino. Oh no, yeah. I mean, really, Ian? Ian. This is the best part, George. He was driving by Laurel Canyon. Brendan told him about it. Ian said, "I was driving by Laurel Canyon in California. I used to live in California, you know." Ian used to live in California.
He would drive by the MK Ultra headquarters every morning. That's what he told us. And he said, I lived right by that place. I saw it every morning. And it was like all this sketchy covert shit was happening in front of it. And it's like, Ian, you were driving into that. And he's like, no, I wasn't. I was working out there.
Yeah, but Brendan confronted him and said...
But he knew every detail.
Yeah, and then Brendan said, Ian, are you sure you weren't driving into the facility and you just think you were going to work? Because that's the cover memory? And I mean, but that's what happened. That's essentially
because
what
if you know about that neighborhood, it's surrounded by like millionaires' homes. There's no work out there.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go unless
so
you're...
what was he driving into?
Yeah, if it wasn't the facility, the only other thing he could be doing was keeping somebody else's yard, clipping their trees or something, landscape gardening.
Right, yeah.
But we know he wasn't doing that, so the guy was getting programmed.
Like that area is so posh that it's now owned by a bunch of celebrities. Like Jared Leto bought the property and like lives there.
Yeah.
Full time.
Yeah.
Where they did all that MK Ultra torture and shit.
Oh, of course, because
that's how demented these people are.
That's because he's a graduate, dude. That's because he's a graduate. But did you notice what
he's
Pete
like
said?
You
notice what Pete said when I said that?
Product.
Yeah, do you know what Pete said when did you hear him when I said, Ian was going in there to get programmed, and Peter said, he's too young. He's too young.
Yeah.
Don't they start programming when they're fucking little 5-year-olds?
Well, he was saying that was active in the 70s. It's like, yeah, we know, but it was still covert.
Yeah. It just went
until
off
the
90s.
Books. That's why that dude bought it, Jared Leto. He's pretty young.
But you notice that's how Pete was about Preston Nichols talking about the kids being trafficked. When Preston Nichols said the boys were trafficked here at Montauk, and
Pete's a special person.
Yeah, yeah. Then Pete would say, "Oh, they couldn't have been in those little chicken wire cages. I could tear myself out with my qigong." And that's when, and that's when what's his name? Preston said, "No, they were all kept enervated and weak and cold, and they were too malnourished, and the temperature was so low they were all huddling each other in a dog."
They were all being zapped by that chair or whatever. What is he talking about? It's like, come on, just put the. It's like a simple little puzzle. Like, just put it together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, they were strapped to that chair and, like, electrocuted or whatever. They were put, the Montauk chair.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what Pete said when I said...
Do you think they're going to be able to fight their way out of a paper bag?
Yeah. Did you hear what Pete said when I said Salman Sheikh and was going there to give Jameson Reese's essence? They said that on air, where Jameson Reese said, "I can't get it up because all my coughs are up." And then Salman said, "I'm going there to give him my essence so he can get it up again." And then Pete said...
Oh, and that's the irony about this, just to link it back to what we were saying earlier. Yeah. He said he learned that from another Sufi master. So that dude that's coming out on his channel is probably the guy that quote-unquote taught him about the spinal.
There you go. Essence. There you go. Yeah.
So it's just his butt buddy that he's like, "Oh, hate on this guy for me, Douglas."
Yeah. There you had it. We got it down. That's it. And so when I told Pete about that, Pete said, "I never put those puzzle pieces together." Did you hear him say that? He was like, I never put the.
I can't believe that. I don't know. What did he think? What do you think they were doing?
Yeah.
And it's ironic because Salman Sheikh doesn't do drugs, so he must be doing something so sketchy. Why else would you go see J-Mo? There's no other reason. It's like Trampoose. It's like either you're gonna get fondled or get drugged. It's like, like you can't just hang out with these people. And that dude Trampoose was always telling me and Douglas, "Oh, just come hang out with me." And then he would qualify all these qualifiers that we never even brought up. He'd be like, "It's not gay. And we won't drink. We'll just have pizza." And we're like, we didn't ask.
No, he said beer. He specifically said beer. He said we're gonna have beer.
I'll buy you guys beer, but I'm not gonna drink because No,
he kept claiming he wasn't drinking, but then he kept saying we're gonna drink beer together because he was drinking. That's.
And he was telling me, "Oh, if you don't have anywhere to stay, just come stay with me, and we'll go have pizza."
I'd rather be in the streets. Yeah. I'd rather sleep.
I told him that. And then he's like, "It's not gay though. It's not gay." I'm like, "Dude, I didn't say anything about that." That just makes it way worse. Like 10
suspect.
times. Yes. Like if you say that, that's instantly like not cool. Yeah. Like it's like
when someone says, "I'm not racist." Yes, you are.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that.
Oh yeah, like Ian. Yeah, I'm not racist. That's Ian was showing us his whole work of crew at Waffle House just to prove to Troy Bellamy he wasn't racist. He was like, see all the blacks I'm with, Troy? Because Troy heard him when he went up there and called Bill Crosby, nigger. And then, Troy came on and really ripped him his second asshole. And then, so he came back with, his black crew at Waffle House. Saying,
which isn't Ian black anyways? Like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, Ian...
I thought they were allowed to say it, man.
Yeah, obviously Troy doesn't consider him such. Yeah,
that just makes him way more racist, Like, it's like this whole... That's why the game is so funny with that, when people, the racist versus not. It's like, because if you go to too far one side, you're instantly racist. It's like...
But
giving that.
Like, where are you going to draw the line? Where are you going to draw the line?
Oh, did you hear Pete? Did you hear Pete when he was talking about? Oh, what were you going to say, Nemo? Before I go into it, Pete?
Oh, you're just giving that word more power by getting offended by it. Like most people, it's just a funny word to them now. There's no point getting offended by it. Just develop thick skin and get over it.
I mean, I could see...
It means nothing anymore. It means nothing.
It's meaningless. Yeah.
I mean, personally, I agree, but yeah, I can understand people wanting to have some level of control over the use of certain terms. But nevertheless, when it came to what Pete was saying, did you notice the bizarre turnabout? We all know the story behind this. Certainly Brendan does. But when he brought up Hamilton, Peter brought up the play Hamilton. He says, I don't understand why everybody in the stage play Hamilton is black. And I said, dude, it's wokeism. It's like, they're saying that all these founding fathers were fucking so many of their black slaves. They're all half black anyway. But they take it to another extreme and just say, let's have a black guy play him and actually look black. And, when I was going into that, then Peter came up back with that. Well, the white man has twisted history. And it was like Troy Bellamy talking to me through.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Did you catch that?
Yeah, I heard that.
He's like, the whites have made a lot of lies, have twisted a lot.
Right, really? Really, Pete? You think?
Incognito. That's all I gotta say. Incognito, for sure.
The white Khazars, yes.
Oh my god! So dear George, you only got a few moments with us, or how much longer?
Yeah, give me a few more minutes with you, Douglas, yes, and then I'll have to depart, but yes,
okay.
I'm actually, so thank you so much. There was another thing I wanted to share with you, is the conversation that we had on the way back after, when I mentioned Stag Do, we were reminiscing about the our school days, and it was just we brought up the topic with religious studies, so we called it RS or RE, religious education, and I remember it was during that's when they started teaching us about the Holocaust, perpetrated by, the Third Reich in the Second World War, and I said to the guys, I said, do you remember those propaganda movies? They weren't movies. They claimed it was the first day that they started teaching us about the Holocaust. They basically sat us in front of a TV and they showed us video footage of babies being thrown in the air and being blasted by rifles.
Holy shit!
I said, do you remember that?
What the fuck?
And they were
Are
like,
you serious?
They were like, vaguely. I said, well, it's stapled in my mind. I can't forget it because it was obvious what they were trying to do. It was an indoctrination program. So they were showing us this footage, but I said, ironically enough, you watch any documentaries, you don't see this footage anywhere else. I said, I've never seen this or come across it anywhere apart from in school. I said, how the hell did they get hold of this footage?
I've never even heard of this. I've never even heard of this footage.
No, I'm sharing this because even now with what I know, I'm trying to work out whether or not in my conviction, I don't believe this was anything to do with the Eisensgruppen units at all. I think this was possibly footage taken from Babi Yar, the massacre at Babi Yar in the Ukraine. I
don't think that footage ever. I think it must have been something that was created in a studio. I don't think
must be. Yes.
Yeah. Even at Babi Yar, where would all
that almost sounds like Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like throw the baby in the air and fire it like it's a disc with a shotgun. Yeah. I mean, it's first. Yeah, unless you have a shotgun, which is not commonly issued to German troops, that would be exceptional. They would even have that. You're not going to hit it because,
I could never see Germans doing that.
For one thing, no.
Exactly. That's why I'm sharing this because I said to him, "Do you remember that footage? Them presenting that, showing us that footage." But have you ever seen that anywhere else?
I've never seen it. I've never even heard of this.
I've never come across it.
If it were real, we would wake up every morning seeing that, because the Jews would exploit that endlessly. The Jews would just that would be required viewing. That would be shown. That every night you turn on the evening news.
Yeah, it would be all over those PBS commercials that they used to push when we were younger.
Pull on your emotional strings.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
So that it's got to be fake. It's got to be completely fake.
Yeah.
It's indoctrination.
Man, the Brits are hardcore with their indoctrination.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, they are. Oh, it's so bad. It's worse than Australia.
Oh wow, cool. I mean, now we get it, George. You live in hell, George.
Yes.
So what happens when you brought that up and they said that? How did your friends react?
Yeah, they were like, no, they had no answer. They just like, well, they can possibly don't vaguely remember it, or they just never seen it before themselves afterwards. So I'm like, I've never seen that anywhere, but I remember the narrator saying they threw babies in the air and they were using them like target practices. They were shooting them. But yeah, and it was with shotguns. I remember vaguely they must have used shotguns. It wasn't rifles, it was shotguns. That's the only way they could get them.
Right.
And I was like, I don't think this is anything, but they were, they were portraying it. They were basically trying to allude that this was done by the Nazis. And so this
just
was
make
obviously a propaganda. But we were only 11, 12 years old when they're showing us this.
Holy shit. That's child abuse. That's fucking...
Yeah, they gotta drill it into your head when you're a kid.
That's what they do.
Shocking.
Yeah, that's child abuse. That's fucking child abuse. You need to talk to social workers about that. That's social worker shit.
You know what? And that's why, I would love to know if they're still doing that nowadays. If they're still doing that, then yeah, absolutely. This is child abuse.
Yeah. Holy
but
shit.
I remember it. I'm not making it up.
No, I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, it sounds...
It was black and white, and it was... I remember them showing footages of babies being thrown in the air. I was like, where the hell does this come from?
Yeah.
This is not... And that was my introduction to the Holocaust.
Yeah.
I was like, this is obviously an indoctrination program. This is clearly... I mean, that is obviously with abuse, showing you very traumatic footage, which is very heavily, traumatizing.
Yeah. No, that's outrageous.
I've never seen it anywhere else, and that's why I'm sharing it, because, have any of you, and you've all said, no, I've never seen anything like that.
Right.
But it's like, I want to know where the education...
No, they would only show us, like the starving people, and then, people marching and getting shoved into trains, and the rest was just, dramatization.
And those videos of the starving people were the people starving in the Soviet gulags. It wasn't even Jewish people, it was the starving Eastern European people, and they're saying, "Oh, look at the Jews."
That's true with a lot of it. That's true with a lot of it. What else were you going to say, Nemo, about this sort of footage? Bring up any other points.
I was just saying, it's not surprising at all that they'd say that. Oh, Nazis shooting babies. They make up anything that's you can imagine that's horrible about the Nazis. I'll just portray that as history. Oh, the Nazis fucking poured hot chocolate on retarded Jews' brains to see if they have happy Christmas thoughts and all that, just stuff like that.
No, you're right.
Make up anything like that just to further demonize, and the dumb people will accept it. Yeah, they did do that. I was told by the government and the news they did that, so I'll just believe it and not question it or research it.
Well, I heard that one woman, I can't even remember her name now. It's she used to be on the local radio station, and Barbara Simpson. Her name was Barbara Simpson, and Barbara Simpson was saying, the Germans stab babies with their bayonets. And I think she was saying something similar, where they threw the babies up in the air and then would skew them on their bayonets, as if, people have time to do this. It's like, not only the time, but the...
this stuff, it's making me laugh, but in I'm not laughing at the situation, but it's so absurd. It's absurd.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's
imagining that is like I said, like Looney Tunes or something.
Yeah,
who the fuck thinks of that?
Yeah, thank you. This is like Looney Tunes stuff that I'll tell you who thought of it. Dr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss produced this shit when he was that's the kind of mind that produced this when he was working for the propaganda department of the United States, and he said as much. But the point is that when, to use a pun, the point is that when someone confronted Barbara Eden about this, and was this individual, some nerdy guy, called up and said the Germans didn't even have bayonets, which is wrong, but what he was trying to point out was that the Germans had fully automatic weapons, and because the Germans were issued fully automatic weapons, you don't affix a bayonet to a fully automatic weapon. They don't fit to machine guns. Their machine guns were not machined to hold bayonets. So their bayonets were used for different
They only
reasons.
fit on rifles anyways,
Yes. Yeah, and so when he tried to point that fact out to her, she just shut him down and said, no, they use their bayonets. So that's why later on I saw film, or rather photographs of what was supposed to be said to be film, and it was Japanese troops, but it was completely photoshopped. And even most anybody who saw it, the majority of people who responded to it when they encountered it on the internet said, there's a Photoshop, because if the Japanese troops really did this to Chinese babies, the communist Chinese government would have it all over their media every day and show this all over the world to say, don't deal with the Japs because look what they did to us. And they'd take advantage of it and exploit it propagandistically, which they don't. So obviously it's not real. So that's the same thing with this. It's obviously not real. But I've heard variants of what you're saying from Barbara Simpson, and it's not even like they try to make it make sense. It's, in the end, they'll just say something completely asinine and say, the Nazis are just the most evil and anything you can imagine. And in the end, they're overplaying themselves. Here's the problem. They're overplaying themselves. So with the constant overplaying, after a while, people stop buying it. So the good news is, they've gone so far with it, because they're so outrageously insane, because they're so obsessive.
Thank you.
Yeah, that they're outplaying themselves, they're overplaying themselves, and so good, that works to our favor, and good. That's I hope they keep doing shit like this.
Yeah.
Because the more younger generations are more and more cynical, and they'll just say,
Yes, that's right.
Folks, so there we are. Brendan's brought up Minecraft with the. I saw the weirdest commercial.
Yeah, this is what kids are playing. Like, it's gotten so absurd with the anti-Nazi trip.
Yeah.
That now it's like a joke. It's like a joke. Like, instead of Minecraft, it's Minecraft.
Yeah.
I thought that was sweet. I like that one.
People in that game actually recreate the death camps and all that for fun, and put swastikas everywhere.
All I can say at this point,
And
good for them.
They're good.
Good for them. Good for them. But this is what I can't understand about the people who get into Holocaust denial. It's like, why are you ashamed of it, or why do you consider it something bad? It's honestly, but it's honest. Look at what the Jews are doing to people in Palestine.
Just look at their history and understand.
Well, the people don't know about the history. You have to educate them on that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I tell them. Research their history, and
they won't get it by research. They don't know how to look for Columbus and what Columbus did. These people don't know that. They need to be taught. So people do need to be.
You got to send them the PDF of the history of getting kicked out over 100 countries.
It's not even that. That just makes them look like victims. You've got to show them what they've done.
But that's true. But it does explain why. It says, like, for inciting riots and starting wars and criminal behavior and all that stuff, usury and, they've been kicked out for all those things, trying to just make a whatever nation they invade, they try to make it suitable for them. Like their own home. They're trying to make it their own home. Any other
what is their own home? What's their vision? What's their vision of their own home? Well, you look at it in Israel.
Control over everything, where they don't have to put in any effort and they get maximum reward. That's communism.
I mean, the irony is they have the best real estate on earth anyways.
Yes.
They own half of California. They own half of England. They own. It's like, what else do you need? Like, how much more do you need? It's gone to that point.
Yes.
Where it's like beyond a joke.
They won't stop. It's
what do you
just
need?
more and more.
But the people who are the crypto Jews, like Stephen Outram and Richard K. Cole Jr., these crypto Jews are the worst. That's the ones who try to pass themselves off as goy
Gentiles.
Gentiles. But they're just boy toys.
And then they go a step further, saying, "Oh, I'm pro-national socialist. I'm against the Zionists," but they're just playing a role, pretending to be, I'm on your side and I'm fighting against the evil rulers. One of the guys that started Daily Stormer or Stormfront or one of that shit, he's a Russian Jew, and there's a picture of Sam Hyde with him doing the Roman salute with him. Like, you both look like fucking Khazars from the Bolshevik Revolution. Stylizes himself to look like Leon Trotsky now, even though he doesn't admit it. A lot of his fans are like, "Why do you look like Leon Trotsky?" Yeah, it's
incredible.
He's just another crypto, you know.
There you go. Thank you, and that's what it comes down to.
And it's funny because those Bolsheviks, they're so much more evil than anything the National Socialists did.
Of course.
Like, where are the people against Trotsky? Why isn't he a meme? You know?
Yeah.
Like, he was the most evil motherfucker ever, basically.
Well,
he got kicked out of England. I mean, so did Stalin and all those others.
Yeah. Well,
they're all living in London.
Oh yeah, they all were. Stalin wasn't, but he had plenty to complain about. Believe me, plenty to complain about with Stalin. Lenin and the others, however, Lenin was living in probably at one point in London, but certainly in Germany, and the Germans got rid of him by putting him on that train, sending him back to Russia.
Lenin was in London as well.
Okay,
they all lived. Yeah. So Lenin, Trotsky, and whatever what's the third guy's name? There was another one.
Oh fuck, there was But
they both rendezvoused in London and lived there for years next to the anarchist headquarters.
Oh god.
And they caused so much havoc because him and his group would smash into bars and drink all their alcohol while they were sleeping.
Yes.
And they would wake up to these drunk assholes drinking their bar dry. And so the Brits gave them money to go back towards Europe, and they ended up in like Österreich, and the Germans finally just sent them off.
Yeah,
they used them. They used them to cause strife. You know.
Yeah, at that point
they wanted them to go unleash chaos.
Yeah, that's agents of chaos. Yes, they use them as agents of chaos. Now they're just the new ideology is simply nihilism, just chaosism, because that's what they're left with. There's no ideology even left. They don't even put up a pretense.
There's the people that idolize them left here that are like Jordan Peterson and all these.
Jordan Peterson, real piece of shit. And again, hopefully Peter, gets over his trip, but he was on Jordan Peterson for a while. And
this is that interview we did with Zaina Shrek.
No, before that, Peter started watching Jordan Peterson and started and I had a private conversation with him twice now.
But wasn't he bragging about that before?
Yeah,
he mentioned it.
Jordan or Peter?
Interview.
Jordan or Peter?
Oh, Peter talking about Jordan Peterson interviewing her.
Yeah, he was. He definitely. That was like the apex of where it got to the point where Peter. I don't know if you caught this. Peter said Jordan.
He started
Peterson,
giving him street cred.
He started saying here's how Peter would describe him: Jordan Peterson, blessed be his name. He says that. That's on record on one of my episodes where he actually says that. No, Peter's he's
Jordan's a commie, beta male, simp.
Yeah,
traitor, backstabber, two-face. Fuck him. He should be. I'm not gonna say it,
Yeah. I mean,
no one should idolize him. You're an idiot if you idolize him.
Thank you. I mean, I can say it. Jordan Peterson ought to be taken out and shot. Yeah, nobody's gonna say he's not a politician. He doesn't hold a public office. Nobody's gonna care. You can say that about people.
It's fucking weird. I had a dream of seeing Jordan Peterson and his daughter when I was in the back of a relative's backyard. They got a big garden, and a few times a year we'd go to this relative's place and just have a big family gathering. And for some reason, he was a part of that fucking gathering with his daughter. And I'm chatting with him. I'm being nice. I'm just like, what are you doing? What are you up to? And I was actually hitting on his daughter, flirting with her, and I was close to probably having sex with her, but then the dream ended before that could happen. But I was so confused. Why the fuck was he in that dream?
You lucked out.
You don't know my family.
She got hit up. She got ran through by Tate.
Holy shit.
While she was married.
Holy shit.
She went to visit Tate.
She was just real hard in the dream.
Right.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And I didn't even know he actually had a daughter. It was just in that dream.
Really?
Chick that I thought was his daughter, and then I found out, he has a daughter. I'm like, why did
Nemo's got that dream time tap.
I'm traveling all these fucking different realms.
Oh, it's funny. I mean, that's really weird because remember the crazy Australian guy Michael Christopher Andreach, who was telling Brooke Gibson, "High into the astral. That's where I'm."
Oh, sorry. Maybe I confused that with Nemo. you were having crazy dreams, right?
No, Nemo
Or was that
has
someone else?
Nemo has extraordinarily vivid dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
They
that's
all
fine.
do.
There's
It's
no
something
way
to do
I
with.
confused you
It's
with
the
that
curse
guy.
of the Abos, man. It's the Aborigines.
It has to be.
It's their revenge. It's the Abo revenge. You know, they're all saying.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah,
That's
they
the
all
case,
do
yeah.
what the Cho do. It's like except instead of the Cho, the Abos, the Aborigines, they all say, "Let's give these guys super vivid dreams and shit. This will fuck them up." Yeah, and there you go. It's that Abo magic. You know, but by the way, is that considered like a racist term? George is back.
No,
Yes.
I wouldn't call it racist. Just it's not like I say it all the time. I don't give a fuck.
Oh yeah.
So George,
it's just a shorter term. You know, it's just a short term for Aboriginals.
Thank you. But
like the kike word, that's a short term for kaikal, which is a Yiddish word for circle. Because Eastern Europeans would come over to migrate to America, and they'd have to sign their names, but they'd sign a circle instead of their full fucking names, probably because they plan on changing it. And that's what it was called, a kaikal. So they just say, "Hey, look, another kike." Not as a derogatory slur, just another Eastern European Ashkenazi.
Interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't know that.
That was never a derogatory term. It was just a shorter term for kaikal.
Diminutive. Yes.
Yeah.
So George, what happened when you? Yeah.
No, it's now rolling into my work time, but I have been doing work whilst we're on as well, so I have to make a move in a minute. But I just want to come back and say goodbye, but also make a very quick point as well, and just to say that yes, I agree. You know, it's true. Most younger generations now are very cynical of most things, and the other point that I always bring up, which nobody has any answer to, is when people start to conduct like slander or falsify these claims about the Nazis or the Japanese during World War II and saying how racist they were. I point out the fact that if you look at the Allies, what's the one thing they all have in common? They're all white colonial settler
regimes. Thank you. Go on. Yeah.
They're all white colonial. They're all white Caucasian. So yeah, whereas the Axis, they're all people of coloured race.
Yes.
People of colour. And you're saying that they're racist, and it's like doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. Yes, it's part of the.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
And it's something that's so mundane, so layman. It should make sense to anyone. But when they make these claims that they were so racist, it's like how is anything? How is that all racist?
That's how they operate. They project their evilness onto their enemies. They're all the supremacist racists, so they project that onto the Nazis, saying, "No, they're the racists. We're the good guys stopping them." Even though there's a fucking blatant, clear history of the Americans like enslaving minorities and killing them and lynching them and torturing them. Yes. We still got to believe what they say.
Yeah, talk about the ultimate colonialism, a colonialism of the mind. Yes, they've colonized the mind.
Exactly. Eugenics was an American invention, as far as I'm Canadian American.
Well, anyone else, anyone will agree with you. No one's gonna. You almost said, as far as I'm concerned,
it's historical fact.
Yeah, it's historical fact.
I meant to say no. It is true. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, and please remind me as well when we're on for a much longer period. To remind me to ask you about Sonia Green, Howard Phillips Lovecraft's wife.
Okay.
Who is Jewish. I have just a refresher. I wanted to just ask you because I couldn't remember something that I learned from yourself about Sonia Green. So it was just when we have more time, obviously, just if I don't remember, if you can remember, or someone else, just bring up Sonia Green just to ask a question.
I'll make a note of it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. But thank you for having me on, and
of course,
it's been a pleasure, and I'll look forward to joining you all on Sunday.
Excellent.
So that'll be the next show.
No, Wednesday, Thursday, because this is Sunday, isn't it? No, it's Wednesday. Oh, you're right, Sunday, Monday. You'll be on with us Monday. Sunday, my time, Monday, yours. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Right. And I'm sorry I did not bring up, because, of course, this is the September 11th, the anniversary. I haven't brought up anything with 9/11, of course, But,
it was really weird. When I called Peter to bring him on, he said, I hope we don't have to talk about 9/11. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
That's funny, because now that it's past 9/11, or at least where I am, I've noticed a lot of people have been posting videos about 9/11 and all that, like it just fucking happened again. Wow. They do this every year for the anniversary, I guess. And fucking, it's just a lot of different bullshit of how people interpreted what really happened at that event. Like, there's people posting videos saying, it was completely what every footage you saw on the news was computer generated, and there's people will say, oh, it was fucking, you know, direct energy laser weapons. It's just so much disinformation being brought up about 9/11. Like,
and they're all fascinated with their own interpretation or whatever theory they're married to. That's that's the horror of it. Well, George. Oh yeah, I mean, let's all say goodbye to George before he leaves. Love you dearly, George. Stay safe and be well.
Okay. Have a good one, George.
Pleasure, gentlemen. No, Nemo, yeah, it's nice joining you all. Nice speaking to you all. Brandon, look after yourself, Aristides, Nemo, and Douglas. I look forward to joining you on Sunday.
Yes.
Enjoy the faster internet.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Take care of yourselves.
Yes.
Good evening, George.
Yeah, so we'll be back on Sunday, like he said, American time. That'll be Monday, British time, and Australian time. Britain and Australia will be Monday. We'll be back, but for America, we'll be back on Sunday. So, yes, but continue with what you were saying, Nemo. Of course,
it's just fucked up because they're like completely denying the deaths of all those people that jumped out of the building.
Thank you.
Died in the building.
No, it's awful.
Like, all those bodies were computer generated. It's like, how could this guy film 3 different fallings so perfectly and all that? Just saying stuff like that. This one guy, he's able to capture the footage of all these people falling so perfectly. It's got to be fake.
Oh God,
it's like Ian West stuff.
Yeah, what a jerk! What a clown! I mean, this is the kind of crap we're dealing with now, and it's like
everything is denied now.
Yeah, everything's denied.
9/11 denial.
Yeah, as soon as it comes up, that they'll
it's all fake.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as it happens, they'll say it's fake.
Like,
yes.
no, they definitely blew them up, but it wasn't a plane and all that junk. But it's like, I mean, so...
Well, planes definitely crashed into the buildings, but they certainly did not bring the buildings down.
Yeah, but it physically couldn't bring the buildings down.
Yeah.
Exactly, It didn't have enough fuel on it to...
There's so much evidence. Even like a couple of years after that, or even within a few months, there was so much evidence proving it was an inside job.
Yeah, well, controlled demolition. It's controlled. Yeah. So this is what I told this one chick who was she read this female doctor's dissertation, which is basically a published book, saying, oh yeah, it was energy beam directed energy weapon. There we are, DEW. And I'm like, come on, really? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ! I said,
is that the chick with the big grey, long curly hair?
Yeah, something like that. I told this chick who was married to that theory, I said, look, I'm a controlled demolitions man myself. I hope that doesn't break up any potential between us. So anyhow, I don't want to give her name. Like I said, I was dating a few times recently, and we don't want to go any further than that simply because my gang stalkers will jump on that. But all such being said, I've shared her name privately with Brendan Zogit, and I'll happily share it with Nemo later privately if he's even curious. I've told Aristides privately too, I think.
Right,
if not,
chick.
Yeah.
I was thinking of a different chick that was promoting that idea.
Oh, no. I'm not dating the chick who was the direct energy weapons chick. I'm not dating, it's not that chick. Jesus fucking.
Yeah, no, I've read that lady's book. It's like it's like huge. It's like a tome.
Yeah, fuck that.
And like you have to like put like bookmarks just to read through.
I mean, you're just investing, but of course these people who buy that book and invest the time to even look through it, they're married to that theory because of all the time they've invested in it.
And it's just the same. She puts the same documentation, and then her thesis at the end is they hit it with direct energy. It's like bitch, you have everything. It's like she put the location of every single like, what is it called, like TNT detonator bomb.
Yeah.
And then she says it's direct energy. It's like, why would they even waste their time?
Yeah. Thank you.
They already blew it up. What do they want to vaporize everything? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Thank you.
Their conjecture was because of all the powderized concrete that it had to be like laser.
It disintegrated.
But also they have Tesla. Tesla had a resonator device that could bring down any building, any bridge.
Yeah.
So that's what her conjecture was, but you don't need to like beam it. You could just put it in the basement.
Yeah,
like you don't need to beam it.
Yeah. Oh, that's what Tesla did. Was he essentially? I can't remember what it was that Tesla did, but remember he was able to.
It was a bridge in Detroit or something.
It was also a skyscraper. There was also a skyscraper. He almost
he was
brought
able
down.
to cause a building to shake. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and people begged him to stop because he was causing all of New York City to feel the earthquake, what everybody felt was an earthquake. And yeah, so he was definitely... But people can't do what Tesla did. It's not these days. They just... Tesla was unique. He was...
Because Americans don't have access to that technology. Only the Axis powers got it.
Yes, yeah. There's an element of that. Everybody got some piece where they were just, everybody was diving into it and stealing what they could, but the Americans, here's what the problem the Americans have. The Americans have a problem of greed, their capitalism. So I don't know if you knew this, Nemo. You probably heard me say this before, but tell me what I'm saying that you remember or whether you feel it's redundant. Basically, it was Trump's uncle, Dr. John Trump, and who Donald Trump is named after in terms of his middle name. Donald Trump's full name is Donald John Trump. And his middle name comes from his uncle, Dr. John Trump. And so Dr. John Trump was the man who was sent in by the Office of Alien Property because they basically declared Tesla to be an enemy alien because he wouldn't cooperate with them on their desire to make a battleship invisible. So he wouldn't cooperate with what became known as the Philadelphia experiment. And as a result, they revoked his citizenship and he killed himself. When he killed himself, they said, oh, he's an enemy alien. And they said his property belongs to the Office of Alien Property, the OAP, the same office that stole all the Japanese property when the Japanese were mass interned as a race. Right. And when the guy who was sent to investigate his property in the tower that he's in, Waldorf Astoria Tower in New York City, the guy who was sent in to look at his property, investigate it, and decide what was most useful to the government immediately was Dr. John Trump. And what he did was he stole everything he possibly could. So he got it, a lot of it, not the U.S. government. And he used that for the Trump fortune.
He was the director. Yeah, he was the director of MIT at the time as well.
Thank you.
So these people are like high echelon occultists. Who knows? Worse.
Yeah.
Like you said, Adamites.
Yeah, yeah. And
like people think, oh, Trump was a self-made man. It's like, dude, he was born a billionaire.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, this is a joke.
Thank you.
I can't believe they say that about
Not only was he born a billionaire, he was born a billionaire because his uncle stole all of Tesla's technology and released it a little bit at a time to make the billions that they got. So all their billions are based on stolen Tesla tech that this guy was, leaking a little bit at a time. What little he could figure out, he would leak it a little bit at a time towards the Trump's fortune. Isn't that disgusting? I mean, it's beyond disgusting.
Yeah. The Trump family should be locked up for life.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, just for that. I mean, this is the, what we're dealing with. And so it's, there you go. So that's the story behind the behind the Trump fortunes is all based on stolen Tesla tech. And a lot of people don't know this. So a lot of that never went to the U.S. government. And the U.S. government, was told by Trump, they literally were told by Trump's uncle, Dr. John Trump, oh, it's all worthless shit. He was crazy. He literally said that to the U.S. government while he stole the best shit. And then they got like the cat scratch end of it. The stuff that was so heavy, of course, that Dr. Trump couldn't walk out of the office with it because it's just
the
heavy
stuff
shit.
that like blew up the Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Like that's what they got basically.
Yeah,
Thank you. Some fucked up notes that just did that.
Yeah. Broke ass shit. Yeah, and
that like zapped all those people in Montauk.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what the government got, and that's what anyhow, the story is just, the more you know, the more, it's like the truth does not set you free. It makes you angry. It just makes you angry. It binds you. It really does just the opposite. It binds you because you're now trapped in knowing something that no one else knows. Yeah. And you just try to share it, but everybody's shouting and nobody knows who to listen to. I mean, the problem is they promote, of course, all of the worst, like the woman saying it's directed energy weapons, and just because she wrote a voluminous telephone book-sized piece of shit, everybody thinks it must be good. Oh, it's thick.
Yeah.
It's thick. It must be good. Yeah, there's a lot of pages here. It must be good. It must be true. It must be right because it's just a volume of it, and all they're doing is an info dump. It's called an info dump, and so this is what I'm confronted with is just the info dumps of the enemy, the info dumps of the Edomite cult that basically runs America and Australia, and we live in a dystopia. So, all that being said, let's take a look at the time and the numbers, and I'll decide. Okay, let's end the stream, and we gave him a good 6.5 hours. We did our work, and we'll be back on Sunday. And I love all of you gentlemen. Stay safe and be well, and have a blessed day. Everything okay? Anything you guys want to share before I end the stream?
Oh, no. Did you check out that short video I sent you that I told you I downloaded years ago?
Oh, yes. That's not the one with the comedian insulting Jay,
No, the other one.
Oh, okay.
About the symbols in the entertainment industry and politics.
Oh, right. Didn't get a chance yet. My apologies. But, yeah, definitely.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just thought you might be interested in it. It just shows some interesting things, but...
Okay. Well,
it's...
Mm-hmm. Go on.
It's got some misinformation, but it's so obvious, because the cunt that made this video is like, it's the Illuminati and all that shit, Rothschild.
Oh, I would see through that.
that.
Yeah, thank you.
They always do that.
But besides that, it's fine.
Yeah, thank you. And they always say that it's Brendan's right. It's like it's obligatory. It's where does that come from? Where it's like, we've got to say...
Because that's the only way to get clicks.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just a shtick.
It's become mainstream now in YouTube and all that shit, the Illuminati and all that. It used to be something. Well,
you notice they always pick the side that's the least evil to publicize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when you put something about the Masons, then they put Manly P. Hall, he's the he's so philanthropic and he gave us all this free information. That's the Masons they put up for you.
Yeah.
The actually quote unquote good ones.
Oh God, and with but all of it comes down to anti-German phobia when they come to the Illuminati because it goes back to Bavaria.
Yeah,
and they're like, it goes back, the Illuminati, and so you guys are just parroting World War II anti-German propaganda, you dumb fucks. And
that's all it is.
Yes, thank you. Yes, sick fuckers, because. And it all comes from, of course, that cosmic trigger and that, who was that? Oh, Robert Anton Wilson, who said they're all Nazis. He said the Illuminati are Nazis. And he said he connected them in his propaganda books to Cthulhu and to the Edomite, which is kind of like saying they're practicing Hasidic Jewish cultures. This is the insanity of Raiders of the Lost Ark. If you take a look at Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Nazis have gotten the Ark. And what is it that the French archaeologist does with the Gestapo agent and the Africa Corps officer by his side? He starts conducting all these Jewish rituals over the Ark as if the Nazis would do that. This is the insanity of...
Yeah, it's so stupid. I always said that.
Thank you. It's this is the insanity of everything these people say. All it is satanic inversion. And Robert Anton Wilson, for those of you who do not know, took his middle name from Anton Szandor LaVey because he was a member of the First Church of Satan. He was an acolyte of Anton Szandor LaVey, and he's the guy who wrote that anti-Bavarian propaganda trilogy that everybody was reading on college campuses saying this is the secret truth. And all it is more anti-Nazi propaganda they're all swallowing. And shit, so yes, this is...
And you get fuckheads like Mark Dice and all them promoting that shit, still to this day, getting millions of views and followers, just spreading that disinformation.
And all they're doing is reading the same shit, the Robert Anton Wilson novels and shit,
That's what they were doing.
Yeah.
You heard of that cockwash, Mark Dice?
Oh.
He's been doing that shit since 2011 or 12.
There you go.
I fucking hate him.
There you go.
Just look him up in YouTube and you'll see, and you'll be disgusted by him.
I'm sure.
What was the name?
Mark Dice.
Oh. Heard of him.
Okay.
Yeah, heard of him. Is Dice spelled like God? D-E-I-S? Like Dice, like
No,
God? Or
just D-I-C-E.
oh, like
He's
Dice.
just another He's just another disinfo shell. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Like Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah, there you go. I like it. Yeah, good analogy. Okay.
That's not his real name. I think it was like something Silverstein.
Oh,
Andrew
that figures.
Silverstein.
That figures.
His
Well,
last name's Andrew Dice Clay, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure Salman Sheikh's real name is something like Salman Silverstein. That's Salman Sheikh's real name because the funny.
No,
like,
it's some unpronounceable Pakistani junk.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Something that requires a lot of phlegm.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Again, my love to all of you gentlemen. We're going to sign off for the night. I'm going to end the stream. Everybody join us on Sunday. George had the right day. I lose track of time. My voice is actually sore. I just want people to understand. Don't forget I have had surgery. And believe it or not, my tonsils still sore. If they're not as bad.
Have you been taking anything to reduce inflammation? And soreness.
Yeah, well, of course I had the steroids I ran out of, and I've got the Chinese.
You have any honey?
I've got the Chinese cough syrup, better than honey. So I've got that liquid low-cat juice, low-cat syrup.
Low-cat syrup.
All right. Thank you, low-cat syrup.
Nice.
So I'll.
When I was sick, I was just taking Monaco honey.
Okay. No, thank you.
And that,
it's much more affordable for you, by the way. That's the.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And all right. And
literally in California, it's hundreds of dollars for that stuff.
What?
It's
that
true.
honey?
Yeah.
For real
Chinese stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was $50 for half a kilo.
Wow.
Yeah.
You just take 1 teaspoon a day.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so it's still expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not tasty, but it's good for you.
Interesting. Yeah, Noreen Helpan called it Manuka honey, and she loved it. Yeah, she loved it. She was like, "Oh,
yeah," because it feels satisfying to have. Like it's not to the tongue, it's not, but once you have it in your body, it's like, oh, I need more of this.
Interesting.
Like, your body likes it.
Interesting. Okay. So, both of you gentlemen and to everybody listening, let's end the stream. And okay, and so here we are, pressing the end button, and triple redundancy process.